Well, a very good warm welcome, everybody. Genuinely a warm welcome to Buckmore Park for the first day of the last weekend in 2025 for Club 100's Cadet and Junior South Championships. I say it's a genuinely very warm welcome because, one, it's very good to see you here with us this morning. Myself, Andrew Mather and Reeve Taylor alongside me in the box. But Reeve, Buckmore Park in mid-November, the leaves have pretty much half fallen off the trees, but something is very strange here today around this 1 kilometre circuit, 12 turns, with a good amount of elevation. Look at that! 12 degrees Celsius in mid-November. What is going on?
I know, completely remarkable, and actually a very pretty scene here this morning. Sunlight, autumnal leaves everywhere, and nice mild weather as well. Should hopefully allow the track to dry up a little bit for these drivers later on. You'll see it in the Paddock show coming up in the break in a little while. That conditions not ideal this morning, but slowly but surely the track looks like it is getting there. So our drivers, I think, are going to have their work to do in qualifying with all of these tricky conditions to negotiate, but it should be good to go racing later on.
So the format for today, it is the standard Cadet and Junior South format. Two of our classes in action here for Saturday. This is a lightweights day, so if you've tuned in for super lightweights, you're 24 hours early, but do stick about because it's going to be a dramatic day of racing. Each driver is assigned into... good morning, Jake Chapman, waving to us there on the camera. Everyone is assigned into a qualifying group, either Group A, Group B or Group C. They're all equally weighted, those groups. And then the job, of course, is to qualify through to our pre-finals. Each driver will either go into a Pre-C, a Pre-B or a Pre-A final with rapid charge opportunities through those lower finals that we'll explain through as we go along. And then, of course, we have our trophy finals later on today, similarly grouped into C, B and A tiers. This is a championship decider as well for our titles today. This is the day where there is a little bit more up for grabs. When we get to tomorrow, one of the titles has already been mathematically decided. I like to use the term champion-elect because as long as there's no wild happenings and points penalties at the end of the season, that Cadet Super Lightweight Championship is done. We'll focus on what's happening in Super Lightweights tomorrow, of course. But here today in the lightweights, Reeve, let's go through what our top 5 positions look like in Cadet Lightweight at the start of the day.
So far heading into this round, Jude Paddock is your lead driver. 1,290 points to the name. It's close running, though, as soon as you head down to P2, P3, P4. It's typical Club 100 stuff, really. You head towards the end of the season and it all just compacts up and gets very interesting indeed. Urson Lima Evans is your driver in P2, Zane Perry P3, followed by Ethan Guest and Henry Greenwood completing your top 5. And they're all within 45 points of each other, Andrew. So heading into round 8, it could get very interesting indeed. I'm taking a look at some of these results now. Just the consistency overall that Jude Paddock has had in rounds that he's been able to compete in has been remarkably strong.
Yeah, Paddock just needs a decent qualifying to get through to the A final and should have things sewn up. But again, final day of a season. You never know. We saw it with one of the cadet titles, of course, at Warden Law in the North Championships a couple of weekends ago, Reeve, that things can change, and it is possible for a driver who needs wins across the board to snatch a title. We saw that with Ethan Guest in the North Championships at Warden Law. We've of course got the juniors here today as well. This is a title picture, Reeve, that I am really looking forward to. There's various ways you can cut the cake in this one. I'll leave you to cut the cake in the form that we see on our screen for the official timings and scores with drops. It's very close, let's say, at this stage of the season.
Yep, all still to play for, as we say. I do want to give a mention, actually, to the recent upgrade to the John Button suite here at Buckmore Park.
Yes.
We're in front of a gigantic television.
I was going to say, we're going to have no problems with my eyes today.
No, neither. It's just
new glasses and all, and now I've got a huge screen. Okay, this is why we're, at the moment, just at a bit of a pause out on circuit. That was James Lockhart I think's had a bit of an off up at the top of the circuit. Get your comments in. Let us know who you are looking out for. Yes, it's the lightweights today. We'll get into cadet lightweight Group A qualifying soon. Hello to Astral. Hello to Pixel. Jambo as well. Let us know who you're cheering on. Thank you very much, everybody, for the level of engagement that we had at Warden Law. That was amazing.
It was.
We did the Club 100 community proud. I'm going to give it the big strut now. We got more views and more likes than some quite big kart series that were racing on that particular Sunday. So let's do it again. Let's get those likes up. Let's get the broadcast shared out. Just to go back over those junior lightweight points. So this is going by from 7 rounds. Remember, everybody races twice in a single round. So this is 14 scores on the board, counting the best 10. At the end of the season, it'll be best 12 scores from a possible 16. Jamie Tyler-Gooden, at the moment, looking on course perhaps for a double North and South Championship win. But his lead is only 3 points over Dom Balasaitis heading into today. And Jake Chapman is only a further point behind. So you've got 3 drivers all covered by only 4 points on countback. That is very, very close. And then if we consider scores that are currently down as drops, that could still well be drops at the end of the season, but could come back into play if these particular drivers have a problem, shall we say, today. Should note that Dom Balasaitis is currently dropping scores of 6th and 6th, are stronger than Jamie Tyler-Gooden's currently dropping scores of 10th and 11th. So it's kind of in that pseudo state of, is it a drop? Is it not? I like to consider it's not a drop. It's not a drop until it has been mathematically chucked out the window. So, you could make an argument that actually Dom Balasaitis has a bit more of a lead today over Jamie Tyler-Gooden. Qualifying in the juniors is going to be imperative for Jamie to get through, first of all, into those A-tier races, get some scores on the board. His exclusion from the final of round 2 has gone already. The 16th from the final of round 3 has gone. He's got to get a good qualifying to get right that 10th and 11th, hoik it out, get it out of the way, and get those points back on Balasaitis and Chapman.
He does indeed, and we're seeing some support for a few of our drivers in the comments as well. So as we say, big thank you for staying tuned to the broadcast, for getting those likes and comments in. A fellow competitor, Omar Ullah, is showing support for Ethan Guest there. Rachel Matthews saying the good luck to Jake Matthews, who'll be running today. And as we say, thank you so much for that interaction. That was slightly under the threat of Reeve turning up to Buckmore in a shirt and shorts, which actually I would have been fine.
You would have been absolutely fine. Yeah. As I say, it is very mild. I would even go as far to say it was warm when we did our Paddock
towards
show
the end, definitely,
earlier on this morning, that you will be able to see during the lunch break. There you can see some of our drivers and parents just getting ready, some of our cadets who will be going out later on in the day. And as I say, we're just waiting for the get-go for the Group A qualifying. And again, because it is changeable conditions, folks, question mark over which form of grid generation will be used. I wouldn't be surprised if it is what I call the relative position method. So effectively, if you've got a grid of 20 drivers to automatically go through to a pre-A final, you take 6 and a bit from the first session, another 6 and a bit from the second session, and so on and so forth through those 3 sessions, because it has been drying out this morning. Actually, just to give you a little bit of data to reflect on from the practice sessions this morning, if we go from the first practice session that was held at 10:40 this morning, Henry Greenwood was fastest in that first group on a 1:02. 0.009. By the time we got to Group C practice in the cadets, Ethan Guest was fastest, 4.5 seconds quicker.
Wow.
So that's what we're kind of talking about. That's bright skies here at Buckmore Park, but still a fair amount of shade, particularly around that top half of the circuit. We often talk about this at BUKC time of the year, don't we, Reeve? That this is a circuit of two parts, in a way. The bottom end of the circuit, quite open. Not a lot of wind today, though. That is the other thing that's probably affecting how the track is drying out or not drying out at the moment. It's very still, very, very still out there. Which has been good news, at least for my receding hairline this morning. But it's definitely the top end of the circuit, you could see there, is not dry. This part of the circuit typically doesn't dry out at this time of the year. Very long shadows. You're under the shroud of the trees. Either side in this kind of like cauldron arena at the top end of Buckmore Park. That area is going to be different to the bottom half of the area. But I am still saying all of that, anticipating that the track to dry out. There you see the bottom end of the circuit. Down through Simon Sweep is pretty good right now. So that's where the drivers are going to be gaining the most time over the earlier sessions. So saying all of that, that's a very long ramble to say, yes, I think relative position method is going to be used today as opposed to the absolute time method to decide who's going to be in pre-A final, pre-B final, pre-C final.
Indeed, it will be. We did see a bit of it being used at Warden for the North running in the past couple of weeks. That was another weather-affected event, although far more than what we have here today. The North is bitterly cold at the moment.
It is indeed. Just to go over how things looked in the junior practice sessions this morning. So, as I say, to note, it was Henry Greenwood fastest in Cadet A, Cody Crudgington fastest in Cadet Group B, and then Ethan Guest fastest in Group C. Group C of obviously all quicker than those earlier groups. And likewise for the juniors, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, who's one of the outsiders for championship big positions today, was fastest in Group A on a 1 minute 1.5. Group B then went the way of Dom Balasaitis on a 57.221. And then Archie Bullard in a reduced session, about 8 or 9 laps completed before the red flag came out, and a 54.6 was the time. Race control is ready for a big day of action, as you can see there. So yeah, timed qualifying is going to be very variable, I think, as long as these weather conditions do hold, Reeve. Who else have we got coming into the comments? I say this is a good time to talk to us, folks, because there's nothing happening out on circuit. Say hello.
Yeah, we have got Matthew Tyler, who says hello to Reese Tyler, who is one of our junior drivers in Group B today. Actually, his rookie season this year, and he sounds like he's really enjoyed it. So that's great to hear. Hopefully see you back next season and ready for some more Club 100 action. And say the Club 100 staff ready as well, ready and waiting. Just taking a little pause before we get back to racing action. Should mention as well, with the juniors, not the cadets for this year, for the juniors, Rotax Racing Club International Finals tickets are up for grabs as well. The champion gets a fully funded entry to Genk next year for the end of May 2026, and then a scale as well of financial support for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then 5th. I think he just gets the pathway to go through to the biggest party in Arrive and Drive karting, as me and my good friend and colleague Henry Burdett are calling it for Genk next year. We had a bit of a chat with some of our... You had a lot of junior drivers approaching you this morning, I noticed, Reece. Yes, it's the same... It's the same group of junior drivers. It's become a bit of a Paddock show mainstay now for the Cadet and Juniors South rounds. So I'll probably see the same again next year. Yes,
and I say a number of our drivers for the juniors looking to move up to seniors. If you've missed the news, where have you been? Registrations for new drivers 2026 are now all open. There is still time to get your registration in. It kind of works on a basis of the more rounds that you enter, the more likely you are to be successful in your registration. Obviously, all the existing drivers and the existing customers, they're given the priority to say, what would you like to race in to come back in 2026? But there are places available for new drivers, starting with, particularly for the cadets and juniors, the academy days early on in the year. Expanded North Championship as well. For the 7 rounds in 2026. We talked about the North a lot, though, when we were up at Warden Law. So it's only fair that we talk about the South calendar here at Buckmore Park. And it's looking like another good one, Reeve.
Absolutely, yeah. Fairly packed as well. We kick off at Wilton Mill, a track we obviously know very well. Bit of a favourite. And then on to Shenny. We like a bit of Shenny. Oh, and Dunk as well after that. This is great. Yeah. It's just getting better and better. Great to see Rissington back on the calendar as well. Actually had a great little day out at Rissington. Thought it was a good fun bit of racing there. Then we head off to Wales for some action at Landau on August the 1st. That's followed by Lyd in September. That's great to see that making a potential return for myself. I've actually never been to Lyd.
Have you never been to Lyd?
I've never been
you
to Lyd.
Love Lyd.
I've never been to Lyd,
Lyd
so looking forward to that one. And then obviously we head to the penultimate round at round 7, Buckmore Park, slightly earlier in the year, ever so slightly. And then we round off things with, it is still to be decided as to whether or not we are ready to go, etc. But Silverstone is looking like it's going to be the finale round.
Yes, Silverstone, folks, is one of those that's got an asterisk on it at the moment. Just, say, new circuit, new things that just need to be gone through the motions. But that is the plan. That the South Championships will end at Silverstone for the cadets and juniors November the 22nd, 2026. And of course the Academy Days as well. 2 Academy Days across the weekend of the 7th and the 8th of February at Wilton Mill. And then the single Academy Day for Buckmore Park here on the 21st of February. And of course through the course of the season as well, the super lightweights and the lightweights on different days, alternating back and forth as to whether they're on a Saturday or a Sunday. So, because obviously for some drivers, some entrants, they can only do Sunday races, or they can only do Saturday races. So those days, those classes on those days do swap back and forth. All the information is across, of course, on the CLUB100 website, www. Actually, no, you don't even need the www. I can hear Peter Jankowski in my ear going, Andrew, you don't need the www anymore. So it's simply club100.co.uk for all of the details there. As I say, all 2026 championship registrations are now open, and you register through the website. So go to the website. You'll see a big box that says, well, it's not the biggest box, but it's still a sizable box, that says registration, all 2026 championship registrations are now open. You hit the big red button that says register, and then it takes you through to the page where you can register for each of your different categories, and that, of course, includes the seniors. We'd like to do something here. I'm going to give the camera operatives their first challenge of the day. We're both keen watchers of Jet Live. It's Jet Live TV. I've forgotten the name of it now.
You're going to try and get them to grab a plane.
The bloke who stands at the side of the Heathrow runways.
Yes.
And goes, oh, blimey, oh, dear. We like to do that here, but we call it No Jet TV. I've just heard one come in. So as I say, we're, for those who don't know, Buckmore Park is Big Jet TV. Big Jet TV. We're No Jet TV when we're here at Buckmore Park, because we're across the road from Rochester Airport, and I've just heard one come in, but I didn't see it. So that's the next challenge for the camera operatives before we get going. Can we have some aviation? Get rid of the planes, because we've got karts out on circuit. Cadet Lightweight Group A is up next. So, lightweight cadet group A. Out in this one are the number 5 of Henry Greenwood, the number 12 of Mason Turner, the 15 of Freya Frith, the 17 of Ethan Hulbert, the 21 of Cora Moore, the 25 of Daniel Marutiak, the number 29 of Adam Asgar, the 32 of Caesar Chen, the 36 of Theo Thomas, the 37 of Jake Matthews, the 42 of Vinnie Cunningham, the 55 of Dylan Williams, the 59 of William Hossack, the 61 of Esther Rashid, the 73 of Kai Jackson, the 80 of Freddie Donalds, the 88 of Tate Hart, the 93 of Indy Welch, the 96 of Atty Cooper, and the 113 of Jack Clements. Those are the 20 drivers out on circuit for 11 minutes. All sessions, whether it's qualifying or race sessions, are 11 minutes here today. And lap times, I'm expecting to see probably something around the 55-second region. We're already seeing 50. We're already quicker than anything we saw in free practice, Reeve. Now, of course, since we last had cadets out on track, we've had a junior practice out as well. So the track has dried a little bit more. So we'll see who literally gets to grips fastest with this circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Very short sessions, obviously, for qualifying. You're only going to get maybe 5 or 6 really quick laps in if you play your cards right. But yeah, it's all going to be about who gets out there first, who gets a nice clean run in there. As we see a few drivers exploring the limits of grip, running through Garda there. Dylan Williams was one of the drivers who just had to go around the cones on the outside of the circuit there, just try and get ready for another clean run before we head up the hill once more.
So we'll mark through who our big hitters in terms of championship are. I think there has been a reassignment of the groups actually from our notes in the box earlier, but that's not a problem. So Henry Greenwood is probably your highest ranked driver in this particular group. Yes, he is. So so Henry Greenwood in the number 5. On the basis of what we've seen so far this season, would be a good bet to be fastest in this group. 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. A few track limit warnings and contact warnings coming in. Freddie Donald, Dylan Williams, Vinnie Cunningham, Theo Thomas, Jack Clement twice, and William Hossack have all had notifications of running wide. That is going to be a bit of a hot topic in the early part of the day. I was up in timekeeping earlier on today, Reeve, and a few drivers just running a little bit wide. Out of Cafe Corner, 2 drivers right. That looks better, though. I think as the track dries up, it'll get a little bit easier for the drivers. We're into the 55s already. Dylan Williams has gone fastest in the number 55. Smooth operator. Into those times that puts them at the moment at the top of the order. Henry Greenwood shoots up to P2 there. As the number 12 that you're just seeing there at the back of this queue, Mason Turner, currently in 3rd, Reeve.
He is indeed, as you say, Henry Greenwood, very nice improvement on that last lap. It must be said, jumped up a number of positions to take 2nd place as it stands at the moment. 55.5 is still your fastest time. Not for long, though. Vinnie Cunningham, a driver we had a chat with in our Paddock show. You'll see that coming up later. 55.4 now leads this session. As we head round the final corner, we're going side by side with some of our drivers here. Number 37's the car we are watching head on to the start-finish straight now. But Vinnie Cunningham takes your provisional pole as we head into the second half of this session in just a moment. Here is the number 21 here of Cora Moore, who's the driver that we're following along now. Before we head into the 2nd sector, beautiful little start of the lap here at Buckmore Park. All the successive hairpins, which give you so many overtaking opportunities to have a bit of a switchback go at your fellow driver. Not going to be wanting to do that in qualifying now, though. Now it's about keeping the nose clean and pushing on for a fast lap. We're on board with our provisional pole sitter now. Comes across the line, doesn't improve this time around. Oh no, he does massively at 55.1. Huge improvement there. Actually lost out in that middle sector, but made a massive amount of difference in that final run through Sector 3. Found about 4 tenths compared to his rivals.
Yeah, good work there by by Cunningham. Daniel Murciak's gone to the top of the order in the number 25, 55.159. Here is the number 55, Dylan Williams, still in 4th place at the moment. That would be, I think, a straight qualification through. Greenwood goes to a 55.006. This is going to be one of those sessions where it's all about keeping the rhythm, keeping it on track, and being there at the end of the session.
Yep.
The cliche being it's going to be like an Interlagos 2010.
Yes.
With Nico Hulkenberg grabbing a Formula 1 pole position right at the end by getting it all together. So this is good stuff at the moment from these drivers.
Or a bit like a Nico Hulkenberg this year at Silverstone, where he did a very good job in qualifying, just by sticking it out till the end, as Cunningham takes back the lead of this session with a 54.4, is over half a second clear of the rest of the pack now. This track is getting more and more raceable as the laps go on by. Still got 5 minutes left of this session. We could be low 54s if we play our cards right. Yeah, the track. No, I think the track's hit that point now where it's been gradually drying out across the practice sessions this morning, and now it's taken a bit of a knee point where it's really going to ramp up over the next couple of sessions or so. Further down the order, just looking at who's improving. Kai Jackson up to P9 in the number 73. Atty Cooper, she's up to P10, has gained 5 positions with her last lap. Atty, who was doing a bit of racing on Tuesday night in the CLUB100 iRacing Championship, had a bit of an incident. Yes, an
with a
unfortunate
Mr. Sam Dimolo. Sam, one of our club members, our CLUB100 staff members, did not do the right thing and has been banned by me and the stewards.
But Atty was
qualifying. Atty did nothing wrong.
A very upstanding driver. Yeah.
You will not take part in qualifying. You will not have the drink of qualifying at the Nürburgring in 2 weeks' time. Anyway, 3 minutes and 50 seconds of this one to go. Cunningham still top of the order with that 54.491. Plenty of green lap time is coming in on our timing screen from Alpha Timing. Here, Reeve, as we have a look at Henry Greenwood in that number 5. Just got Tate Hart behind him at the moment. Tate goes down the inside. I think Henry, it's just a little bit of a thing here at Buckmore Park. It's not the biggest slipstream circuit, but you can get a bit of a tow, particularly through this part of the circuit and then up the hill and towards turn 1. Particularly in dry conditions, it's quite tricky to achieve in these damp track conditions. But 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Mason Turner back over the line, goes P2. Solid time there from Turner, 54.520, as Adam Asgar goes up to P3. That's a big improvement from the driver of the number 29. I think just a little bit further back in this pack that we're watching through hairpin number 2 now. But Adam, that is a really, really good run there for the driver of the number 29, which at the moment would be seeing Adam through to a Pre-A final. I'm just looking through. I think this would be the first time this season that Adam would be straight through to a Pre-A final if Adam can stay there in P3 as things stand.
Yeah, that'll be a really impressive run. Some really nice momentum for him to carry in to not only this final round, but the next season as well. If he can improve late on like this and then show he's got what it takes to be fighting right at the top end next season, that'll only spur him on just that little bit more as Maruchiak improves to go P3. 3/10 off the leader of this session at the moment. Still Vinnie Cunningham with that really... I know he has actually improved on that 54.4 to a 54.3. I want to give a shout out as well to Tate Hart, who takes provisional pole in this session. A blistering lap there, 54.333. This is a driver who was actually feeling a little bit disheartened by the look of things after practice. We didn't get a chance to have a chat with him, but yeah, wasn't having the best time out in practice. Maybe wasn't quite so happy with how the circuit was shaping up, but look at it now, very much ready to go racing.
Just to correct myself as well, I thought I'd said this wrong earlier. It's the top 18 in the qualifying classification that go straight through to the Pre-A final. The middle 20 then go into the Pre-C, the remaining 22 go into... Sorry, the middle 20 go into the Pre-B, the remaining 22 from the 60-strong entry go into the Pre-C. So yes, basically in these conditions you need to be top 6 to qualify through, and this is when it starts to get a little bit nervy for the drivers, because we've got 65 seconds on the clock. Henry Greenwood goes to the top of the order. on a 55.239. Tate Hart slips to second place, Vinnie Cunningham third, Mason Turner fourth, Murachak and Caesar Chen is now up into the top 6. That's a great run from Caesar as well. I think Caesar's made a pre-A final once before. I think that was back at Wilton Mill for round 6. But there could still be a bit of a surprise here between now and the checker flag in 30 seconds time. Theo Thomas goes fastest, 59, and look, the track is really ramping up now. So Mason Turner's gone and taken pole position again with a 53.952. Anyone crossing the line now, this is fine. They will get another lap in as we watch the number 32 of Caesar Chen going across the line there. Is currently now, was P6, is now down to P10. Tate Hart goes to P2. This is going to be a very chop and change session right at the end. Time is up. Checkered flag is out. Who is going to be over the line first? I think the number 42 of Vinnie Cunningham is going to be the first car to over the line. He's currently 7th. He's currently outside that top 6 cutoff and stays 7th. He's not able to break through. The 113 of Jack Clements, I think, is done. Freya Frith is done. 20th and 19th, respectively, for those two. Is anybody else going to improve? Kai Jackson stays P4. Indy Welch goes through. Oh, great run there for Indy Welch. Through in second place. Gained a number of positions right at the end there. And that should be a qualifying route straight through to the pre-A final. They've done a great job there of Indy Welch. Turner, Welch, Hart, Thomas, Jackson, Greenwood, I think, has just sneaked through there. Currently in the top 5 of the championship, Reeve. If we're right on our assumption here in the box, which is strictly unofficial, folks, the clerk of the course decides which method gets used. But Henry Greenwood has just sneaked through there. Very dramatic session. We've got to move on, though. Juniors are out next.
My oh my, what a session that was. I mean, everyone enjoys qualifying anyway, but when you've got some changing track conditions, it just amplifies things to 11, doesn't it? That really transforms things. But it's our juniors out on track. Now your junior lightweight Group A drivers heading out on track. We've got the likes of Thomas Hughes in the number 7, Kira Boylan in the 14, Ethan Saunders Wilkes in the 15, Gabriel Wyatt, Edward Gorner, Zachary Parkhouse, Oliver Cunliffe, Henry Wilkes, Daniel Archibald, Marcus Allen, Ollie White, Edgar Armandiris Bocanegra, Quam Kamaldeen, Maxim Muskis, and then we have Harry Power, followed by Rowan Horder, Charlie Wainwright, Jack Whitehouse, Spencer Wilds, Reese Kelzor, Frederick Burden, Christian Yordanov, Ben Rigfist. Then we have William Sparrow, Aaron Patel, and Sam Doyle are your drivers heading out for this Junior South Lightweight A qualifiers session. Less than 10 minutes to go. Still on our out laps at the moment, but we will start to see the proper laps pouring in very shortly indeed. Did see some 53s late on for our cadets to expect an ever so slightly quicker time from these bigger, more powerful junior karts in this session. Obviously, conditions still not ideal, so not going to be similar to what you would see in dry Buckmore running, but as you can tell, we're not too far off. See big packs forming up as we head down the Symes sweep now. These drivers wanting to find a little bit of clean air, a little bit of space to occupy out on track before they try to get some seriously quick times in. Just a lovely shot there. The back ends of the car stepping out, heading through the Symes sweep. Nice bit of rotation setting you up for the final part of the lap. Quickest way to head around Symes sweep there, and certainly the way with the most style as well. Here we go then. We're going to be heading around for our first proper lap. Zachary Parkhouse is your driver at the top end of the running at the moment, 52.7. We will expect that to chop and change as we head further into the session. We've seen purple sectors coming on the timing system for all of our drivers in this pack at the moment. Zachary Parkhouse then on a bit of a charge at the moment, as is Ollie White trying to take purple sectors away from Zachary at the moment. We have got waved yellows out on track though, so we don't want to be seeing too much in the way of improvements from any of our drivers here, because that might draw the attention of the stewards, shall we say, as we head into this session.
Just to note as well on how these will work. So it's a bigger entry in the juniors, of course. It can be up to 78 drivers within this lightweight category. So 22 drivers will automatically qualify through. So effectively you're looking at top 7, assuming that relative position method is used. Top 7 in each group will automatically qualify, and then the fastest of the 8 places will go through, which by logic you would think is going to be Group C as the track continues to dry out. So if you're here in Group A, really you've got to get in that top 7 to get yourself through. It's the next 24 drivers across the 3 groups in the qualifying classification. Once everything is merged together, they get through to the Pre-B final. The remaining up to 32 drivers will go into what will be a very busy Pre-C final. And then remember, from each of those B tier and C tier races, your top 2 then go through up to the next level. They get promoted to the next level of final. Yellow flag out at turn number 1. This part of the circuit, very, very tricky. When I say, as someone who has had many a crash around this track and have the scars to prove it, you get a bit of confidence around the bottom end of the circuit.
Yes.
You then come up through Christmas Corner. Wrong circuit there. It's been a long season. You come up through Cafe Corner. You get to the top end of the circuit and you'd be like, yes, I have this. And you turn into turn 1 and you realise, this is Buckmore Park, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't
Not
have
Wilton Vale. This is Buckmore Park, where there's different grip levels top to bottom. And you then bin it into the wall on driver's left-hand side. Or just have a little bit of a spin on the exit through Henry's Bend. So that's going to be the area of the circuit that the drivers really need to be careful of. This part of the circuit here, whoa, suddenly big snap of oversteer. There's not as much grip around this part of the track as there was 3 corners prior, down through Garda and down through Sedda. That was well dealt with there by Ethan Saunders-Wilkes in the number 15. Ethan was the fastest driver within this group of drivers earlier on. So they all stay in their relative group. So if you're in Group A practice, you do Group A qualifying as well. So we'll see if Ethan can qualify through. At the moment, it's Charlie Wainwright in the number 98, who I'm just trying to work out where Charlie's going to be out on circuit. And as soon as I say that, the pole position holder changes, and it's now William Sparrow in the 178. Camera operatives have picked up Parkhouse there, the number 25, currently running in 3rd place. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes Reeve goes to the top of the timesheets, fastest at the moment on a 50.2.
Yeah, we're threatening those 49s already. A big oversteer moment for the 25 of Zachary Parkhouse. Does well to catch that, it must be said. And more beneficial to him is all of his rivals stuck behind him as well. They couldn't head around, so that attempt squandered at least for a few drivers. So we have to go around once more to push further on. Here is Saunders-Wilkes heading along. Nice bit of clean as we head down the Simon sweep. There's Thomas Hughes. There's Saunders-Wilkes as well. Nice bit of clean running. No major threats from any carts behind. Can just focus on trying to extend that still a minuscule gap to P2 at the moment. Heads through the final bend now. Really crucial run to get right. You want to carry that momentum all the way up the hill before you head into turn 1. And you don't want to compromise your next lap with a poor run through Sector 3 last time out. Having a look down the inside, it's a 1:35 there. As we have a few drivers going a little bit wide at turn 1. The old Buckmore turn 1 mistake, as well explained by Andrew Mather just a few moments ago. I have to say I've yet to actually drive at the circuit myself to make the mistake, because I probably wouldn't get up the hill. So probably for the best. Yeah,
I had a little bit of flashback to some of our events last autumn here, where a natural deterrent to track limits had formed out to drivers left with all the leaves. There are some leaves out there, but as I say, it's not been too windy here in preparations for this event. So there's a good amount of leaves there on the inside of the run down through Simon Sweep, but thankfully not on the driver's left through Henry's Bend. Talking of a Henry Wilkes has gone fastest, 49.919, and here Henry is. Looking for another quick lap here. He's just gone purple through sector number 2. So let's keep an eye on this time for the driver of the number 29. No, didn't quite get things right in the first sector. So whilst the second sector and the third sector were good, Henry Wilkes stays on a 49.9. Over the line there goes Charlie Wainwright, currently P9. Just outside the potential cut-off should relative position method be used. Spencer Wilds goes 18th. Zachary Parkhouse improves to a 50.053, holds in third place right now. Just a note as well on the points, Ethan Saunders Wilkes, by my tallying up of getting rid of the drops for a moment, probably looking at fourth place in the championship with a good day today. So can't win it, but still could get one of those tickets and those qualification paths to Genk, to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. So being second in this session at the moment is quite useful. Ethan Saunders Wilkes has just gone purple Reeve through the first sector. So this could be a good lap coming in from the number 15 as Charlie Wainwright there in the 98 improves to 7th place.
Yep, could indeed. The number 15 is just heading on to the next lap now. Doesn't like it was an improvement, in fact, for a... Sorry, no, it wasn't improvement, actually. It's still P3. Make that P4 with an... Oh, no, there we go. It was an improvement in the end. We got there eventually. 49.0 for Saunders Wilkes. That's a properly good lap in these conditions for the driver now leading this session. Heading through the first couple of corners now is Zachary Parkhouse. We watch down through the Syme suite. Running in P3 at the moment is Parkhouse. Apologies for the confusion there. I think our timing graph is a little bit behind at the moment, so I was rather perplexed as to how I'd accidentally begun time travelling. Either way, Thomas Hughes, we just watched head through the Syme sweep. 1 minute 25 left to go in this session now, so realistically only a couple more attempts available to some of those drivers who are positioned perfectly on this circuit. It's going to be another case of get those laps in as late as possible. As William Spower improves there to go a 49.1. Saunders Wilkes heads around once more. Doesn't quite improve, but is very consistent with another 49.0 on that last lap. And that was all done in Sector 1. Sector 2 and 3 were not quite ideal. And I get the feeling that's just because Saunders Wilkes is now in the midst of some traffic, as we do have a spin late on in the session. That's going to be yellow flags out through Spencer Wilds by the looks of things. Is going to be yellow flags out through Sector 1 and one of the final attempts. We've only realistically got one quick lap left for these drivers.
Yeah, so Spencer might still just get round and get over the line with a couple of seconds to go. But it's going to have to gather the thoughts pretty quickly out there. 29 seconds remaining on the clock, so anyone crossing the line now, this is going to be the start of their final lap. That was a big push from William Sparrow. It's actually in his first appearance in the Junior Lightweight South Championship for this year. So this would be very impressive to be straight through and into an A-tier race. He's got a good amount of experience as Sparrow. He's not a complete novice. Kira Boylan up to P7. Oh, that's a good lap time from Kira. Oh, just gets pushed out now by Jack Whitehouse, but both of them got across the line before the checker flag, which is out now. Spencer Wilds didn't make it, so stays 16th. Quam Camaldine goes up to P10. Daniel Archibald over the line as well, P12. Charlie Wainwright, I think, has missed out on qualifying through straight to the Pre-A final, stays P8. Henry Wilkes, P4, should be through. Who else is going to make it? Zachary Parkhouse has gone up to P4. That's a great response from Parkhouse right at the end of the session. Saunders Wilkes over the line, goes faster, 48.476. Wow. That's a lap time and a half from Ethan Saunders Wilkes, 6/10 clear of everybody else, and should be joined, if our assumptions are correct, by Thomas Hughes, William Sparrow, Ollie White, Zachary Parkhouse, Henry Wilkes and Jack Whitehouse in the top 7. At the moment, Christian Yordanov holds 8th place and, of course, is the fastest of those to finish their session in 8th place because he's the only one, but will probably get bumped out as the sessions go on. We've got to move on, though, because Cadet Group B, they're out right now. So, Group B qualifiers for the Cadet Lightweights. Here's the list of them in race number order. The number 23 of Layla Fitzgerald, the 24 of Luke Collins, the 38 of Oliver Renshaw, the 41 of Louis Davers, the 49 of Joshua Robinson, who was fastest in this group, at least provisionally, earlier on today. Jaden Baker, 51, 52 of Robin Shimon, the 53 of Cody Crudgington, the 54 of Charlie Gelb, the 58 of James Kahn, the 60 of Jack Horton, the 62 of Lucas Bailey, the 64 of Aman Rana, the 65 of Ayrton Lima Evans, the 67 of Theo Wright, the 72 of Joey Baines, the 76 of Zach Sharif, the 99 of Oscar Lang, the 103 of Jackson Burge, and the 104 of Rafa Malcolm on a first appearance in Club 100 South for 2025. Is one of two drivers, I believe, in that situation. The other one being Jack Clements, who we saw earlier on in the morning. In fact, it's not even morning anymore. We're past into the afternoon. The time is flying by. Who have we got in the comments? Are they behaving themselves, Reeve?
Of course they are. I expect nothing less. We have quite a few young drivers actually in the comments today. Hello to Karting with Reese, hello to Kabir Racing, all just showing their enthusiasm for Buckmore Park by the looks of things. Excellent. Which is more than understandable, isn't it? It's a fantastic place to go racing.
It's my favourite track.
Oh, you're gonna absolute just gonna go out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Very nice. Yeah. Oh, as we did have a driver running wide there.
That's the. Oh, it's Luke Collins. Oh, that's a little bit of a tricky. That's a really tricky area for Luke to recover the kart there. I think what's happened there is Luke's probably either spun and landed in that position, or found himself off the track pointing in the wrong way, pulled forward and gone. I maybe shouldn't have done that. But I think everyone's okay. That's the important thing. 8.5 minutes to go. Yeah, it's my favourite circuit. Just is.
Yeah, I have a feeling it'll probably be mine as well. As I say, I'm yet to drive it.
Really?
So there's an app post stream.
I just assumed you had.
No, I've never driven around here. We've got a post broadcast idea to go what I can spend my evening doing. I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure if we talk to Clint, we could work something out and get you in one of the Sodies.
Or stay tuned for this afternoon when all of a sudden we have wildcard driver. No,
you're too old. 8 minutes of this one to go. So early stages of it, 53.592 is the lap time at the moment. In fact, sorry, that's slightly. It's the same number. It's the same numbers, it's just in a slightly different order. But we've already gone quicker than what we saw in the whole of Group A. So this is why we're saying that we think the relative position method will be used for deciding who is where on the starting grids for the pre-finals later on. Because the track is continuing to ramp up. It would be unfair on those in Group A to say, right, here we go, it's absolute time method, because all the drivers in Group A would be at the back.
Yeah.
So Theo Wright has gone and put in a 53.592 to start off with. Cody Crutchington up to P2. Layla Fitzgerald goes fastest. Layla pretty quick this morning. She had a few excursions in terms of track limits that she'll need to tidy up on. But the underlying pace was there. Similar for Jackson Burge, I think, was pretty quick as well. P2 actually. So sorry. Cody Crudgington was fastest in this group of drivers earlier on. That must have been a really late on lap for Cody. Jackson Burge was P2. So it's those same kind of drivers coming up to the fore again. Jackson Burge currently fastest, 53.204. 6.5 minutes or less than that to go. And all looking pretty good there. I quite like these conditions as well. I think it really rewards the brave driver. You've got to be able to throw the kart at the corners, get those tyres working, get that heat in and that bite into a rewarding track surface here at Buckmore Park.
Yeah, absolutely. The braver you are, to an extent, it will reward you. And so you've just had a look at it there. I like that question coming in from aptly named Vroom. That's
Vroom,
a good name.
Yep.
Who says, I'm doing Club 100 next year. Fantastic. Yep. Which championship? Which championship are you running in, Vroom? What round should I do? Should I do all of them?
All of them.
All of them.
If you can. Yeah. If you can. Obviously, differing budgets. Summer always gets to be very busy. So, yeah, try and do as many as you can for next year. And do the test sessions. The test sessions can be really important for a new driver as well, particularly those at the start of the year. We are seeing some drivers running in this final round whilst it's a bit of a nightmare for commentators because it's like, oh no, new drivers, we weren't expecting this at the end of the season. I did it. I'm not going to lie, back in 2014 when I was getting ready for a 2015 full season assault, doing test sessions and some events late on, just to get a little bit of extra time in the kart at the back end of a season with no pressure as well, knowing you're not there to fight for championships, you're just there to learn. So track time in that first year is always the key, really. 4 minutes and 40 seconds this session to go. There's Ayrton Limmer-Evans. Ayrton was up for a chat again this morning, and it's currently P6 in this group. So again, top 6 we reckon will get you through straight into a pre-A race. Oh, penalty for now some track limit penalties are starting to come in now. Drivers have been told that it's a little bit up to them to monitor their own progress with the track limits. So to explain this one to folks in as succinct language as I can, there are so many track limit warnings coming in. The digiboard is not big enough to show them all. So they are still being logged. We can see them coming up on our screen. But the drivers, effectively, if they're not in tune with where the track limits are, they will find out after their third offence.
Yep.
And it'll be a penalty. So in terms of how many track limits violations you do, it's not changed. It is still, 3 strikes and you're out, basically. But the difference is they because you can only show like maybe 2 numbers on the digiboard at any one time. And the drivers have been told this in drivers' briefing. They're not going to be necessarily receiving those TLWs, which I agree with. There's been other events where I've seen this before, where it's making a call that means everybody knows where everybody stands. So just to be clear on that one. Layla Fitzgerald, Luke Collins, they both had track limit penalties, so they'll be demoted some positions in the group results. You never know, could be quite big today. If that's the difference between, say, a P5 and a P7 within your group, that's going to be the difference between making it through to a pre-A final directly or not. 2.5 minutes to go. Layla Fitzgerald goes fastest. 52.179. Clear by 0.3 at the moment is Layla. Joey Bates goes up to P2 with a 52.241. There is Luke Collins, always very distinctive in that bright green helmet. At the moment, Luke in 12th place over the line. This has looked like a better lap, and it is a 53.133, but stays there P12, which at the moment would be seeing Luke going through to a pre-B final, Reeve.
Very nice indeed. But yeah, just seeing the track evolution compared to the previous session times, that's why we're having this qualifying, well, not the qualifying format change, but how the results are recorded is changed. Hello again to Rumo asks, what's our favourite circuit apart from Buckmore and Wilton?
I'm going to go with Lid.
Okay.
Which we were discussing off air earlier. Oh, no, it wasn't off air. It was whilst we were reading the calendar out to pad for time. You've not been to.
Yes.
Lid's good. I like the tracks that are quick, got some quick corners and big stops on the brakes. So here's a good one for that, and Lid's another one. Luke Collins goes up to P11. Oscar Lang, wow, 51.860, and Oscar's not stopped there. Has gone fastest of anyone through sector number 1. So let's keep an eye on Oscar Lang, who there he is in the grey suit, has made pre-A finals so far this year, hasn't won one, so this could be really good for Oscar Lang. Cody Crudgington up to P5, Lang over the line, second sector hasn't been the best. In fact, Joey Bates has gone fastest now. So Joey Bates in the number 72, who I think is just towards the back of this group, has gone over the line. Yeah, he's right at the back of this group in the white helmet with the Union flag design on the back. Is currently now your fastest driver on a 51.787. The trouble is on this lap, Reeve, I think this group are all going to trip over one another now. This will be their final lap. So this could be an opportunity for someone like Theo Wright, perhaps, to gain. Theo's gone and set personal bests through the first 2 sectors. He's in sector number 3 now, in the number 67. Theo could be going through here. Goes up to P5. Drops Ayrton Limmer Evans out of the top 6. Checkered flag is out. Layla Fitzgerald over the line, P4. I don't think any of these drivers are going quicker at the moment, Reeve, so maybe the track has started to reach its plateau of speed at this level of air temperature, because I'm not seeing anyone shooting up the board right at the end of the session.
Oh, there we go.
That's a
bit
of aviation action there. I'm not going to try and pretend what plane that was. I'm not that much of an expert. I can only really tell my A400M Atlases apart from the Globemasters, because they fly over the flat all the time. But
and everyone's fallen asleep already.
Yes. Joey Bates, fastest in that group then, a 51.787. Ahead of Oscar Lang. Oh, Ayrton Limmer Evans just sneaked in there.
Wow.
To a P5. Now, why is that important? Because Ayrton was just outside the top 6. So Ayrton, I think you've just saved yourself there to get through to a Pre-A final directly. We're going to move on, though, because another group of juniors who are about to head out on track. On to our next group then, Junior Group B. Reeve, who do we have in this one?
Some big names once again. We got Bobby McGurr, number 1 plated car, so obviously we know what that means. Then we have Jamie Tyler Gooden, Tyler Masters, David Fernanda, Tom Sands, Owen Price, Charlie Graham, Don Balasitis, Morgan Humphreys, Max Sheldon Hayward, Finley Bennett, Jonathan Fuchsel, Alfie Swain, Keane Haynes, Leo Engels, Zayn El Tobshi, Yusuf Yakub, Chili Edwards, Ben Cosgrove, Reese Tyler, Dev Single, Robert Crawford, Henry Gorner, Aidan Marsh and Caleb Caulfield, completing the set of drivers heading out on track for this junior qualifying session.
So the time to beat, 48.476. You are very right, Reeve. There are some big names in that one. Particularly good to see Bobby McGurr back.
Yes.
We haven't seen Bobby since Rissington in this championship. And of course, won it last year, being the number 1. And of course, a former British indoor karting champion. Best of luck to anyone in the Club 100 community racing in that next week. Because the finals, I think I'm right in saying, apologies if I am incorrect, I'm sure the comments will swiftly correct me if I'm wrong, being held at Warrington again next weekend.
Not too far from yourself, actually.
Not too far from yourself, no. And I look forward to seeing the winners the following week at the British Karting Awards at Silverstone.
Yes.
No, sorry, that's 2 weekends after. Sorry, we've got a small case of... Hang on, I've got my weeks confused again. No, it is 2 weeks. Next weekend is BUKC qualifiers.
Yes.
Then the weekend after, it's the British Karting Awards. And being back here as well on the Sunday only for the senior sprints. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I've just got my calendar fixed in my head. I told you it's been a long season. But yes, all the BIKC winners, all being well, will be invited to Silverstone on Kartmania weekend for a big old shindig. Black suits, tie, dicky bows, all of that business, which I'll be very happy to see you at later on in the month. What are lap times looking like, Reeve? Are we going quicker than Group A already?
We're around about the same at the moment. 49.5 is what we've seen so far. There's been a few waved yellows, which means that drivers haven't been able to push on and get us those truly representative times. We aren't obviously seeing the same progression that we were seeing earlier on. It's unlikely we're going to see that again quite at the same rate. But now we're heading into the meat of this session. We should start to see those drivers with a bit of clean running able to get those properly fast times in. Robert Crawford currently leads us with a 49.5, the best overall lap time, and then Balasitis is a few tenths behind, 49.8. Fuchsel into the 50.4 second region as well. So only 2 drivers in the 49 so far. Well, I imagine, as we've mentioned already, once drivers get into that rhythm in this type of running, we will start to see some close competition heading into the final few laps.
There's the number 49 on your screens, Morgan Humphreys at the moment, having a bit of an issue down in 21st position right now. I'm sure he'll be looking to move up the order. Whoa, and does so, up to P3. Well, that's that issue fixed. From outside the top 20 straight into third place.
Matching Balasaitis this time to the 1000th.
This is one where, of course, we need to keep an eye on Jamie Tully-Gooden. It's not a problem. Still 6.5 minutes of this one to go and more. But at the moment, Jamie Tully-Gooden down in 16th place. I just got to get through to the A final for me, the pre-A final. Doesn't necessarily need to pole it, just needs to be there, and then maybe have to do a bit of overtaking later on in the races as Morgan Humphreys goes for a move there down the inside. Times are changing a lot here as there's a spin. Is that for the number 49? Oh, that's in a very tricky part of the course once again. It's getting a little bit rough and tumble out there in what is a qualifying session. 106 pulls to one side. That's Chile Edwards. Don Balasaitis to the top of the order again on the 48.253. Rob Crawford, Ben Cosgrove, Tom Sanders, Aidan Marsh, Charlie Graham and Cian Haynes at the moment would be the top 7. Jamie Tully-Gooden has improved here, but only up to P12. Here is Don Balasaitis. Don Balasaitis, to me, just look watching body language of a driver, he really seems fired up for this. Is in that title battle, is one of those 3 drivers very close on points, himself, Tully-Gooden and Jake Chapman. And it's basically winner takes all today with the difference in terms of points.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, Balasaitis poised. He's going to try and find a way past, I suspect, within the next couple of laps. He wants that clean running. Well, I think what we're seeing was a few of the skirmishes, shall we call them, in through Sector 3.
Yeah.
Is that drivers are trying to get in front of their pack. We have got a bit of pack running going on in this qualifying session where we've got groups dotted around the circuit. And drivers going side by side, heading into that final corner side by side. Doesn't necessarily go well when the drivers are trying to find their racing line. As we see Balasaitis having a brief glance around the outside heading into turn 1. Doesn't want to venture too far forwards into the leaf kind of litter, and stays back for the time being. Balasaitis might actually do well at this point in the session. Obviously, I am no driver. Do not take any advice in any way, shape, or form off me. But if he just drops behind the cart behind him, there's plenty of clean running just behind. There's a huge margin out on track where you can get a couple of laps in there at least. So drivers just needing to pick a nice bit of clean running, because as I say, in this session we've got some huge kind of groups separated out by massive amounts of tarmac.
We have indeed. Just over 4 minutes of this session to go. Jamie Tully-Gooden now looking all right, up to P3. As I say, doesn't need to pole this, just needs to get through and work from there. This is the stage of the season where drivers, if they've been at every single round, they're almost, of course they are racing the other drivers out on track on this day in history, but they are also racing themselves, their previous performances earlier in the season, looking to beat those performances to further their current championship tallies. In a way, Jamie Tully-Gooden, I always quite like having a bit more room to race into. It can be a bit of a millstone round your neck if you're a driver who's got top 5s in everything, but not necessarily many wins, because it just gives you less wiggle room. You've got to kind of go out there and I wouldn't say win or bin, but it does increase the pressure, whereas a driver who's got, like Jamie, good number of race wins already, but then some really not good days, that's when you get a bit more room to move into. 3 minutes to go in this one. Balasaitis fastest again on a 47.46. So we are quicker by 8/10 versus the first session. I think the track is starting to get to that plateau point now where the relative pace difference is diminishing, and maybe the lack of wind here today is not drying the top end of the circuit. Quick swap of the top 2 positions again. Balasaitis and Crawford looking good. Leo Engels, nice lap time there. Reeve up to P3, and Max Sheldon Hayward as well. Sheldon Hayward family here again, and Max is up to P4.
Yep, all looking pretty comfortable in the 47s at the moment, seeing purple sectors being traded throughout the top 5, realistically, all very close running. Your top 10 covers 12 drivers in this session so far. Sorry, no, your top 1 second covers 12 drivers. That was a bit of a brain meltdown, wasn't it? 2 minutes left to go in this session, and Balasitis is our leading driver. Morgan Humphreys jumps into that top 10 with a 48.0. You can see it is very close between Crawford and Balasitis, 800ths of a second rather, and there's a couple of tenths down to the next set of drivers. A couple of cone warnings coming in this time out as well. Now here at Buckmore, there aren't necessarily, you might be wondering, where are these cones? Well, we're looking at the barriers, the movable barriers here at Buckmore, and they classify as cones here at Buckmore. Much the same regulation, so you'll get a warning, then after that it will be a penalty and a telling off. Well, mainly a penalty.
Quick hello Ellis Cox. Hello Ellis, hope you're doing well, mate. I hear you've been doing some good stuff in other series, so that's a little bit tight out of Cafe Corner. Morgan Humphreys down the inside of, was that the 127 of Henry Gorner? Yes, it was. So Gorner currently P22. Max Sheldon Hayward improves to P2. But yes, come on down. If it's open gate. It is very busy.
It is, yes.
Very, very busy. If you're coming down and you're parking a car, public service announcements, please use the Paddock car park down the bottom. Don't try and park in the top car park as if it's a corporate event. That's full, namely with Alpha Live vehicles. Us divas of commentators need our parking spaces. Do not park down the access road down the side. That is so we can get ambulances and through. Obviously, we're not planning to, but you know what I mean. So if you're coming with a car, please park down the far end. Also, there's no reason really to park up at the top end because the cafe is only open down at the bottom.
Yes.
That's where the hot tea is. But should note that. Checkered flag is out. Is anyone improving? Ben Cosgrove's done a good job, up to P4 in the 107. So at the moment it's looking like going through. Where is Jamie Tiley Gooden? That is the driver I'm particularly interested in right now, Reeve. And Jamie Tiley Gooden is down in P9. Jamie Tiley Gooden needs to improve here to get up into that top 7. And at the moment, I don't think he's doing so. I'm just trying to track where is Jamie at the moment. Not seeing a sector time come in. Might already be over the line. We're keeping an eye out for the number 19. There is Balasitis. Balasitis goes faster. 47.233. Are we getting our first bit of championship drama here? I think we are. Unless Jamie Tiley Gooden is in this last group. No, I think that's it. Oh, now. Balasitis, Sheldon, Hayward, Crawford, Cosgrove, Sands, Engels, and Humphreys all through. El Topshi and Tiley Gooden and everybody else, unless something dramatic happens, for example, penalties coming into play that nudge JTG back into the top 7, I think our championship leader has missed out on directly qualifying for the Pre-A final. Now, could still get through, but will need to repecharge through from a Pre-B final, which on a day like today is not a given. That's our first bit of championship drama, Reeve Taylor.
That is indeed qualifying. Really not quite going the way as we do have some more general aviation on your screens. I believe that's a Cessna 172.
Okay.
Anyway.
I was going to use flight radar to confirm what it is. But yes, no, that's a bit of news.
That
then.
is, yeah.
Jonathan Fuxell, Aidan Marsh, Dylan Vanilla, Owen Price, Reese Tyler, Dev Singhal, all in the top 15. Yusuf Yakub, Charlie Graham, Alfie Swain, Tyler Masters. Bit of a surprise to see Tyler down there, P19. Kian Haynes, Finley Bennett, Henry Gorner, 22nd. We're into the pre-C finalists now. Chili Edwards and Caleb Caulfield. Oh, right. Well, the good news is for Dom Balasitis, that was a brilliant qualifying. Dom, you know, kind of other championship rivals aside, he's just got to get on with what he can control, and putting it on pole position and fastest of anyone so far, of these two groups so far. That's a really good job by Dom, but not done yet because Jake Chapman is still to go in Group C. Yeah, as I say, if you are free, do come on down to the circuit. Give the drivers your support.
I mean, if you come from afar, if you come, say, from like, I've come from Liverpool.
Yeah.
If you come from like that far, do it. I'll buy you a chocolate bar.
Oh, what a guy.
There you go.
There you go. But yes, I think we've got 2 more groups of qualifiers to go. So do keep tuned here. If you're enjoying the coverage, especially if it's your first time here, do click that subscribe button, the like button, and more. Share it with your families and friends. First likes drive of the day. Come on, everybody. You've got 156 of you watching right now. Can we get to 50 likes before the end of qualifying? So, yeah, that's your challenge. That needs 20 more likes. You've got Flight Radar.
Yeah,
what have
probably
we got?
won't get to 50 likes if I carry on like this. It wasn't a 172, it was a 152.
Question as well, who's leading the championship? Well, it depends on which way you cut it. We in the box, well, we'll go by the official scores that are on Alpha Timing. So that's taking in regards that each driver gets 2 rounds worth of drops. In layman's terms, that is 4 races across the season. So if we do that from the 7 rounds completed so far, so the best 10 from 14, Jamie Tyler Gooden has the lead on 1278, Dom Balasitis on 1275, Jake Chapman, on 1274. Those are the 3 drivers who mathematically can still win in junior lightweight, because all of those drivers have, of course, got a set of scores which are currently drops but could still be counting, if they didn't turn a racing lap here today. That's all for later. Right now, though, let's turn our attention once again to the cadets. Group C out now. So last group of qualifiers then for the cadets. Here is your list of competitors. Number 10, Ethan Guest, new cadet lightweight North champion. We saw Ethan take that one a couple of weeks ago at Warden Law. Charlie France, the number 11. Jude Puddifoot in the number 14, current championship leader. Just needs a nice, solid qualifying here and should be through into a championship winning position. Zane Perry, the number 16, the driver who very nearly won that North title 2 weeks ago at Warden Law. Andrei Vasyakov, the number 19, the number 20 of Tigran Grigorian, the 22 of Oliver Sanderson, the 30 of Leonardis Georgiou, the 31 of Felix Sheldon Hayward, another one of the drivers who could have won that title in the North 2 weeks ago but just missed out. The number 43 of Max Wainwright, the 46 of Benjamin Beresford, the 47 of Ethan Winter, the 57 of Timmy Shahini, the 68 of Phoenix Clements, the 69 of Harvey Dowler, the number 74 of Ryan Malik, the number 75 of Matthew Lederer, the 83 of Charlie Ledoux, the 87 of Lucas Homewood, and I think another new driver, the number 109, which is Oliver Catchpole. New to a stream that I've been working on. Has done 2 rounds earlier on in the season at Ella Park and Lid.
So we would have been broadcast at Ella Park in that case.
But I was elsewhere. Don't ask me where. I can't remember. The situation then in terms of championship points. So just to be clear here, this is where I start talking about guaranteed points. Jude Puddifoot, in terms of what's being shown on the web at the minute, has 1,290 points as the counting score at the moment. But Rissington, he is currently dropping one of those scores, which was a B final 5th place. Sorry, a pre-B final 5th place, and an 8th place at Shennington, also in a pre-final, but an A tier. So at the moment, if Jude, say, was to not run today, which isn't going to happen because he's out in this qualifying session, is currently fastest, those points would then start to come back into play. That would take his score to 1519. So that's what I call Jude's guaranteed score. Can't go lower than that
Yeah.
in terms of on-track performance. There's only one driver who can beat that score, and that's Ayrton Limmer Evans. And Ayrton could go 4 points beyond that to 1.523. So when we're talking about Jude and what he needs to do, this is why we're saying he just needs to get into the A final. Because if he gets into a pre-A final, that 5th place in a pre-B at Rissington, wheek it out the door, it's gone.
Yep.
And the gain in terms of number of points would be greater than that 4 point little buffer that Ayrton has in at the moment. So as long as Jude Putterfoot qualifies through in this top 6, in this session, and doesn't get disqualified from the meeting, which he's not going to do because Jude is not that kind of driver, he's looking pretty good for the championship. However, this is not an easy group, I think, to qualify through. Guest, Perry, Sheldon Hayward. 3 drivers who are all going to be up for it after 2 weeks ago at Warden Law. Harvey Dowler, we've seen be able to pull a performance or two out of the bag. Charlie France, we've been able to see pull a performance or two out of the bag. So when we're talking again about relative position methods and all of that business, getting in the top 6 here in a track that is continuing to dry, not at the same rate that we saw earlier, but it is still drying. It's no guarantee at the moment that Putterfoot gets through here to this pre-A final.
Certainly isn't. We've seen already with Tyler Gooden just in the previous in previous running where some unexpected twists and turns from conditions here at Buckmore today, as we see the number 11 there just running a little bit wide. Charlie France just picking his moment and waiting for a bit of clean running to continue on in this qualifying session. Currently being led by Putterfoot at 51.036. And then we've got a few in the 51s, actually. We've got all the way down to P10 before you're into the 52s there with Oliver Sanderson. 52 on the dot for their fastest lap, 2.000.
Charlie France, we had a chat with during the Paddock show, which you'll be able to see during the lunch break. Apologies, I called him Charlie Foster. I got my CFs wrong. But no, it was a good chat with Charlie ahead of this one. Looking to get on the podium again. Hasn't been a regular feature in the South Championship this year, but when Charlie has been out there racing, has been very competitive indeed. We also had a chat with Jude Putterfoot. Jude, since we last saw the Duck racing, I think this might be his last Club 100 race. The reason why I say that is Jude won the Saudi World Series a few months ago. I want to say at Campillos. Henry Baudet will remind me where, because he was commentating on it. And Jude won. And he got a test day with the Saudi Kart Works team at one of the best tracks in Europe, Franciacorta, in an OKNJ. So to the uninitiated, that's the OK category at the top of single gear karting, or the highest platform. And then the N is the national level, slightly tuned down from the very top things that you see your Joe Turneys and you know, Backlins and all of them racing. And Jude had, as a prize for winning the Saudi World Series, got to test with the Saudi Works team. To put that into context, that is a bit like, let's say, a car national race that does Brands Hatch, Oulton Park, Silverstone, these things like that, suddenly being invited to test a Formula One car. That's the level of step that we saw from Jude, and he performed very well. So I think we're going to see Jude in Simona racing next year because he's shown that he's got the talent. So yeah, but we see. Let's see if he can seal this championship first of all. Harvey Dowler has gone fastest. The coolest shades in the business have got the speed here today. 3.5 minutes to go, Reeve. At the moment, a 50.811 is the benchmark to beat.
Yeah, found a couple of tenths there, did Dowler, just on that previous lap. No one else able to really challenge in that kind of time at the moment. Not seeing very many personal best sectors out there. Everyone is looking like we might have, as we mentioned already, the track kind of plateaued. It's been a bit grey for the past kind of hour or so now, so maybe temperatures beginning to disappear potentially. so conditions not quite improving.
I think what it is, bottom end of the circuit is now dry on that racing line. You're not going to get much more difference in performance out there. The top end of the circuit, though, is still slippery, but similarly, I don't think this part of the circuit has got much more to give in terms of further drying out. And if you get off that line, it gets very, very tricky indeed as Tigran Gregorian goes fastest. 50.473. Sorry, no, that's Jude Pudderfoot's time to take him back to the top of the order. A 50.757 for Tigran. I'm just going to refer to my notes, Reeve. Yes, so Tigran has made pre-A finals before, but not since Clay Pigeon.
Wow,
not
okay.
since round 4. So this could be a best qualifying in quite a while for the driver of the number 20.
Absolutely, and right as I say, we're not seeing much progression. It's Pudderfoot and Gregorian who find a few tenths here. That could make a big difference. Let's see if the rest of the pack are able to replicate that as we head into the final few attempts we're going to see in this session. Now, no improvement for Zane Perry that time around. Likewise, Gregorian does actually improve to go 50.757 that time around, up into second. Felix Sheldon Hayward jumps into P5 ahead of Vashikov. And we head around the tricky turn 1 once more. We are looking at the number 14 here of Jude Pudderfoot leading this session at the moment. That last lap was actually personal best, improves and extends that gap out in front, a 50.312. That's a comfortable margin that Pudderfoot now maintains to the pack near as he tries to egg his kart on just a little bit more, heading down towards the final part of the lap. Not too much more to be gained, I don't think, running down that hill already. As we see the number 20, Tigran Gregorian, just going a little bit wide as we run through. Garda there off the track, has to abandon that attempt and give it another go as we head on to the start-finish straight once more.
I like that from Jude. That's what winners do. Yeah. They're never satisfied with what's happening out there. 49 seconds on the clock, so I reckon for all of these, this will... I don't know, some of them might still get over the line with about a second or two to go. There's Felix Sheldon Hayward in the bright orange race suit, kart number 31. At the moment, is just in, if we're right in saying relative method is going to be used here. Perry, Guest, Dowler and Gregorian would all be going through as well with Jude Pudderfoot, of course. Oliver Sanderson up to 8th place. Last time around on a 51.294. Oliver Catchpole, P11. Good start there for Oliver as we have a look at the number 20. And that is Tigran Gregorian. So, last few seconds on the clock. Some of these will get over the line, but I think some of them are going to see the checkered flag over the line. Oh, Pudderfoot just got over the line there. That must have been with like half a second to go. Felix Sheldon Hayward also got over the line. Max Wainwright is the first one over the line, P4. Oliver Catchpole's got up to P5. That's a great performance from Oliver Catchpole. 2 appearances earlier on in the season, both in the pre-C final at this stage of the day. Has Oliver Catchpole just provided a bit of a surprise there and gone up into those pre-A ranks? Yeah,
very nice progression there. Ethan Guest improves to P5, 50.83 late on as well. Still a few karts out on this track. Let's see, can we get anyone else a late charge potentially? Number 16, number 69 coming across the line there. Here we go, side by side, 74 and 75. Nice improvement there for Leonidas Georgiou, up into P6 there with a very late run of 50.963. But all looking pretty quiet after that when all is said and done. That's your cadet lightweight Group C qualifiers bringing their session to an end. Pudderfoot takes the charge.
We'll take a very short break because the next group, the last qualifiers, juniors, out now. Time for our last time qualifying of the day. Reeve Taylor, who have we got out in this one?
Juniors back out on track. Again, we got Oliver Wilde, Finley Dunleavy, Ben Richardson, James Lockhart, Harry Jones, Archie Bullard, Dan Treadwell, Bradley Brown, Andre Stoyan, Omar Matthew, Jamie Tucker, Daniel Lezensky, Aaron James, Jonas Klimas. Then we have Jack Adcock, Zach Watson, Oscar Joy, Anthony Roberts, Daniel Varlan, Max Daniel, Taylor Webb, David Suxvarkas, Dave Chapman, Leo Stavru and Oliver Coe completing the final bit of qualifying that we are going to have for the running today. We are full course yellow at the moment, so if you're wondering why the outlaps aren't looking like they're going very quickly indeed, that's because everyone needs to maintain a nice, steady, safe pace at the moment, while the marshals likely do some work out on track to make sure that the track is good and safe to go racing in a little short while, and obviously get some good laps in for qualifying as well. So full course yellow at the moment. No one is going to be pushing on. No one's going to be putting fast laps in and improving. At least we hope not. They shouldn't be, because it is a full course yellow condition. And we see while the drivers are under these conditions, already they're thinking ahead. They're realising, yeah, conditions not the best. The weaving heading through and in to Garda here as they try to maintain some temperature in the tyres before we do go and get those qualifying laps in, because they want to hit the ground running off the block with as much temperature in the carts as possible and ready to get those fast laps in. As we have seen, it can be very cut and dry. It can be very close quarters in terms of those fast laps. We are trying to have a gander and see what is causing the full course yellow. We've got a fantastic viewpoint from this comms box, as I say. We've got the windows out to look at the circuit. We've also got the world's largest cinema screen in front of us as well to get a really good look at what is going on out there. We have gone green now. Full course yellow comes to an end. We've got a bit of a pack forming up, but after that separates out, we're good to go qualifying properly.
Yeah, I think it was Taylor Webb may have had a small incident. I say small because Taylor is now circulating round, but that first lap took 2 minutes and 3 seconds. So
that would suggest.
I think that's what our problem was up in sector number 1.
Although, purple sector 3.
Purple sector number 3, but well, yes.
A 1 minute 29 sector 1 slightly balances it out.
Yeah, it's that can be an improved time later on in this session. So, 8 minutes then. Still plenty of time for these drivers to get their laps in. And as we say, the lap time to beat is a 47.233 for pole position overall. Now, the other thing that we should note in this one is that this is the category where we've been talking about top 7. Now we will talk about top 8. Because if this group is quicker, which in theory it should be, the driver in 8th place in this group will be the fastest of those who finished 8th in... Oh, Jake Chapman's facing the wrong way. What has happened there? Out of Henry's Bend. That was very strange indeed. Gets going again now. Well, I'm not quite sure what to think of that one. Just to go back to that point about 8th place. You'll have 3 drivers who finished 8th in their relative groups. The 8th place driver in this group should be the fastest of those 3, so we'll get the 22nd and last automatic spot to go through to the Pre-A final behind everybody who finished in their relative top 7s. Jake Chapman, I think, just trying to get a bit of space. I don't think there's necessarily a problem there for Jake Chapman. Jake Chapman has got to get through to the Pre-A final, though, for me, Reeve. We've seen Jamie Tyler-Gooden potentially being a bit of bother. We've seen Don Balasitis definitely get through. So, really, Jake Chapman has got to mark the results of Balasitis if he wants to win this championship.
Absolutely, and as you say, looks like it just held back there. Really smart play potentially by Jake Chapman. Only 6 minutes left in this session, given that full course yellow. I can't quite see in that amount of time potentially a pack surrounding him at any point. So if he's able to get some clean running in from this point, it could be a really good progression, as we now have a new leader of this session, constantly changing, Leszensky 47.8.
We do. I'm just going to take a bit of a moment to give you some news, ladies and gentlemen, from that Group B qualifying in this category. We had 2 exclusions. One was Tyler Masters for being underweight. Another was Ben Cosgrove for stopping on circuit during qualifying and interfering with another driver's qualifying lap. Why is that important? Well, one, it puts those 2 drivers to the back of the grid for the Pre-C final. But secondly, it promotes Jamie Tyler-Gooden to P8 within his group. And now, where this next train of thought is going, Reeve, so now we're going to be looking at whether 8th place in this group is quicker than a 47.854. That was the time that Jamie did. If it's not, Jamie will get through, by our understanding, into the Pre-A final. This is talk about squeaky bum
Oh,
time
yes.
for your championship leader. But that is news that we've had from race control, from the race officials. 2 exclusions from Group B qualifying. One of them was a driver faster than JTG in that group, which gives a little glimmer of hope that the championship leader could still qualify through directly into the Pre-A final. Could still get through, of course, by repechage through the Pre-B final. But I think at this stage of the season, you just get through. Just get through with the least amount of worry, the least amount of risk as possible. Meanwhile, other championship contender, Jake Chapman, goes fastest, 47.044. Not that time around. The lap before that is at the top of the order. So has got himself in a bit of space. I like this tactic from Jake. Gets himself in a bit of clean air. No messing around with other drivers out there and getting in a bit of traffic. In conditions like this, just play your own game.
Absolutely, yeah. Could pay dividends for him later on into this session. Going back to that previous junior ring that we did see, another interesting element that we saw, Morgan Humphreys did take a cone penalty.
He did.
So, not quite sure where they finished in the end, but it just adds that extra bit of intrigue, as you say. And
so Morgan dropped, I think, 1 place. So it's still in that top 7.
So still hasn't
Morgan's
moved around.
fine. If we're, on this assumption of us just here in the box, we will have it confirmed in due course that relative position method will be used. 3.5 minutes to go in this session, Reeve. Who's looking quick out there?
Well, as we mentioned, Chapman is controlling things very nicely. Luzensky, closest driver at the moment, currently running in P2. Zach Watson has just improved to go P3, the 47.390. Yellow flags are being waved through Sector 2, though, so we'll make sure that no drivers are improving at this moment in time. That means there will be fewer opportunities heading into the final few qualifying runs in this race day's worth of running.
Very quickly, news from Cadet. Relative position method has been used.
Yeah.
So everyone who qualified in the top 6 within their group initially is in the top 18. Why do I say initially? Because then place penalties come into effect, mainly for track limits, which means even though Theo Wright was in the top 6 in Group 2, you drop your positions within the merged classification. So he was 17th, he's now 19th, so goes into the Pre-B final. All of those results are available over on results.alphatimer.co.uk/CLUB100. They're all there. Zach Watson goes fastest in this group with 2 minutes to go, 47.028, and that is pole position within the whole group, within the whole class. So we've gone quicker than Group B now by 0.2 of a second. Jake Chapman still there in second. Luzensky, Klamas, Roberts, Wild and Treadwell at the moment all going through. And let's just keep monitoring. I know I keep going back to it. That JTG time, 47.854. At the moment is in. So Daniel Varlan in 8th place in this group has a 47.967. That is slower than what Jamie Tiley Gooden did in Group B. So right now, championship leader is going through to a Pre-A final, but by about 1/10 of a second, Reeve Taylor.
It is very close, and as you say, Andrew, you just want that little bit more of a comfort blanket almost before you head into these
and the
final
comfort
rounds.
blanket's gone.
Yeah.
The comfort blanket's gone. There was a lot of personal bests that time around. It's moved around a bit. James Lockhart is up to P4, Dan Treadwell up to P5. Oliver Wilde is now the stakeholder of P8 in this group, and it's a 47.597. So it really, really is looking tough now from the qualifying sessions for Jamie Tiley Gooden to go through. If you wonder why we're making such a big thing of this, that is your championship leader in a very, very tight championship race going into this final round. There's the number 47 of Dan Treadwell briefly on your screens, running well up to what was P6 is now P7 because Anthony Roberts goes up into the top 3. This will be the last lap for all of these drivers. Bit of a job to do here for Dan Treadwell. He's on the bubble there in that number 47 machine.
Is the 20 seconds left to go then. Very close pack forming up here as Zach Watson had some fantastic rhythm over the past few laps. Is currently going for a purple sector 1 as well. He's in the midst of this close running that we're seeing now, heading through and into sector 3. still looking to improve as well. But we're looking onto the Symes sweep now as we see Treadwell heading on down through, only separated up to P1 by about 0.3 of a second. The checkered flag is now waved. Zach Watson does improve a 46.593. That is a fantastic lap there from the man who now leads this group. Jake Chapman, though, is on a charge at the moment. Takes purple sector in sector 2. Let's see what he can do as we head across the checkered flag line there. It is only going to be P2 for Jake Chapman in the end, but it was certainly very close. Only 7/10 of a second, rather, separating those two drivers.
And I tell you what, it was the first sector for Zach Watson that's done that. That purple sector number 1 was 1/10.5 quicker than Chapman's. Personal best through 2 and 3. So in the end, it was 0.061 of a second that gives Zach Watson pole position, not just within the group, but within the class. Fastest of anyone. We were expecting the fastest lap time to come from this third and final group. That is exactly what has happened. Zach Watson has a very good chance to beat what is currently his best result of the year of a third. That was back at Ella Park. So it's the cameras. Zach Watson likes running in front of the cameras. A 3rd and 6th on that day down in the south east. And, well, we'll start, provisionally at least, the pre-A final from pole position. So just to be clear, we do reckon relative method is going to be used. It's been used for the cadets. I think it would be the same for the juniors. Everybody's will then be put into a qualifying classification, which at the moment would have your top 7 drivers in each group running through positions 1 through 21. The fastest 8th place driver going to P22. Those provisionally will be the top 22 drivers who will proceed through to the pre-A final. But then penalties will be applied for track limits and the like. So there is still a chance that if you're one of those drivers who in the provisional order, 23rd, 24th, 25th, you might just sneak back in. And if you don't, they'll then start at the front of the grid for the pre-B final. Similar about 2/3 of the way down for the pre-B to pre-C transition. We'll take a break here in terms of talking live. We will be back. We're due to be back on track in 30 minutes' time for the pre-C final. So without ado, let's play you the Paddock Show, recorded earlier on today.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Paddock Show for the final round of the Club 100 Cadets and Juniors South Championship. I am Reeve Taylor and joined today by Mr. Andrew Mather. How are you, Andrew?
I'm good, although I'm slightly perplexed because it's really, really mild. I was fully prepared for Buckmore, November, woolly hat, big coat, all the rest of it, but it's quite lovely here. I mean, it's a little bit damp, but I quite like that for the drivers. It, you know, gives them a bit of a challenge, but no, it does feel weird. It should be about 10 degrees colder, and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly pleasant for us as it stands at the moment. As you mentioned, a little bit damp, a little bit greasy here this morning. We're doing our time travel thing, so you're seeing this in lunchtime when the drivers have already been out for some qualifying sessions and some practice. So by the time the racing kicks off after this show, it should hopefully be a little bit better conditions for them. But be good to go and get some thoughts on some of these drivers as to how their morning shaped up so far.
Absolutely. I think we head over there because I could see some of our cadets are lining up. So I think we got Charlie Foster, Zane Perry and Jude Pudderfoot coming in. So we'll have a little chat with them. Good morning. How are we doing?
I'm doing good.
Have you been out yet?
Yes, but it's wet, so.
How much of a challenge is that at this time of year?
It's just cold, so there's no grip. And then the wet's just, I hate the wet.
And what's the aim for the day? What kind of position would you be happy with at the end of it?
A podium I'd be happy with, because I'm trying to get 100% podium record in the South, because I've only done 2 rounds. Yeah, so podium.
And back next year?
Yeah, for juniors.
Good stuff, good stuff. We'll see you later on. Zane, come on in. Zane, I think the first question we've got to ask is what happened at Warden Law that last lap with Ethan. It was really entertaining for us in the box, but I'm sure for you it was an agonising moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just that the time came out, like the time ran out. So then when I had to go for the move then and there. If I didn't, there wouldn't be enough time because there's no other overtaking opportunities on the track. So when I went for the move, I spun it.
So going into today, putting that disappointment behind us, what's the game plan?
Just send it.
And do you reckon this track's going to dry up today, or is it going to stay a bit greasy?
I think it's going to, the back end is going to stay greasy, but all of this area is going to be dry. So it's going to be mixed conditions.
Good insight. Jude, come on in. Now, we're very, very proud of this young man because outside of Club 100, this young man won the Sodi World Series. And I'm actually going to go a little bit off-piste first, Jude. How was sampling, am I right to say it was an OKNJ at Franciacorta? Big track in Italy, lots of power. How was that?
Yeah, it was very fun as it was a lot different to everything else that I've done, and it was a big shock of how much more physical and fast it is, but it was really fun overall.
And I should have explained for you folks at home, that was a prize that Jude won as a result of winning the Sodi World Series to test with the Sodi Works team, working with those guys as well. I mean, right at the top of the sport, you know, a team that were winning KZ World Championships the week before at the same circuit that you were driving at. What was it like working with those guys?
Yeah, it was really good. They were just a lot better than I expected. I expected them to be good, but they were way better than I would have thought, and they were amazing.
Now, to keep JV happy, how big a part was Club 100 in getting you ready for that and going on and winning those races and getting that prize?
I would say it's helped a lot because it's helped me step up from obviously like lower racing at my local track. It's helped me step up to get in faster karts first and build up racecraft, and it really helped for out there.
And now the business of trying to win another championship here today. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty fit. I'm feeling pretty confident. So I'm pretty sure I only have to get in the A final to secure it. So I'm just trying to get a decent quali just to try and secure it, and then just battle it out for the rest of the day.
Well, best of luck, Jude. And once again, we're very proud of Jude's achievements this year. Reeve, who have you found?
I found Mr. Vinnie Cunningham. We wanted to have a chat with him back at Ella Park and get a moment to, but I'm glad we are able to do so today. How are you doing, Vinnie?
Good, thank you.
Cracking stuff. So, caught up with you last, as I say, in Ella Park. Tell us about your championship since then. How's it looking heading into this final round?
So it's looking all right. I'm hoping for top 10. I've had quite a lot of bad luck, I would say. My best part of the season, probably third at Clay, and I've come 6th at Ella and then 7th in the pre at Leeds. Today, been quite quick. I was quickest in the pre-test and then I was third in my practice. So I'm quite happy with that. Hopefully can keep pace going into quali.
Fantastic stuff. This will be going out just after qualifying. Obviously, we're looking forward to see what you guys are going to be doing out there today. The conditions at the moment, pretty damp and greasy. What are your thoughts kind of a Buckmore Park like this at the moment?
It's definitely very slippery, but once you get used to it, it's really fun. Because I've driven these karts before in the wet, and like how it was then, it was really fun. So, and it's really fun again. It's hard to get used to it, but again, when you get used to it, it's really good and can be really quick with it as well.
Lovely stuff. Do you reckon you could give us a count as to how many times you've raced at Buckmore Park over the years?
This is actually my only second time here. My first time here was with Club 100 last year for my first ever round, and then I'm back here again for my second time.
Well, you seem perfectly confident, given that it's only your second time. Wish you all the best of luck. Who have you got supporting you today?
My dad, some of my family as well have come down, and my friends as well.
Brilliant stuff. Glad to hear it, Vinny. Have a fantastic day's worth of racing and enjoy yourself out there.
Thank you.
Cracking. Let's see. Have we found anyone else, Andrew?
We have. Let's have a quick chat with Jackson Burge. I'll go on the outside so the camera can get a good look, Jackson, at all of your lovely sponsors. Who have you got to thank?
So I've got Adam Callister, Sussex County Force One, Howden's Joinery and DJK Roofing.
Very good. Out here at Buckmore Park today, a little bit greasy out there. It's not going to be the easiest track conditions. Are you ready for it?
Very excited.
And how would you summarise the season as a whole? I know you've been doing a fair amount of racing this year. Have you enjoyed it again in Club 100?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm 19th in the championship.
And what would you be happy with the result-wise today? I know you want to make that A final. Do you reckon you can get top 10?
I think I can get top 10 because that's what I hope and that's what I want.
Good stuff. We'll let you get ready because I think these drivers are not too far away from heading out on circuit. I'll just step back across so I'm out the way. Actually, let's head further down the grid. The grid is being cleared. Just whilst these drivers are getting themselves in the zone, Reeve, you've got a bit of experience around this circuit in damp, wet, cold conditions because you're a BUKC grad. Although, as I say, it's, compared to normal BUKC time of year conditions, it's very, very good here today. What will the drivers, do you think, be thinking through in the next minute before they go out?
They'll be probably trying the best to get a good feel for the circuit. There's some really technical, fantastic parts of this circuit. The run down to goal, the run down to the bottom end of the circuit. But in conditions like this, you don't quite know how the track's going to behave immediately and how the kart's going to behave as well. As we say, as we head into the racing this afternoon, things should be looking a little bit good, but you never know. It's Buckmore. It's got its own little microclimate. Anything could happen in between now and then.
And we often talk about it at this time of year as well. Obviously, we're in the middle of autumn, that you get moisture in the trees. So say with one of our drivers saying earlier about how it's almost a split circuit. The bottom end, a lot more open. The wind comes through. It does dry out this bottom end of the circuit a lot quicker. Top end, where you've got the shade, that won't be as much of a problem today because we're still like kind of not long after the clocks have gone back, but still with a lot of leaves on the trees. If there's any moisture in there, it does hold that moisture a little bit higher up at the top end of the circuit. I do want to have a quick chat with JV, if that's okay. If you've not spotted, registrations for 2026 opened at the start of this week. There's already been a lot of entries coming in, but if you want to be on the grid for 2026, get your entries in now because the places, once again, JV, are going like hotcakes.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm good.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Do you know what? I can't believe we're at Buckmore Park, final round, November. What's it normally like, Andrew?
It's normally 4 degrees and it's at least 14 today.
Absolutely, and wet. And we've had a slippery track this morning. It's slowly drying out. And I think we've got a nice dry forecast for the rest of the day, indeed the weekend. So all good, mate.
Now, I got a text yesterday that something quite momentous has occurred for you personally and professionally. Are we allowed to talk about it?
Oh, Andrew, don't. No, it's embarrassing. We can maybe a bit further down the line.
Maybe we'll leave that one for now. The sun's coming out. What is going on here today? How's prep looking for 2026? It's the end of what's been a very busy season for you and the team. 30-plus events across the course of the year. And it's only growing more and more next year with the North Championships number of events going up.
Yeah. 39 race weekends this year, if you include BUKC, of course, which generally run midweek, but it adds up to 39 race weekends. Next year, with the 2 extra Northern rounds, we're adding on 7-round championship for the Northern next year. That's 41 race weekends. I don't think I can go any further than that, Andrew. I think that's going to be it after that. But yeah, we're very busy. It's looking great, actually. And yeah, I feel quite humbled. The amount of registrations that have come in for next year have been phenomenal. I mean, what I really love is the amount of repeat customers coming back. Everybody coming back, you know, it's really great. Of course, a few moving up to owner-driver. That's what it's all about. We're part of the Motorsport UK pathway, and it's all about pushing people up that ladder, giving them the right information, giving them all the tips and advice to make sure they're going in the right direction when it comes to owner-driver racing and remaining with Motorsport UK, obviously, with all the bells and whistles.
I was going to say that particular highlights for me this year in terms of that regard are seeing drivers like Jacob Underhill, Blake Southern, his performance at Kartmasters really surprised a lot of people. CLUB100 clearly giving that platform for drivers to levy themselves up.
Absolutely, mate, definitely. Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Good stuff. We'll leave you to it. We've got another set of drivers heading on in. I've lost Reeve. This is why I need to change the kit colours for next year from black to something that's not black. Reeve, who have you found?
I haven't ventured far, Andrew. I've found Jamie and Tyler as well. How are you both doing, gents?
Good, how are you?
Very good, thanks.
Very good indeed. So we found some of our junior drivers. You haven't been out on track yet. Is it the same for you as well, James?
Been out on track yet.
Fantastic stuff. So you're looking forward to it? You're going out in just a few minutes?
I'm going out in the C, practice C, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well.
Going out in a minute in the Bs, near the fronts. Hopefully get used to the track and see how it goes, really.
What are you expecting from Buckmore then today? Obviously a little bit damp, a little bit greasy out there today. Looking forward to it? Looking forward to the challenge?
Yeah, I'm hoping for top of Bs, really. It's been pretty B final season, really, most of it. So hopefully at the front of that today. Then we'll see it.
And yourself?
I'm hoping for top of A's, because last round, I don't know why you're laughing, mate. You've been in B's all session, so I won't get too cocky. Yeah, top of A's, hopefully top 10. I want to finish on a high last round, so I'm looking forward to it.
And I suppose it's really important at this stage of the season to have a really good round because you carry that confidence into the next season as well, don't you? And you kind of build on that as a driver.
Yeah, of course you do. Like I said, not too sure yet if I'm going to do it next year. Definitely looking into it. But yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you back for next season. And yourself?
Same as him. But I think if you've got a good last round, then it carries over for the practice and testing next round. So hopefully next year's all good as well. So, yeah.
Well, wish you both the best of luck, gents. Have some fun out there and enjoy some running. Right.
I think it's time to jump some parents. I'm going to go over to the cafe and see who we can find, because we do like talking to the parents to kind of give their impressions on what the championship is like and what it's about. I say we're going to jump on Theo Thomas's family, but not on Theo, because we're going to talk to the parents. You are parent number one of the day to be jumped upon. How's our driver got ready for this morning? What have we fed him for breakfast?
What have we fed him? So we actually had breakfast in the hotel this morning. Yeah. So we had not very good Cocoa Pops, and then a bit of bacon, hash brown, and a banana.
What do you think about Club 100?
Yeah, it's been good. He's been doing it now for a couple of years. We were just talking this morning actually with some of the parents, some really good, like, fun memories. As with all racing, there's ups and downs, aren't there? But yeah, no, it's been good, hasn't it? You've enjoyed it?
Yeah.
And what would you say to anyone looking to get involved for next year? Any tips?
Yeah, I think come with an open mind, prepare for the ups and downs of the day. I think they need to be these young lads and ladies need to be very resilient throughout the day. There's a lot that can go in their favour and a lot that can go against them. But yeah, no, we've progressed from BIKC, haven't we, into Club 100, so done the outdoor arrive and drive, and it's been a great experience, hasn't it, mate? Yeah.
Good stuff. Theo, for yourself as well, that's actually a good point about BIKC, because I know their national finals are coming up in a couple of weekends' time. Or is it next weekend? Something soon. How has that kind of helped you? Because obviously there's that growing partnership or continuing partnership between BIKC and Club 100.
Yeah, that obviously helped because that was when it first ever introduced me into Club 100, because we were there, I think it was 3 years ago now, and that was my first national final, and obviously Club 100 are there, and then we spoke to them and then came here 3 years ago.
Have you been out yet today, or you?
Been out twice now, had good sessions, yeah.
And how's the track feeling?
Yeah, it's feeling good. It's a bit wet at the minute, but hoping it'll dry up by the races this afternoon.
Is a damp, wet Buckmore something that you've experienced before, or is it a bit of a new challenge?
I haven't experienced it in damp, but I've experienced it in...
Really wet?
Yeah, really wet.
And as I always ask this question to drivers, what's the target for today? What would you be happy with in terms of a result?
I'd probably want top 5 in A, but I'd be happy with top 10.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that one. Theo, thank you very much. And Team Theo Thomas, right, I've lost him again. Where I say we're going to put him in bright green next year to see who we can find. I found him, and I think Reeve's got another driver.
I have indeed. I'm here with Robert. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm good today, yeah. You too?
Very well indeed, thank you. We're enjoying some slightly mild conditions here at Buckmore today. What do you make of them?
Well, last week I was here for experience and it was slightly wet there, but not wet enough. But it started drying up really quickly. This time it stayed a bit greasy everywhere, so it might be different today. But yeah, I don't really know what it's going to be like, so I'll find out.
So as I've mentioned a few times, we record this before qualifying, so you're going to head into those short stints, short laps, get as fast of a time as you can in. Obviously, it might be a little bit different when it dries up for the racing later on. So you're looking forward to the final round today?
Yeah, I am, and it's going to be my last at South actually. So yeah, the youth championship. So yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good one.
Fantastic stuff. We'll have a really good day out there. I know I kind of grabbed you while you were trying to head into Paddock, so have some fun out there today and a good bit of racing as well. Let's see who else we can find. It is a remarkably busy Buckmore Paddock, as ever, but particularly so today. I mean, yeah, just look at the onlookers grabbing some food, some very good food here on offer at Buckmore Park, I must say, from various locations.
I think we go back into the mixer and talk to some drivers. I'm really interested to see how this, I know we've asked a couple of drivers already, but how the track's feeling. Now, should note as well, just for when we get to racing, track limits are going to be a hot topic today. So I think a few drivers just being reminded about that in these practice sessions to keep it within the white lines. I do like this circuit, Reeve, from a safety perspective. A few years ago, they did put a lot of the tarmac runoffs, which I think helps drivers perhaps a little bit less experienced. But on a day like today, when it is a bit greasy out on circuit, particularly at the start of the morning, is what we're filming this at about 11 o'clock. A lot of drivers are running wide, particularly up around the top end of the circuit coming out of Cafe. So they are going to need to be careful of that. Because it's very, very easy to rack up your three strikes and out, as it were, and all of a sudden it's like, oh dear, I've been inventing my own circuit a bit and now I've got a penalty. So it's good that, in a way, that drivers are doing that in this practice session, because it means they're learning and they won't, fingers crossed, do it later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Get it all out the way now, and then we can have some nice, clean racing later on in the afternoon. That's what we want.
There's a driver here I think is keen for an interview, so we're going to jump on them to have a little interview. Introduce yourself for the cameras and the folks at home. What's your name? Where are you from? Yeah. Have you been out yet so far today?
Karting number 82, Jonas Klimas from Dagenham. Haven't been out yet. I'm Group C, so
Dagenham. So you're quite local to this circuit then. So have you driven it before in other machinery?
In other machinery, yeah. It's one of my favourites at least.
And what's good about a Buckmore park?
I think the flow and elevation, definitely. I mean, it's quite fun to drive it. It's also quite scary at the same time.
I say it's an old school circuit in places. It's a real driver's test. How have you prepared for today? Have you been watching old footage?
Yeah, I watch last year's broadcast as well, and just like other CLUB100 broadcasts, just to get a feel for the racing, because I haven't been out in these karts since 2023. So
you got a bit of catching up to. Does that mean the new Dunlop tyres? I'm now having a bit of a history lesson in my head. Have you sampled the Dunlop tyres before on these karts?
I'm not sure when they were introduced, but if they were introduced last
year... Okay, so 2 minutes, juniors, 2 minutes.
That's a loudspeaker, we'll move away from that. So it's a bit of learning to be done before we get racing today.
Oh yeah, with the wet, it's not going to be that easy as well. I mean, Buckmore, it's always wetter up there than it is down here, so...
I say you've got that local knowledge. We'll talk to you later. I do want to actually have a little... In fact, no, because Reeve's got a whole... He's very popular today. Reeve, who have you found?
I found Andrew, the usual suspects. You know them well at this point. They always find their way onto an interview. Why don't you introduce yourself to the stream?
I'm Ollie, still.
I'm Marcus.
Max.
And I'm Will. Thank you very much, gents. So, we've just been talking about all the conditions, all of the fun goings on with track limits, etc. here at Buckmore Park today. What do you make of the conditions so far?
I don't like the wet anymore.
Falling out with it. Why is that?
Just not been having the best morning. Normally it goes well. Today it's not been going well. Just need to get on top of it a bit better than what I have been. It's as simple as that.
Well, we did just mention that, practice is kind of your opportunity to really get to grips with the circuit and kind of make those mistakes there and then, Ollie. So hopefully, all out your system now. You're going to have a really good day's racing. How about yourself?
I'm enjoying the wet. It's a little bit tricky. It's quite slippy, but I think it's showing the drivers 100%. It's testing the karts as well. So, but it should dry out hopefully for qualifying. Fingers crossed. So, fingers crossed I can put in a decent quali.
Yeah, absolutely. We got the sun shining down on us, so hopefully by the time we come towards the end of the quali sessions and into the racing as well. How about yourselves, gents? What do you make of the track so far?
It's really, really slippery right now, and there's a big differentiation between the final sector and the first sector. You find loads of grip in the last sector, especially in the last practice session we just had. And then as soon as you get to the first sector, it's just slippery everywhere, especially the first corner. So I'm hoping it's going to dry up by qualifying. And it's also, there's so many different lines you can take, and I feel like it's less dependent on your line and how you execute it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. First time driving a CLUB100 kart this weekend, so a bit of a trial by fire. I'm loving it at the moment. P3 and 5 in event testing, and then a P2, so I'm really enjoying it. But the track is it's very greasy. Buckmore usually doesn't get a lot of sunlight towards the top half of the circuit, so it's just going to be wet the whole day pretty much.
Well, that does feed me very well, actually, into my next question, is what does karting, what does CLUB100 look like for you guys heading into next year, next season? What are your plans?
CLUB100, I think I'm going to do a bit of that and do senior sprints. And then rest other karting, I'm probably going to do Forest Edge Kart Club, get my ARCS license and do that for a bit.
Very nice stuff. Yourself?
I'm doing 4 champs in clubs next year. So I'm doing like 50-50 karting. So I'm doing seniors, sprints, both north and south, and then I'm doing SP40 north and south as well. And then I'm doing the 50-50 karting part. I'm doing BPEC and IKR, and I'm racing with Lucas Racing for BPEC, both, and then I'm racing with JS Racing for IKR. So I'm looking forward to it, but still going to do some club.
Of course, yeah. Well, we've got to make room for some Club 100 action. It's where all the most fun is. Cool. And yourself?
My year next year is looking more like a mix between Club 100 Junior, North and South. I've got most of my rounds in the South, but I've signed up to a couple such as PFI and Silverstone in the North Championship.
There are so many black flags for track limits.
Brilliant stuff. And obviously, as I say, as you mentioned, your first time out in Club 100 Machinery, you're liking it so far. What are you going to make of the racing as well?
I'm absolutely loving it. They're very fun cars to drive. I haven't driven a petrol car in like ages, or a proper one at least. I used to do Fat Karting League, which is an electric series, but that's kind of my main focus for next year. I'd love to do like a one-off round, probably here again because it's my local, but no, it's been absolutely amazing so far. It's a really good series. It's well run as well. But yeah. Cracking stuff. Well, have a really fun day out, gents, for the final round of our South Division running this year, and hopefully see you around soon. Great to hear from some of our drivers as well. Yeah, big group.
Very big group. It's actually allowed me enough time to check through some of the timings on that last session, which I don't normally get to do. I'm going to grab Layla Fitzgerald. Come on. Layla, P2 in that session. That was pretty quick.
Oh, not too bad actually, yeah.
How's the season gone as a whole? We're just going to stand a little bit out the pit lane just in case some more karts come in because I don't want you to get run over. How's the season gone?
Not too bad. A few penalties, but it wasn't much. But yeah, not too bad, honestly. The track's good. But yeah, not
now,
too bad.
I've got to note, on your suit, you've got the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive badge, which is run partially by some of my colleagues out in Europe. Tell us a little bit about that, how you've got involved and how it's helped you with both with your karting here in Club 100 and what the future brings.
Well, it was more just, I've got that more the start of my career. It was an academy, so it was more basically in indoors.
Yep.
A lot of girls, and to be fair, it's brought me a long way. It's helped me socialise and helped me out with lots of tracks, and yeah, it's very good, yeah.
And how's 2026 looking? Do you know what the plan is yet?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I think I'll definitely be bumping into owners, and I can't wait for Silverstone track.
Absolutely, we're all looking forward to that one. Layla, thanks for your time. Thanks for talking to us. As I say, Layla Fitzgerald's second fastest in that session, which I say all of these groups. Obviously, at the time of broadcasting, not the time of recording, at the time of broadcasting, we will know where all of these drivers have lined up for their qualifying groups, and the track's constantly evolving. I keep looking at just over towards the start of Symes Sweep, and I can see a drier, I wouldn't say line, but it's just a drier patch on the circuit forming as the drivers are compressing and pushing down into this second half of the course. But at least from those practice sessions, everyone stays in their same relative groups. That's some good pace for Layla. I think Josh Robinson was fastest in that previous group as well. So they're looking pretty good ahead of timed qualifying.
They are indeed, and as you say, it's really good to hear from these drivers as well. They all seem pretty confident given that we have tricky conditions out here today, but some of them already are young drivers, already having that know-how, the brain power to think, yeah, this track's changing in certain different parts as we've just analysed there. Really good stuff to hear from our young drivers.
Let's have a quick chat with Jake Chapman. Jake's one of our championship contenders today. Jake, starting a little bit further down the order, in the facts of how things are going. But your second half of the season's been really, really strong. Have you got the confidence that you can overhaul that points deficit today?
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a tricky day today with obviously the wet conditions. Hopefully should dry out by the afternoon and maybe qualifying, which would be good. And yeah, see what the day has to come.
Is you being a little bit taller, like you're taller than me now, than the other drivers, give you a bit of an advantage because you can move your weight around a bit more in these slippery conditions?
I mean, kind of. I don't really see the difference in it, to be honest. I struggle in the wet a little bit compared to the others like Dom and Jamie, who are very good. I don't really see a difference in the end, but it can help, maybe.
Doing a little bit of crossover with the senior racing as well. Did you reckon that's going to help today on a final day of the season?
Yeah, definitely. It gives me more practice. obviously the preparation. So I'm already here. I haven't done pre-event today, but I don't need that because I've been here last week. So I'm already tuned into the track to just get out there and just do qualifying.
And what does next year look like for you and Max?
So it looks like I'm going to do senior sprints, south and north, and then hopefully, well, I've got the junior ticket for Genk, and I should have the seniors as well, actually. So I don't know which category I do yet in that one, but we'll find out.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Jake. We've got a couple of minutes left. I still can't believe this weather, Reeve, that I should have brought my shades today. Let's bring Ayrton Limerick Evans in as well. Ayrton, good to see you again. Tell me about today. I know I keep asking drivers this, but it keeps constantly changing by the looks of things. How's the track feeling? You've just been out there.
It's still quite slippery. I mean, definitely top half is going to take a longer time to dry because it's covered with all the trees, but bottom half is definitely starting to get a bit better, especially Paddock. Garda's still quite slippery, like I said, but it's track's still quite slippery, but it's getting better. It's going to be.
And what are you feeling in terms of championship going into today? Obviously, it's that scrap, isn't it, at the end of the season, trying to get a top 5?
I mean, I know Jude's gone quite a way ahead in first. If he has an absolute terrible race, then I could win first. But that means he would have to be in back of the season both races, and he's not that bad of a driver. So I know he'll definitely be up there in the A's. So I'm hoping for a second, but top 7 is separated by a couple of points. So. I have to be coming top 5 in the A's in both races if I want to have a good chance of staying in second.
I'm just going to pull us out of the pit lane here just in case a cart comes in. In terms of going forward as well, obviously you've been doing a very busy season. You've done both the north and the south. What's the biggest thing that you've learnt this year?
Don't always go into a championship or round expecting that you want to be somewhere, because anything can happen, especially stuff outside of your control. But as long as you come out of it thinking, I've done best individual performance, then it's been a good round.
Who have you got to thank as well for getting you ready and bringing you here?
Probably my dad, because he's been doing it with me since I was 7 years old. Probably my mum as well, working really hard. I've got my coach, George Palozzi. He's also a racer himself, for helping me with my mindset and coaching. But anybody I make friends with or has helped me on my journey, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Well said, Ayrton. We'll see you out there later on today. As I didn't know that Ayrton had a bit of training from George Palozzi. George used to race for Southampton back in the BUKC days. He's doing some very, very good work out there. Right, I think we're pretty much there on time, Reeve. Obviously, we've already seen, for the broadcast perspective, what's happened in qualifying, but as this track continues to warm up, it doesn't look like it's going to rain again. What do you think the racing is going to be like here today?
I think it's going to be brilliant. I'm really looking forward to it. If we do have some nice, dry track running, it'll be a remarkable change for Buckmore as of late. Usually, as you say, this time of year, we see something very different. But that's all coming up in just a moment. So thank you very much for watching this Paddock show here in the lunch break. We're going to head into some racing action now. See you in just a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Buckmore Park. Andrew Mather and Reeve Taylor on commentary duties for you here for final weekend of the season for the Cadet and Junior South Championships for Club 100 2025. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we did pretty much hit our 50 likes drive earlier on. So great to have you back with us for racing. C final up first, Reeve. Pre-C final for cadets up first. So again, about a third of the field in this one, all looking to get one of those 2 repechage spots to go through to the pre-B final.
We're just waiting for a moment for our drivers head out on track. Well, they are in the cart and ready to go. So it'll be the cadet lightweight pre-C final up first.
Note as well for any of our super lightweights watching, if you want an interview, hang around in that area tomorrow and approach us, because we'll put the microphone in your face. If you hide away somewhere, top end of the circuit, clubhouse, in your car, nah, we won't find you. We'll do another one of those 30-minute paddock walks tomorrow for the super lightweights. As I say, just to run through the news so far, relative position method was used for both cadets and juniors. So pretty much anyone who was 13th, 14th and lower in qualifying in their relative group earlier on today, they'll be in this pre-C final. And there are some big names in there. I'm surprised to see Adam Askar's name in there. Was pretty quick earlier on, but of course, I think a few of these drivers may be caught out by the changing conditions earlier on today. Reeve, particularly if you were in that very first group in cadets that went out on circuit after the practice sessions. Track was still a little bit greasy, but it was improving all the time. You really needed to have the speed on that last lap to get a good result.
Yeah, more so than the other sessions. It was that first cadet session where, as you say, the track was so greasy at the start that the elevation, the ramp up was so dramatic that I can very easily see it catching a few drivers out or just making it a little bit trickier to assess exactly how that track is shaping up.
So Caesar Chen, I think, will be on pole position for this pre-C final. Glorious conditions here at Buckmore Park today. Feels more like probably late September than the early to mid of November. When we come here at the end of the season, it's get your woolly hats out and your thermals on. But that's not going to be required here today. Remember, this is the first of 2 days of action at Buckmore Park. All of the super lightweights will run tomorrow. Whistle has gone, though, to indicate that the formation laps are underway. We'll be straight into formation of the grid for this one. So let's run you through the running order for this Cadet Lightweight South pre-C final. Caesar Chen and Ryan Malik go from the front row. Charlie Gelb and Adam Asgar on row 2. Phoenix Clements and Lucas Bailey will start on row number 3. It'll then be Jake Matthews and Ethan Windsor on row 8. James Kahn and Cora Moore, they complete the top 10 for the start of this race. Charlie Ledoux and Louis Davers, they go from row number 6. Dylan Williams, Benjamin Beresford, Jack Horton, Freddie Donald, Lucas Homewood and Freya Firth take us down to 18th. And then there were penalties in qualifying for Jack Clements, -6 places in the merged classification. Same for Jaden Baker, down 6, and Robin Shimon as well, down 4 places. So whilst they were quicker than some of the drivers immediately ahead of them, that is why they start at the back of the grid for this one. But that's all history. Up to the drivers to get through now. So remember, it's the top 2 in this race that continue on to the pre-B final. Championship points are available for 3rd, 4th, 5th and everybody else down through the field. And remember, for those who don't make it through to the pre-B final, their finishing position in this race sets their grid slot position for the Trophy C final later on today, Reeve.
It does indeed. So we're now heading up behind the pace cart for those of you who might be new to our broadcasts. The way it works is drivers need to form up behind the pace cart, get the confirmation that they're good to go down into tramline formations, and it looks like we are formed up and ready to go racing. So the pace cart dips away, and it's Caesar Chen versus Ryan Malik who head up and into turn 1. Turn 1 catching a few drivers out so far in this running, but it's Chen through as well as Charlie Gelb, and that's Malik having a big issue through turn 1. A few carts actually spun around there as the rest are able to continue on. Disaster though for Ryan Malik early on in this race. Obviously some waved yellows through that middle sector. Chen is able to carry on through.
I think Adam Asgar just had a bit too much speed into turn 1, understeered on the wet patch, and then triggered that half spin for Ryan Malik. There's been a braking formation penalty for Lucas Homewood. So Lucas will have, there's a bit wide there for the number 55 of Dylan Williams. So Lucas will have left the tram lines before crossing the control line, start line effectively. Slight difference in rules in Club 100 racing versus, say, other forms of karting in the UK, owner racing, British Champs, for example, where you can move out the tram lines at lights out. In Club 100, even after lights out, you have to continue running in those tram lines all the way to the start line. Dylan Williams has a very good start, though, with that one, despite running wide down there at the bottom of the circuit, up to second, having started around in 11th place. Big scrap going on here. Lucas Bailey in the middle of it in the red and white helmet there. Bit of a Charles Leclerc offering. That's all in around 5th place right now. Cesar Chen started this race, though, Reeve, looking pretty good, looking to break away.
Yep, controlling things very nicely. We do have confirmation that the officials were looking on at that instant there. Adam Asghar, bump and pass penalty coming in. So, yeah, that's an unfortunate start to the afternoon's worth of racing for Adam. Hopefully he can pick up pieces and continue on. We did watch on with a fantastic little overtake there by Ethan Windsor into the second hairpin before he run down towards the side of sweep. Just scythed up the inside and is currently working his way through the field very nicely. Charlie Gelb is potentially going to be the driver next, but in fact it is going to be Asghar on the way back through.
Yes, indeed. So, well, Asghar can still go all the way up to P1 on the road in this race, but will not be able to break through into the Pre-B final once that penalty has been applied. That will all be at the end of the race, of course. So it's Chen from Williams, Matthews, Homewood, Gelb, Windsor, Asghar, Clements, Bailey and Khan. That's the top 10 right now. Dylan needs to be careful here. Now, that's twice that Dylan's run wide. And we've seen in previous races here at Buckmore Park that we often talk about in motorsport, and particularly in this era of track limits, about lasting advantage and retaining advantage. We have seen races and incidents called before where a driver kind of just opens the steering out, keeps the throttle in, drives around the outside. They don't gain a position, but they retain a position even though they've left the circuit. So, yeah, Dylan needs to be careful with that. I think he could get away with it on a lap 1, but we're not on lap 1 anymore. 7 minutes and 50 seconds of this one to go, though. Cesar Chen, nicely performing at the moment, is Cesar. Has been a regular feature in B finals at times this season. Did miss out on getting through to the B final as Adam Asghar looks down the inside. Nick makes a nice move. That's for 5th place on the road. So Cesar's not been through a pre-C final level since Ella Park. Actually made it all the way to the A final at Ella Park. So on that basis would be a strong favourite for getting through here. As there is a change of that for the lead. I think that might have been, yeah, I think Dylan Williams has gone through there into the lead of this race. No, they're swapping back and forth to Charles Leclerc helmets.
Yeah, I was going to say very similar.
Greatly. So we've got Charles Leclerc versus Lewis Hamilton at the front of this field. Sir Lewis Hamilton, I should say. 7 minutes of this race to go. Contact warning has just come in for the 51 of Jaden Baker.
It has indeed, but great to see this squabble, and look what it's doing. It's bringing Jake Matthews right into the mix now as we head through the final part of the lap. Jake, on a bit of a flyer at the moment, has the fastest lap of the race so far overall. Williams is challenging that, though, keeping up with that pace in the midst of battle. Very impressive stuff from our young drivers here. It's Chen on the defence here. Williams in a very precarious position. What does he do? Does he go on the attack? He does. Ko Chen goes wide, goes too deep into the corner. A little bit upset is the kart. Through goes Matthews. Through goes Williams as well. Cesar Chen down into P3 as we head through the second hairpin. It's now Dylan Williams controlling things in this race. Cesar Chen is going to have a bit of a fight back against Jake Matthews if at all possible. Nothing to be done so far, though.
Yeah, good racing. This is one of the reasons why we like Buckmore Park. Produces the opportunities for drivers to go wheel to wheel, corner after corner, and here's a good scrap between Chen and Matthews. Chen holds out at the moment, so well, drivers will just they won't necessarily know about warnings and penalties at the moment. They'll just be trying to concentrate on moving up the order, staying up the order for as long as possible. 5 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. So Dylan Williams leads this moment. Has just got the one warning at the moment for a bit of contact early on in this race, but no penalties. Cesar Chen, Jake Matthews. It's going to be 2 from these 3, you would think. Adam Asghar is a further 3 seconds back, but has a bump and pass penalty from early on in the race. Charlie Gelb, Lucas Homewood, Ethan Windsor, Phoenix Clements, Ryan Malik. Ryan Malik now the fastest driver out on the circuit, so I think Ryan's hope now would be to just pick off some of those positions. Oh, again, Dylan running wide. Knows that he's that's not the best line. So gets away with one there, keeps hold of his position, but he's clearly under a bit of pressure here at the front of this C final. Dylan Williams' record so far this season has he's been in a B final before, but not what we'd say a regular in a B final. Was in it last time out at Lid. Not a while ago since they raced round 7, of course. That was back in September. As Chen's going to switch back here. Chen will have the run towards the S's. Good block pass there from Cesar Chen to retake this race lead.
Yeah, absolutely great to see that. It didn't let the previous overtake get the better of him, able to push on through and take back the race lead. Now Williams pushing on. Matthews is on the scene as well as we head through Garda. Having a look down the inside as Jake Matthews might get the upper hand on Williams here. They are still side by side. Through goes Cesar Chen to maintain the race lead. And then we have Jake Matthews filing in just behind Dylan Williams. I very nearly got caught out by the Charles Leclerc helmets then, I must admit. A little bit of side-to-side contact there. That's fine. That's just a little bit of racing as you head into that first corner. Williams held on to P2 ahead of Matthews.
3 minutes and 50 seconds of this race remaining. Further down the order, Ryan Malek's now up to P6. Has got past Phoenix Clements, has got past Lucas Homewood and Charlie Gelb. So that's good work from the driver of the number 74, trying to recover after that early half spin. Jack Horton is up to 13th place, past Charlie Ledoux. Benjamin Beresford is also on the move. That is all at the expense of Freddie Donald. So unfortunately, Freddie down to 16th place now in this race. Really impressed with how Cesar Chen has re-established this position. Got caught early on as the scrap going on for second place. Matthews down the inside of Williams and goes through. Good work there from Jake Matthews. Another driver who perhaps on the record they've had so far this season, you wouldn't have expected to see in a pre-C final, has always made it to at least a pre-B final so far this year. Regular runner in the A-tier races. Well, maybe we'll look to try and just settle down now and pull away from Dylan Williams. On the form book, you would probably lean towards the driver of the number 37 over the number 55, but now takes a turn of running wide. We're all having a go out there in what is realistic, really the pit exit here in the format of Buckmore Park that we run in Club 100. 2.5 minutes to go.
It is indeed, and I just saw in the background there, Adam Asgar's on the scene as well. He's not too far behind at all. There is Adam Asgar closing down on Dylan Williams at the moment while they're embroiled in that battle for P2. Do get the feeling that Adam Asgar obviously does have that penalty to carry, but certainly isn't out of some decent points here to start off the run for the racing this afternoon. Cesar Chen is looking relatively comfortable for the time being. That's hopefully not a commentator's curse, so I didn't go absolute and say he's looking, he's looking comfortable. We'll leave it at that. Here we're seeing a bit of a mid-pack squabble out involving Ryan Malek, Ethan Windsor and Phoenix Clements heading down through the Sime sweep in just a moment. 3 carts battling it out for P5 here. Some good points on offer as we run it down through Garda. And it is Malek on the defence here. Who gets the better run up the hill to start the next lap is the important question before you scrap it out into the hairpins.
So I think we'll have 2 more laps to go of this one. Just over under 90 seconds to go on the clock. This is a good scrap between the 46 and the 60. This is Beresford and Horton. All in around, 14th place? Yeah, 13th place that Beresford takes at the moment. Back and forth with the number 68 coming through. That's Phoenix Clements. Phoenix now in 7th place in this race. Again, all of these positions will be for championship points, of course. Phoenix has made it through to B-tier races a few times this season. He's going to make it on this occasion at this stage of the day, but remember those Trophy C finals give the drivers another opportunity to take the next step. Final lap board is out then. Top 4 together, Chen, Matthews, Williams and Asgar. Asgar has a bump and pass penalty from earlier on in the race, remember, as Clements confirmed now up to 6th place ahead of Windsor. Homewood has got through as well, but remember Lucas Homewood has a braking formation penalty from earlier on in the race. Looking good for Chen. Should be good for Matthews as long as there's no mistakes, Reeve. Could still be a bit of a send, though, coming in from Adam Asgar, who's now the fastest driver on circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Asgar's putting that pressure on as we head down through Sime Sweep and into Sector 3 now. Goes a little bit wide, does Williams. Makes contact with a cone there. Through goes Asgar down the inside. And that is now Asgar Not into P3 yet because Williams hanged it round the outside. We head back onto the start-finish straight. Caesar Chen's going to take your race victory, but only just because Jake Matthews was getting particularly close in P2. Dylan Williams does round out your podium in the end, but it's very close. Askar in 4th. Malik completes that midfield scrap for P5, and it's Windsor, Homewood, Gelb, Clements and Cora Moore rounding out your top 10. What a finish, though.
It was a great finish. Not a good finish for Dylan Williams.
Oh!
Track limit penalty. That's an example of what we're talking about today. So it's not when we don't see track limit warnings appearing on our screen. It's not that they're being missed. It's just for the flow of information. They're not necessarily appearing, but they are still being logged. And when it's 3 strikes and out, it's still coming through as a penalty. So Dylan Williams will be dropped down the order a little bit there. We've got to move on. Pre-C final for juniors is up next. A quick look through the grid for this one then. Harry Power and Max Muskis starts on row number 1. It's Alfie Swain and Reese Kelsel on row 2. Max, Daniel and Cian Haynes go from row 3 ahead of Aaron James, Spencer Wilds on row 4. Finley Bennett and Gabriel Wyatt start on row number 5. It's 2 rookies on row number 6 in the shape of Oliver Coe and Henry Gorner. David Shushfarkas and Ben Rudquist go from row 7. Chili Edwards and Sam Doyle go from row number 8. Sam Doyle and Jamie Tucker, there we go. Sam Doyle and Jamie Tucker go from row 9. Caleb Caulfield and Edgar Amandaris Bocanegra complete the top 20. Bradley Brown completes the 21 strong field. Bit of a surprise to see Edgar Amandaris Bocanegra here in this pre-C final. Actually, there's more than that, but we'll run through in a moment. Apologies for that. We are green and racing. Very good start for Harry Power. He was awake to the lights there and starts this 11-minute race in good fashion. There's a spin in the middle of the pack there. It's the number 80 of Aaron James. Oh, Aaron started a good way up the grid. Want to say on row number 4, but gets into a bit of a spin there off of turn number 1. The 102 throwing it down the inside there is Spencer Wilds in the bright yellow helmet. As top few drivers already breaking away in this one, Reeve.
They are indeed. We're seeing some squabbles going on in that mid-pack as these drivers are heading out under racing conditions through Sector 1 for the first time today. That's slightly greasy, slightly not quite green conditions they're experienced on the racetrack. Max Daniel having a nice look down the inside, coming towards the end of Sector 3 there, and briefly taking P3, although we're still side by side. And Maxim Muskis is wanting to maintain that spot on the podium as we head on to the next lap of the race. Just about misses out.
Oh, it's a wide line round the outside. It can be a bit risky, but that's spot on there from all of the drivers. A bit of a lock-up for Kelsel in the 114. Just to note as well, also in this race, apologies, our timing screen had a bit of a wobble on the grid earlier on. Leo Stavru, Rohan Horder, Taylor Webb, Fred Burden, Tyler Masters and Ben Cosgrove are all in this one as well. Keep an eye on Masters and Cosgrove. Those were the 2 drivers excluded, of course, from time to qualifying, so are definitely very out of position in this one. In towards the Garda hairpin once again. Great overtaking opportunity that will become... At the moment, it's a little bit tricky for them because you've got the dry line, haven't you, Reeve? And if you've got to go off it to make an overtake, the front end of the kart suddenly becomes very light and a bit tricky. Just like there for Spencer Wild. They tried to turn in, and there's just not enough grip to initially get him round the corner. That will be tricky on the run into Garda on the inside. Once that dries up, though, it becomes a very, very wide corner entry that you could quite nicely do a block pass down the inside of. Bit like hairpin 2 there for Muskis. Muskis trying to go past Oliver Coe for 6th place. But all of this squabbling, though, great news for this top 3, isn't it, Reeve? It's the 68, the 75, the 122, Power, Swain, Daniel, they can break away.
Yeah, controlling things very nicely at the front end of the pack. Power under a little bit of pressure at the moment, but other than that, looking good as Alfie Swain is just behind Max Daniel, just behind those 2 as well, on a bit of a charge at the moment, in a very nice rhythm. Has just set 2 fastest laps in succession there and has closed right up. Is almost trying to say to his rival, come on, let me through, let me past. I'm flying along at the moment. And it's Power, Swain and Daniel who are controlling that top 3 quite nicely. Kelsall a few seconds behind, heading through second hairpin at the moment.
8 minutes to go in this race then. Hello to Gabriella, who makes a very good point. Yes, there may be some points removed at the end of the day for penalty counts, but we'll leave that one to the end of the day. Whoops, is the number 61 of Finley Bennett, runs a bit wide there. Out through Paddock. The rest of them filing through. So Power, Swain, Daniel, that's your top three at the moment. Kelsel, Sush Farkas and Wilds all in the top six. And that group a little bit further back now. The likes of Muskis, Edgar, Amandaris, Bocanegra. Good drive from Edgar, up to P10 at the moment. So it's getting something like 10 or 11 places so far in this race. Likewise, Ben Cosgrove up to P15. Tyler Masters up to P16. I think the long game for those two has got to be get yourself into a position where you can qualify through in the Trophy C final. It would be a bit of a hero's drive to make it all the way through from the back of the grid in this race and get promotion. But there is always a chance over 22 racing laps that you can do that. Big scrap going on here, though, Reeve, between Muskis and Amandaris Bocanegra. It's all over 9th place. Apologies, no, that was Gabriel Wyatt having a go in the number 23. Muskis a bit on the defensive in this race.
Yeah, absolutely not quite starting the way that he would have wanted. We saw him embroiled in that scrap around about for P3, where it looked like he could have charged ahead. Unfortunately, dropped back heading through that first hairpin. We're looking on to the number 61, so around about Bennett Co. Muskis and Wilds are your drivers we're focusing on at the moment, heading through the Symes sweep here. And all of our drivers seem to have found just a nice little rhythm now. They're all, actually, as I say that, it's the number 1 for a Co having a look down the inside and getting that move done. Pretty textbook stuff there, nicely executed as we head back onto the start-finish straight. That's one of the cleanest overtakes I think we've seen so far.
Yeah, really nice there from Oliver Coe, going through and gaining a position. I want to say Oliver is he's one of our new drivers who has not done any of a previous round to this one. You sometimes see that at the end of a season, go and do one round of the last at the end of a season to then get themselves a little bit clued up for 2026 in this case. Frederick Burden going along very quickly. 47.731. It was off the back of the field from earlier on in the race. But is now almost caught up to Caleb Caulfield. That's all over 24th place. But yeah, not often that you see the driver 25th on the road setting the pace of all of them out there. Here are your top three. Power, Swain and Daniel at the moment. Working together quite nicely. They've got nearly a 4.5 second gap to Reese Kelsel behind. So they are going to have a battle buffer here to go back and forth in the last few laps of this race. I wonder what Max Daniel is thinking of right now, trying to adjust to where his rivals are weakest. Has made a B-tier race in one event so far this year. That was back at round 3 at Rissington. So has got the form of being able to make it through. He's raced in 4 or 5 rounds so far this season, but seems to be just being quite patient at the moment now in third.
Yeah, absolutely, as this top 3 have done a remarkable job, it must be said, in this race so far. No, despite how close they're running, there hasn't been anything, truly kind of earth-shattering going on at the front end of the pack. Power, saying that though, does look like potentially some chinks have shown in the armour. Having a look around the outside, Alfie Swain heads through the second hairpin, is now side by side. We're going to head down to Simon Sweep, and it's done already. Alfie Swain takes your race lead. What can Harry Power say in return to that as we head down to Sector 3? Now the final couple of corners to negotiate on the lap here. Has a look down the inside, does Power. Just chucks the cart in quite nicely. The gap was opened up for him, and Power says, thank you very much, I'll take that back.
And that's what we mean, that Garda, the dry part of the track is now widening, so you can easily get it down the inside now and make that move as demonstrated by Harry Power back into the lead of this race. These top 2 have not been through to a B-tier race since the round 5 trip to South Wales to Llandau earlier on in the summer. Has been a bit of a while for them. Max Daniel still there in third place. I like these tactics from Max Daniel. Don't try and get too in the mix. Still got 3 minutes of this race to go. Still got more than 3 tours of this 1 kilometre circuit. Put these 2 drivers under pressure. Let them do the fighting amongst one another, and then pick up the pieces later on in this race when they present, or get to the last lap and then go for a big attack with time against your rivals. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Changed for 6th place. Finley Bennett has got through past Spencer Wilds.
Has indeed also changed position slightly further down for Sux Varkas as well, who heads up into P4. So has worked way through that mid-pack there. But here we see Power maintaining that race lead. Swain looks a little bit scruffy on the run out of the second hairpin. Here comes Max Daniels, going to be potentially side by side. Somehow Swain holds onto it. This is exactly what Power needed if he wants to try and make this race lead just that little bit more secure at this point. If Swain and Daniel can start to squabble along, we're going to see Power looking pretty comfortable out in the lead. But those two have closed right back up once more as we head through the final corner, head through Garda. It is now looking like Power is under threat once more.
He is. That was an interesting call there for Max Daniel. I thought he was going to go for the move, but elected to say to Alfie Swain, no, we've got the pace here. We can both work together to dispatch Harry Power with 2 minutes of this race to go. So, again, I think he's just keeping things nice and calm here, playing the odds right now. So at the moment, you've got 3 drivers fighting for 2 places in the Pre-B final. Maybe if Daniel had gone for that move, all of a sudden you've got 2 drivers fighting. I mean, the way I'm thinking about this, at the moment you'd say you've got a 66% chance of going through.
Yeah.
Of being one of those top 2. If you split it apart, you could argue that you reduce your chances down to a 50% chance of going through if you're 1v1ing for a second place in this race. Anyway, 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. 2 more laps then. Power over the line again. Harry Power has dealt with the pressure in this race very nicely indeed. A good afternoon to Rory Hamilton, who we'll be seeing later on in the weekend. Apparently, Harry Power is low-key cooking right now. He's not got the job done yet. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Further changes down the order. Aaron James, Tyler Masters, both through past Maxim Muskis and Edgar Amadeus Bocanegra. So for the driver number 54, Amadeus Bocanegra now going the other way, back down to 15th place. James Masters both up to 12th and 13th. Yellow flags out down at the bottom of the circuit. Someone's tickled that cone, get it kicked back into position, and away we go again. Last lap board about to come out though, Reeve.
It is indeed slightly wide run there for Max Daniels, able to get back on track, pointing in the right direction, but has lost some time as a result. Should be able to close that up in the first couple of corners, what we've seen on a number of occasions so far in this race. But Power leads us on to our final lap, and this is the last few opportunities for the likes of Swain and Daniel to have that little charge, have that little push, find that gap that might present itself, and take first race win of the day for our juniors here. As we see, we're on board with Power now, heads down through the side sweep. It's looking pretty comfortable. Couple of kart lengths, that's about as much comfort as he can ask for in this race. That's about as much as he's been given so far in this race. As Max Daniel filters in behind Swain, heads through Garda. There's going to be no big overtaking opportunities presenting themselves. Now Power already celebrates before he runs up the hill. He knows, and he thanks his kart as well. That's a nice thing to see. And Power takes your race victory. Swain comes home in P2. Max Daniel rounds out your podium. Then it's Sux Varkas climbing up to P4. Reese Kelsall completes your top 5. Then we have Spencer Wiles, Gabriel Wyatt, Finley Bennett, Oliver Cohen, Ben Cosgrove, all in the midst of that fantastic mid-pack action, giving themselves a thumbs up to celebrate as well, which is what we like to see. Ben Cosgrove actually taking the fastest lap there as well. Then we've got Tucker, James, Masters, Muskis, plenty of other drivers coming across the line now as well. And that brings an end to our first bit of junior racing this afternoon as they filter back into the pit lane. Don't go anywhere though, folks, because our cadets are back out on track in just a moment.
So indeed, getting ready for the next race out on circuit. That will be the Pre-B final for the cadets. They, of course, have got 2 drivers who've qualified through to the back of this grid. Let's take you through it if we can. Hopefully our grid graphic is working in a moment. Our grid list in the box is not at the moment. We can see the drivers heading out on circuit. Felix Sheldon Hayward in there. Luke Collins, and then quite a few big names in this one then, all trying to fight for those 2 spaces to go through into the final, the pre-A final I should say. And we'll bring you the grid verbally in a moment once everybody is out on circuit. There's just a couple of drivers missing on our list right now. So hopefully we can now have a very, very quick run through the grid. Apologies for that, boys. So on pole position for this one will be Theo Wright, Cody Crudgington alongside on the front row, William Hossack and Charlie France. They go from row 2. It's then Joshua Robinson and Daniel Rutiak on row number 3. Felix Sheldon Hayward, bit of a surprise to see there in this pre-B final on row number 4 is alongside Luke Collins, Aman Rana and Vinnie Cunningham complete the top 10. It's then Ollie Sanderson and Zach Sharif starting on row number 6. Next up on the 7th row of the grid, Essa Rashid and Andre Vasikov, Jackson Burge and Ati Cooper on row number 8 ahead of Matthew Lederer and Rafa Malcolm. Good qualifying there for Rafa on debut this season. Caesar Chen and Jake Matthews, they have of course made it through from the pre-C final.
They have indeed, as we see our cadet drivers now forming up behind the pace cart. It's staying out. We're not good to go racing just yet. Whilst we wait for a few more drivers to filter up on through to get into their rightful spot to start our race. So, as you might have caught a glimpse of there, we didn't really discuss it all that much in the very first race. Drivers have to follow the tram lines up the... I mean, you all know this already. You've all been tuned in into our broadcast throughout this season so far. But in case you haven't been, and you're looking forward to getting involved in some of the action, maybe you're a supporter of a driver who's getting a feeler for things before next season, drivers have to stay within those tram lines before we cross that line and the flag is waved green to go racing. You cannot break that formation line before that point. If you are, you'll be told off for it. But it looks like our grid is certainly more packed. I don't know if we are good. We're still not good to go racing though. We've still got a few more carts waiting to hitch onto the back end of this pack of carts. And they head round once more. Now this, as a driver, it's not an ideal scenario in conditions like these because you're not really building any useful temperature into the carts at all at this point. So you're still going to be heading into turn 1 with all the work to do in terms of getting the cart ready to go, just as you were if we were hitting the blocks running and heading out into the racing straight away. Seeing some of our cars very eager to go racing in this. One of the final few races we'll be having this year on broadcast for the cadets and juniors.
A little bit of history then. Theo Wright has not made an A-tier race so far in the South Championships. Could this be an opportunity to break that drought? Cody Crudgington as well. Cody has actually made it quite a few times through to an A-tier race and done well in those A-tier races. So that's good news ahead of this one, but he's starting on that difficult outside line into turn 1. William Hossack similarly has not made it through to an A-tier race in the 2025 South Championships, so keep an eye on the number 59 here. Charlie France definitely has made it through to an A-tier race. It's actually only the second appearance for Charlie France this year, and was on the podium in round 1 in those A-tier races. So this is going to be an interesting one. 2 drivers looking to get their best results of the season so far on the inside column. 2 drivers on pace who would expect to be in the next tier of race on the outside. Here we go then for 11 minutes towards turn number 1. It is looking like a good start for those on the inside line. Look out for Zane Perry as well. Zane Perry cuts the inside. It's all getting a little bit jostly. Luke Collins trying to go around the outside towards hairpin 1. Can they all make it through? 3 by 3 by 3 it would look like. As in the early stages, I think William Hossack has taken the lead of this race. And through indeed ahead of Theo Wright, but it's the experienced, it's the pacey Zane Perry. This is what can happen at this stage of the season, especially on a changing track like we've had throughout the day so far. Bit of a surprise to see Perry in this pre-B final, but immediately on the attack, down the inside into P2, and now hold position, or just try and break away from those behind, because that's what it's about, just getting through into this top 2, and then seeing what you can do in the pre-A final later on today So Crudgington and Perry have those positions right now. Wright, Collins, France, Cunningham, Robinson all in there as round goes Joshua Robinson, facing the wrong way through Henry's Bend. Not good news for the driver of the number 49, will fall down from 7th place.
Yeah, not ideal at all, but as you say, what a start for Zane Perry, really making amends for the earlier qualifying session. Can't ask for more than that already just on the first lap. But yeah, nice start for Crutchington as well. We saw Wright and Crutchington getting involved in a little bit of action heading into turn 1, where we saw the car, I think it came down to temperature, pushing a little bit wide into turn 1, as we do indeed see Crutchington losing, Thea Wright losing a position there to Vinnie Cunningham. Vinnie Cunningham, who was only his second time out at Buckmore, as we learnt in the Paddock show earlier on, but seems to be confident here, is up into P3.
Yeah, good stuff there from Vinnie. Fastest driver on circuit right now, so it's Crudgington, Perry, Cunningham, Wright, France, Collins, Sheldon, Haywood. Another driver, it's a bit of a surprise to see that name in this B-tier race. Lederer, Marutiak and Rana in the top 10 right now. Hossack, unfortunately, is falling down to 11th place. Sanderson, Burge, Cooper, Holman all in the top 15. Chen and Matthews both up 5 places from where they started this race in the back of the field, having qualified through from the pre-C final. A couple of penalties have come in as well. Andrei Vasikov and Esa Rashid both have got a braking formation penalty from the start of this race. 8.5 minutes to go. Who's looking good at the moment? I tell you what, Vinnie Cunningham's pace in the second sector, really, really strong. I think Zane Perry's got to make the move here on Cody Crudgington, because Cunningham's going to be on the scene. I don't know whether Zane's got any kind of communication. He shouldn't have any radio communication to us here in the box. But we asked for an overtake from the number 16, and we got one, and through holding there is Crudgington. Cunningham's going to be on the outside now as they run towards the S's. This could get a little bit interesting, but that was a perfectly timed move, in my opinion, Reeve. Zane Perry sensed the threat from Vinnie Cunningham behind and went, nah, I don't want any part of this. Let's take the race lead. Let's get that track position and look to pull away from the rest of the field. With the likes of Wright, Collins and France, they're closing in now as well. If he hadn't made that move, it was about to get very busy for Perry.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of a sudden, Cody Crudgington becomes his absolute best friend out on track, because Vinnie Cunningham is flying along. He's not quite matching that fastest lap pace anymore, but he is still in a very good rhythm at the moment. But Crudgington might just be able to be a thorn in his side for the next few corners at least, as we see not only the likes of Wright and Collins closing up, it seems like the whole top 10's now closing up on our race leaders all of a sudden. They're flying along now. Daniel Marutiak in P8 is your new fastest lap holder and is getting in the mix here as we head down the side. Sweeping Zane Perry might just be even more so glad now that he's got that P1 in the bag for the time being, although he's certainly still under pressure because those podium spots are up for grabs.
They are indeed. Luke Hollins really looks up for the scrap here today. Has not missed a pre-A final this year, has Luke Collins. Has had one round where he didn't run. Every other single round that Collins has competed in, he's made it to the pre-A final. At the moment, he's 2 places off continuing that run into the final round of the season. Collins down the inside, takes P3 away from Cunningham. That's good experience, good use of experience by Luke Collins, who now just needs one position to keep that run of pre-A finals going. But this is where it starts to get a bit risky. Perry started to turn the pace up at the front of the field. Crudgington following as well. Collins has got a bit of a gap to cross now to catch back up to that crucial P2, and keep an eye on other drivers further down in this pack as well. The number 25 there in the red suit and white helmet, Daniel Marutiak, currently fastest driver in this race. P6 on the road at the moment as Collins goes down the inside on Crudgington. Not able to make it through this time around. Crudgington in the end is actually attacking the race leader as down the inside goes Crudgington to take the lead away from Perry. Perry all of a sudden now in a spot of bother. Cunningham and Collins are going at it again for third place. What a race this is.
This is fantastic stuff from our front runners here. Now, it all becomes just that little bit more tentative for Zane Perry, because this is the last spot he can hold on to in order to try and file on up into the A final here. And he knows that pressure. He looks over the shoulder, sees Luke Collins. There is Luke Collins flying along at the moment. And yeah, Zane Perry losing out on the race lead. That is the big story from that lap. Crutchington taking it back after having it at the very start of this race. Marusjak is still flying along, is in P6. Felix Sheldon Hayward now jumps up to P7, fastest lap of this race. Want to give mention as well to Matthew Lederer, 19th on the grid, up into 8th. Seeing some big movers through the pack in this B final. Perhaps that's just because, by the nature of you get some of those top-end runners that might have also been comfortable in the C final, but also you got your people who might have been in the A final, but it didn't work out for them, like Zane Perry. So all this squabbling goes on in the B final. It's great stuff here as Crutchington leads us down the Syme sweep.
And the other side of this as well, of course, is championship. Now, whilst Perry and Collins are probably a little bit too far back, as Muratiak's got in on Collins for P3. Now, that could be good for the top two. It could allow them to break away. Collins fighting back. This is all about retaining track position. Cunningham's going to be down the inside of Marutiak going on to this lap as well. In fact, Marutiak's been shuffled down to around 6th place, maybe 7th place, as Matthew Lederer trying to fly around the outside to take a position. Felix Sheldon Hayward's in there as well. Another change for the lead. Zane Perry now goes through into first position ahead of Cody Crutchington. They've got about 3/4 of a second over Luke Collins. Chase Group have got to get themselves organised, in my opinion, Reeve. Otherwise, these top two are going to be gone. But this is going to have a potential bearing on championship as well. In the shape of Perry and Collins, you've got two drivers both backing themselves to top 5 places in the championship at the end of today. If either of them don't make it through to that pre-A final, they're going to be losing a big haul of potential points if they're not able to repecharge through. 3.25 minutes to go. Perry from Crutchington, Collins last time around a 50.844, so a little bit quicker than Crutchington on that lap.
Was indeed, and of course it's all to play for in that top 5 in the championship. You got your Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Sorry, no, cadets. Yeah.
Not this year.
Yeah, not this year.
You're a little bit early there.
Right, Sender never said that. We'll save that for when the juniors are back on screen. Anyway, 2.5 minutes to go in this race. Zane Perry still leads us down through the Syme sweep. Having a look further back as well, a little scrap going on between Theo Wright and Charlie France. Theo Wright was at the top end of this squabble earlier on. Hasn't quite worked out for him in the racing so far today.
They are racing for something. They're racing for a snazzy graphic that'll only get done for the top 5 in the championship at the end of the season.
There you go, folks.
And some love at the Club 100 Awards in January. That's a bit close between Marutiak and Cunningham for 4th place. I think these drivers know that the top 2 is beyond them on this particular occasion. Cunningham gets that position back. Felix Sheldon Hayward right on the scene there has got past Matthew Lederer for 6th place. Top 2 broken away now. This is really good work from Perry and from Crutchington. They've kept their heads. They've now got the rhythm. A side-by-side downside sweep. Wow, that's close again between Sheldon Hayward and Lederer. The yellow flag is out for a bit of replacement of the track furniture of that big white bollard on the exits of Paddock Corner, so someone's given that a bump. 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, 2 more laps to go. Perry and Crutchington have got to work together here. Crutchington, in terms of bigger picture, should just sit on the rear bumper of Perry. There's no need to go for an overtake at this stage of the game. We've got a good gap to Luke Collins, and Luke Collins is on his own. This is a really hard position for Luke Collins to be in, for the simple reason he's got nobody to slipstream with, bump draft with, push himself back towards that top 2.
He doesn't. And you get the sense as well, Zane Perry and Cody Crutchington, they're both saying the same thing. They both know they need to work together, but you're already doing it, lads. It's fine. You're good.
It's all good.
Yeah, you're all at the front end of the pack. You've got a nice margin to back down to P3. It's not huge, but, it's certainly decent enough. 50 seconds left on the clock. We're coming towards the end of this race now. Seeing a few penalties creeping in for some drivers.
Vinnie Cunningham's race is slightly unravelled here. A track limits penalty and a bump and pass penalty is going to drop him down the order. He's still going to try and get 4th place on the road. 30 seconds remaining in this race. Further down the order, just note Jake Matthews is now up into the top 10. That's a gain of 12 from where Jake started this one, having qualified from the pre-C final. So that's a good return of points for the driver of the number 37. Caesar Chen is through to 16th as well, past Ethan Hulbert. Well, it was a bit of a surprise to see the red and white of Zane Perry in this Pre-B final, but particularly off the back of that strong first lap. Driver who was in contention for one of the North Championships a couple of weeks ago at Warden Law is going to be in the Pre-A final. Does the job, qualifies through from the Pre-B. Cody Crudgington follows as well. Luke Collins has not made it through. Has not made it through to a Pre-A final for the first time this season in this championship, and will start on pole position for the Trophy B final later on today with Felix Sheldon Hayward alongside on the front row, who was the only driver, I think, to dip below the 50-second barrier in that race on a 49.98. So there we go. That is Perry and Crudgington through into a Pre-A final, where they can now progress through that field as well. That's why it's so important, because instead of scoring a number of points significantly less than what you can get in the Pre-A final, they now have the opportunity to get some points back. More on the cadets later. Let's move once again back over to the juniors. So, Junior South Lightweight Pre-B final. Doesn't sound like it's the most important race, but in this case it is, because this grid has one driver in particular who we are very much keeping an eye on here today. Your championship leader heading into this final round has not made it through directly to a Pre-A final. Could do so with the 2 places on offer in this Pre-B, but Jamie Tully-Gooden, I think, has to win this race. Christian Jordan alongside on the front row. We're going to go round again for one more lap. Ben Richardson and Jonathan Frush will start on row number 2. It's then Jack Adcock and Aidan Marsh on row number 3. Charlie Wainwright and Kira Boylan go from 4. Harry Jones and Dylan Fanilla go from 5. Palm Camaldine and Andre Stoyan start on row 6. Owen Price, Marcus Allen, Daniel Varlan, Reece Tyler, Daniel Archibald and Oliver Wright take us down to 18th. That's rows 6 through 9. Dev Singhal, Ed Gorner, Finley Dunleavy, Yusuf Yacoub, Omar Matthew, Charlie Graham are the last automatic qualifiers through to this Pre-B final. Harry Power and Alfie Swain have made it through from the Pre-C.
Here we go then. Very similar to the previous Pre-B final that we've just enjoyed. We've got one big championship protagonist. Maybe could be argued slightly out of position. Let's see what that position looks like though after we go green. Here we go. We head down the tram lines and go racing once more. It's a good start for Tyler Gooden, who actually is challenged side by side here and goes a little bit deep into turn 1. It's all looking a little bit like a big squabble here. Plenty of lockups going on as well. Tyler Gooden down into 4th, 5th or 6th. You can't really tell because we're 3 wide heading into the second hairpin now.
Now, this is all about survival at the moment for Jamie Tyler Gooden. Don't panic at this stage of the race. He's going to have to work hard to get through in this one. Trying to take 3rd place on the road. That's all getting a little bit too close and a little bit too rough for my liking. Down through the S's. Only 2 places, of course, to go through to that Pre-A final. Oh, my goodness me, how many? It's looking more like a BUKC start at the moment. Out of Paddock Corner there for our Pre-B finalists. So Jamie Tyler Gooden has slipped to 4th place. To use that phrase from that television show, not bad but not disastrous. Because he can work his way back through and should have the speed to work his way back through here. But this is not going to be plain sailing for the championship leader. Jonathan Frushall is through and leads this race by nearly a second. That's a great start from Jonathan. Ben Richardson at the moment P2 as everybody else fights in the middle. I think you've got Kira Boylan in the middle of that. That's all around 10th, 11th, 12th place that we were seeing there through hairpin 2. Now up to 3rd is Jamie Tyler Gooden. This is good. This is what Jamie needs to do. Just get a P2. You'll take a P2 right now and being on the grid for that Pre-A final.
Absolutely. Did well to survive the brawls at the very first part of this race. I mean, I think the line you were after, Matthew, was Matthew? Hello, Matthew.
Oh, that regularly happens.
Who is Matthew? Oh, that's a little bit of a shove heading into turn 1. Both drivers still pointing in the right direction, which is the most important thing. But I believe the line you after was 3 from 4 positions. Not great, not terrible.
Not great, not terrible. That's the one. 9 minutes of this race to go then. Oh, this one's hanging in the balance. I wonder what's going through the thoughts of Don Balasaitis. and Jake Chapman right now, because even though they're not out on circuit, this could be an opening for their championship campaigns if Tyler Gooden does not make it through that race. There are other drivers in this race, of course, and one of them is Andrew Stoyan, who's doing a really good job right now in the number 57. They're in the black suits and the black helmets. Fastest driver out on circuit is now up to P4. That could be a real problem for the championship leader as well, if one of the fastest drivers in the field is behind you, not ahead, and potentially going to take your third place away. So, race continuing on. Who's made good progress in the early stages of this one? Stowen is one of those examples, up 8 spots. Harry Power up 10 spots from the pre-C final, is now up into the top 15.
We do have waved yellows heading through Sector 2 here, so drivers being asked to slow down, keep the pace down, and this is bunching the pack up ever so slightly. This could get interesting in this midfield fight. We head through Sector 3, now back with our race leaders. It's Fuchsel ahead of Richards and then Tyler Gooden running in P3, but as you say, Andrew, it's getting very close there. I think that yellow flag did bring them together as we have a little bit of a squabble heading into turn 1.
And trouble for Tyler Gooden as well as Richardson and Fuchsel going wheel to wheel. Oh, this is what happens at the end of a season. It is not going Jamie Tyler Gooden's way right now. He's trying to hold on. He's fighting at the moment just to hold on to third in this race.
Yeah.
Never mind going forward to try and take the lead. There's a yellow flag out down the hill again. Drivers are being told to really just take it calmly at the moment, as once again the leaders are fighting. This is now good for Jamie Tyler Gooden because he's going to close in on the top 2 here. He's got to pounce. He's also got to be clean. This is not the kind of race where you could afford to pick up any kind of penalty like Andrei Stoyan has for forcing a driver wide earlier on in this race. Here goes Jamie Tyler Gooden down the inside, but there's no grip there.
Yep.
There's no grip on the inside of turn number 1. There's no wind. There's no direct sunlight to that part of the course. That part of the track is just not drying out, and Jamie Tyler Gooden has lost a position now. Now he gets it back ahead of Andrei Stoyan, but he needs to be second on the road here. This is huge for the championship. He's trying to get rid, at this stage of the year, of scores from earlier on in the campaign. A B final 16th from earlier in the year is already gone. A disqualification from an A-tier race has also gone. But he needs to be, if he wants to be continuing to improve his championship score, Reeve, not only does he need to be in a pre-A final, he needs to be in the top 10 of a pre-A final. It's absolutely imperative that he gets through, and I just feel body language now, a little bit of panic is starting to set in.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see him desperate to cling on to that outside line there with a bit more grip heading into turn 1 to make sure that there wasn't a repeat of the previous couple of laps there, as we see the back end kicking out, luckily pointing the right direction, but previously Tyler Gooden had the advantage almost of that yellow flag, which was kind of forcing everyone to stop the overtaking, to cause the slowdowns.
Now Tyler Gooden's got a chance. He's broken away from the pack behind. That's the move. That's the move that Jamie Tyler Gooden had to pull off. He's got P2 on the road now. Now he's got to get his head down. A good tactic for Jonathan Fuchsel right now would be to work with Jamie Tyler Gooden so that they can close Ben Richardson down as a trio right now, because Charlie Wainwright all of a sudden is on the scene. Instead, we're just trying to get down the inside of Jamie Tyler Gooden. That's really well defended by Jamie. Didn't allow any space down the inside. Will have the advantage off of hairpin 2. I don't normally like drivers doing the whole waving around and tapping the heads and all that business, but I would have done at that point if I'm Jamie Tyler Gooden, because once again all of this squabbling is bringing the likes of Jack Adcock into play in the 96 there, the 98 of Wainwright. Oh, this is right on the line for the point standings leader. 4.5 minutes to go, and the other trouble is there's a good pace further down the order, the likes of Stoyan still. Varland's moved up 8 places in this race in the 111. So the top rookie in this race could provide a problem in the latter stages. This is, as we thought it would be, Reeve, this is a bit of a tense one.
It is brilliant action to behold. I do want to give mention, Tyler Gooden, 2 contact warnings to his name. He has to be so careful.
He cannot get a penalty. If he gets any kind of penalty apart from a cone penalty, so that's the only one where you lose just the 1 place, that could be it. because it would drop him out of the top 2 in the final classification in this race.
Cannot afford one single slip up now as we head back onto the start-finish sort of straight. We see Ben Richardson controls this race. Tyler Gooden leads us then in P2, and then we see side-by-side Wainwright and Fuchs will have a bit of contact. That could compromise their run as we now head into the first hairpin. Tyler Gooden's looking closer. Is he going to go for this overtake? I think he could well do so if he fancies his chances.
But he cannot risk a move that ends up being a kind of called as an ABC. He just needs to get through. Ben Richardson has been in 8-tier races for the whole of the second half of the season so far this year. Last time he didn't make it through to an 8-tier race was back at round 4. This is not good though for the championship leader, who's round the outside. There's Jack Adcock having a go in the number 96. Oh, and Jamie Tyler Gooden's out wide and now down to 4th place on the road. Oh, this is disaster. Less than 3 minutes to go. Where has Jack Adcock come from all of a sudden? Up 3 places so far in this race. Ben Richardson still has the race lead. There's still enough time for JTG to get through here and into that pre-A final. But now he's got to do it all over again, Reeve Taylor. Now back down to 5th place. Farland's got through as well.
His fortune's really turning around here, but Adcock flying along to briefly take that race lead. Now we see Richardson still leads our charge. Stoyan, though, is fancying his chances down the inside. Into second goes Stoyan, and it might as well be Varlin as well. Varlin up into 4th. What a race we are getting to witness here, folks.
Stoyan has penalties from earlier in the race, we should remember, so at the moment will still not go through. Jack Adcock, just to note, hasn't made an A final this year. This is a sensational one. Oh, he's just lost out there. That's a big move.
Whoa.
That is a champion's move there from JTG. Got down the inside of Daniel Farland, has got 3rd place on the road, but now crucially with Stoyan getting penalties, that would turn into P2. That would be a repechage spot through to the pre-A final. Ben Richardson is driving such a calm race at the front of the order. He probably doesn't know the championship implications that are occurring directly behind him, but he's just keeping his eye dead forward at the moment, Reeve. This is really good stuff. He just checks over his shoulder there to see Andre Stoyan right behind him. He probably doesn't know that Stoyan's got a penalty, as well as JTG tries to get down the inside. Jamie Tyler Gooden back up to 2nd place for a moment. Richardson defends once again. Jamie Tyler Gooden's going to be in a difficult position here because he's going to be on the outside for hairpin number 2. Can he wrap it round the outside there? He just needs to hold P3 on the road right now. This is going to be tight towards the second part of the S's. What a pre-B final we're having here. This is what a final day of the season is all about. Stoyan trying to get through. Out wide goes the 135 of Yordanov. ABC takeout penalty for Daniel Archibald is not a big part of this display. As once again, JTG trying to get through. 4 wide. Through. Here comes Farland. Farland's got round. Tyler Gooden has now got 2nd place on the road. Final lap board. This could be a big moment. Jamie Tyler Gooden back down the inside again. Oh, they all tie up together. Daniel Farland gets half turned round. Who's going to take 2nd place in this race? Ben Richardson has gone, but Jamie Tyler Gooden now, Reeve, is marooned down in what? 4th place on the road.
He is indeed still under pressure as well. Charlie Wainwright has made up.
He's up to P2.
Yep.
And at the moment would be the 2nd driver qualifying through to the pre-A final. Oh my goodness me. It's the number 71 of Fuchs goes down the inside. This is going to be one that's decided post-race, folks. Jamie Tyler Gooden is still not there. Ben Richardson, you're going through to the pre-A final. 2nd takes Wainwright. And once again, Jamie Tyler Gooden, Reeve, I think is going to be relying on a bit of fate here. If there's a penalty. Oh, and there is! Oh, there's a bumper pass penalty for Wainwright earlier on in the race. I think Jamie Tyler Gooden, as long as he is clean from penalties through this race, I think has just kept his championship alive.
That is remarkable by the skin of his teeth, seemingly. Again, provisional. We're not quite sure whether something will be decided within the next few moments. Tyler Gooden after all of that action, makes it through into the Pre-A final. That brings an end to the junior action. Now we have to jump over to the cadets in just a moment.
Right.
How are you today, Andrew? Matthew,
brilliant.
sorry. Yeah, Matthew.
Let's have a very calm Pre-A final, cadets, please, where we could see a champion crowned in this particular race. We'll take you through the grid in a moment. In fact, yeah, let's go for it now. If the technology allows for us to look through this one for the Pre-A final. Jude Pudderfoot has pole position, just needs to finish his race. And by our calculations, he'll be champion. Joey Bates is alongside him on the front row. Mason Turner and Tigran Gregorian, row 2. Oscar Lang and Indy Welch, row 3. On the 4th row of the grid, we find, or should find, and we do indeed, Oliver Renshaw and Tate Hart. Harvey Dowler, great qualifying, on row 5 on the inside of it, with Max Wainwright and company. Theo Thomas and Ethan Guest on row 6. Layla Fitzgerald and Ayrton Lilla Evans will go from the 7th row of the grid. Then row 8. Kai Jackson and Leo Georgiou, and Henry Greenwood and Oliver Catchbowl go from row 9. Perry and Cudgerton, of course, through from the Pre-B final. Away we go then. Pre-A final time. Can Jude Pudderfoot close out? Oh my goodness me, what a move that was. Was that the number 20 of Tigran Gregorian round the outside? Yes, it was. Rack that one back up. That was what my good mate Mr. Baudet likes to call a Slim Shady round the outside, round the outside. From P4 on the grid, Tigran Gregorian takes the lead of this race.
He's looking very comfortable as well as we see Pudderfoot there looking a little bit compromised. We run down the Syme sweep. He's lost a few positions seemingly.
He has indeed, but again, he doesn't necessarily need to win this race. Just needs a nice calm run to the finish. So end of lap number 1 then. And it is Gregorian in the lead of this race. From Turner, from Bates, from Lang, from Thomas, from Dowler. Guest, whoa, it's round there. Harvey Dowler and Indy Welch. Both of them go round. Henry Greenwood was involved in that incident as well. I think Henry tried to go around the outside, got caught up in all the leaves. So the leaf-based gravel trap has struck there on driver's left. Now where Jude Pudderfoot has fallen to the very back of the order. Now, is that him just taking the most cautious of routes home? Leave this one with me, Reeve, to work this one out. Meanwhile, big scrap going on. This is for, no, it's not for second place, it's for third place.
Third place, Ethan Guest there working their way up from 7th at the start of the previous lap, from 12th on the grid. A remarkable run in the very first phase of this race for Ethan Guest. Obviously, great successes in our North Division a couple of weeks ago and looking to replicate that here at Buckmore Park today for the final round of the South Champs as well. Great shot looking on there. You can see the hairpin complex, which provides us so many overtaking opportunities. We watch our front runners head on through and down towards the Syme sweep in just a moment. Let's have a check on how some of our Repechard drivers are doing. Cody Crudgington, and then we have Zane Perry as well. Zane's up into 8th already. This is exactly what Zane wanted to do to make up for that qualifying, should we call it? It's not even really a blunder, is it? But we head through that final mishap. Yeah, it was between mishap or blunder in the head. Either way, we head on to the start-finish straight. Zane Perry with a great turn of pace at the very start of this race. Ethan Guest still holds our fastest lap of the race overall. Having a look around the outside goes Zane Perry there. Might be under threat from the number 73, but Zane Perry poised nicely, heads down the inside into that first hairpin. Nicely executed overtake, and might be looking to replicate that here in just a moment. Has to defend against the number 36 of Theo Thomas, but is able to do so and is putting pressure on the likes of Oscar Lang instead. We head down the Syme sweep once more. There is Oscar Lang looking over the shoulder, sees Zane Perry in the mix for that championship, of course. Did an immense amount of effort in the Pre-B final, is now showing off in the Pre-A final as well as we head around that final corner and onto the start-finish straight again.
Just receiving confirmation, I think, yeah, that junior Pre-B final, first and second places, no changes. As what a drive this has been from Zane Perry. round the outside. Oh, just loses out grip on the front end there. Hello to Tim Penny, sorry. Vocal cords of steel.
Yes,
Stainless steel, mate, from Sheffield.
Stainless
steel. But no, thank you very much for the comments there. Keep the comments coming in. Just to be clear on Jude Pudderfoot, I think he's fine. I think you sometimes see this at the end of seasons in karting. The easiest, sometimes I say this in British Champs, when you see drivers not go out and compete in races for one very simple reason. I will be honest, I don't like it because I'm a commentator and I like to see racing and the fastest racers racing against one another. But it's a very simple thing like this. If you don't want to be disqualified from the race, don't race it at all. That's the most simple way I can put it. So I think it's one of those situations for Jude Pudderfoot that we're going on right now, because his pace now is fine. He's doing 50.5s. He's doing the pace of the race leaders. He's just doing it down in 20th place.
As we see Zane Perry and Theo Thomas not quite having a scrap, but certainly is running along, very much aware of each other at the moment. Ethan Guest is having a comfortable run in P3 at the moment. No kind of major challenge for him, and no one directly in front of him, no one directly behind him as well. He's running along very nicely, but Zane Perry, our driver, repcharged on through in the midst with this championship fight, mathematically at least, is still with plenty of work to do. Has another look over the shoulder, asks Theo to work together as we head into turn one. He knows that any kind of squabbles into turn one, the grip levels are very different based on where you attack that corner from, and it could mean a compromised race if you're embroiled in a bit of battling heading into that first corner. But we see Zane Perry running along in P4 now, has built up a bit of a larger gap to look further forward to P20. Tegan Gregorian, Mason Turner still controlling this race very nicely. Then it's Ethan Guest, then Zane Perry, then Theo Thomas, your top five as we head on through and into Garda in just a moment. Oscar Lang there, who was a bit of a thorn in Zane Perry's side at the very first part of this race, drops down into P6 at the moment. Might be under pressure from Joey Bates here, but we look back at our two race leaders, because Ethan Guest, I said he wasn't under any major challenge at the moment, but he has very much closed up on Mason Turner now as we head in at the first hairpin. Here is Ethan Guest having a look, just making his kart as kind of scary as he physically can in the rear look of Mason Turner. We head down through the sign suite once more. And we see a few comments coming in for what happened to Jude. He seemed to have a bit of a slow run through Simon Sweepers, who've just been mentioning, but is now just quite confident and content with running in last, because that's all he needs to do. But as we see down the inside, Ethan Guest, a fantastic little run there. Down the inside into Garda. Textbook move. It's Ethan Guest into second.
Yes, it is. Just noting as well that there's the other side of this, that the drive, there's only one driver. Oh, it's Ethan Guest, pops it down the inside for the race lead. That's going to get a bit close. Well done, Mason Turner. Really good driving there from Mason. Just held back, knew, okay, here comes the move. It's going to go in there from Ethan Guest, and it's going to get a little bit tight. I'll get them both on turn two corner exit, and that could be the move that gives Mason Turner this race win. The other side of this, folks, is, of course, for Jude Pudderfoot's guaranteed score to be overhauled, Ayrton Limmer Evans pretty much needs to win both races today. And at the moment, Ayrton's doing a really good job. He's down in 10th place as Guest once again down the inside of Gregorian, this time through to P2. So this is fine. This result at the moment, as things stand, is going to confirm Jude Pudderfoot provisionally, of course, as champion. Contact warning for the number 10 there of Ethan Guest, but Ethan is through to second place.
He is indeed, but yeah, as you say, Mason Turner, perfect execution of that overtake there. It wasn't even really an overtake. He just went, you know what, I'll let you two have that fight, and then the overtake will be done for me. Lo and behold, here we go. We now see the scrap between Gregorian and Guest coming out of the second hairpin and down into sector two in just a moment. It's Guest who controls things for the time being. A few contact warnings coming in from that, unsurprisingly. But we head now down into Garda, and it's Gregorian who is getting close. Is less than a kart length behind as we run through Garda and onto the start-finish straight once more. Mason Turner is controlling things very nicely. He's pretty much checked out, and just coming into view there is Zane Perry on that last lap. We'll wait for it to update. Yeah, Zane Perry ever so slightly faster, but Gregorian and Perry flying along as we head into that turn 1. Gregorian had a look down turn 1. Nothing he could have done there really safely, so had to hang back for the time being.
I don't think there was a problem with Jude Pudderfoot's kart, because I think I may be wrong, but on lap 1, I think he just pulled to driver's right, pointed everybody through, get on with it, because his pace at the moment is absolutely fine.
Yeah, back up.
It's 50.1s. He's on the pace of the leaders, as we would expect Jude Pudderfoot to be. I think that was just a very astute. Astute is a very good word, Mr. Taylor. Just to say, right, I know I just need to get a result. Doesn't matter if it's first or 20th place. A result will secure this. Let's do this in the safest possible manner. Yeah, we would have loved to see Jude scrapping out at the front of the field, but, you know, he's got to win a championship first. So I fully understand what he's done there. This is a good scrap. This is Layla Fitzgerald going up against Tate Hart. This is all over 11th place as Oliver Catchpole and Oliver Redshaw. What a run for Oliver Catchpole. First run this year, if I'm not mistaken. I am mistaken, but it is a much more significant run than we've seen from Oliver before. 2 rounds running through the C-tier races so far this season, having joined in at Ella Park. So from one broadcast round to another, Reeve, this is quite a turnaround to go from the C final all the way up to the A.
Absolutely, as Layla Fitzgerald has a nice look down the inside there, just about a cart's width for it to fit into, and she does. Heads on through and makes up good positions for her troubles there. Actually doesn't make up good positions, starts this lap in the same position as we see Mason Turner, Ethan Guest. Ethan Guest takes your race lead heading into that second hairpin. The door looked pretty wide open for him through to that second hairpin there. Guest says thank you very much, and now takes control of this race.
Only the one A-tier win so far this season for Ethan Guest. That was the Trophy A final at Ella Park. Still going to be one more lap of this race. They're going to cross the line with what about... Oh, actually, no, it might be quite close as to whether this is final lap or not. Only 4 seconds to go on the clock. Keep an eye on that digiboard to see if the checkered flag is out.
It is.
But no, final lap there. So final lap
yeah.
called there. That will have been very, very close, but we'll go with how it's been called. Final lap board then for Mason Turner and Ethan Guest. What a drive from Zane Perry from the pre-B final. I know it's one that we probably wouldn't have been that surprised of at the start of the day, or a P3 for Zane Perry, but the circumstances within which it has happened have been very, very impressive indeed. Down the hill, though, unless Mason Turner can find something through Garda, Reeve Taylor, I think this is going to be Guest's win.
Yeah, could well be. Still looking over the shoulder as Guest doesn't feel completely comfortable yet, and there is Zane Perry having a look down the inside on Gregorian. We head on to the final part of this race, though. Ethan Guest maintains the lead of this race, coming out over the corner and takes the checkered flag. Ethan Guest P1, Mason Turner takes second. It's Gregorian in third in the end, and Zane Perry in fourth with your fastest lap. Still a remarkable charge for Zane Perry. Then it's Theo Thomas, Oscar Lang, Ayrton Lima Evans up into seventh. Guy Jackson, Oliver Renshaw and Tate Hart, your top 10 from our final bit of cadet pre-final running this afternoon.
And with that, with Ayrton Lima Evans in P7 in that race, there is Jude Pudderfoot over the line, gets a result in an A-tier race. That is the championship for Jude Pudderfoot in the cadet lightweights. We've got to move on, though. Our next pre-A final is out now. It's the juniors. Last of the pre-finals then. It is the pre-A final for the juniors. We'll take you through the grid in a moment. But here we go with it. This is going to be a big race. Zach Watson has pole position. Dominic Palasitis alongside of the front row. Ethan Saunders and Jake Chapman row 2. Big hitters there in the championship. Max Sheldon Hayward and Thomas Hughes, they're on row 3. Then it's Daniel Lizensky and Rob Crawford row 4. William Sparrow and James Lockhart, row 5. Tom Sands, Ollie White, they're on row number 6. Then Anthony Roberts and Leo Engels, row 7. Zach Parkhouse and Archie Bullard go from row 8. Morgan Humphries and Dan Treadwell made it through time qualifying to row 9. It's Zane El Tobshi and Henry Wilkes, row 10. Jack Whitehouse and Jonas Klimas on row 11. And there it is, confirmation. Ben Richardson and Jamie Tully-Gooden on row 12. JTG, the championship leader, gets through by the skin of his teeth. Has a chance here. They all have a chance, our 3 championship contenders, Balasitis and Chapman as well, of extending their points tallies in this race.
They absolutely do. As we head through past the tram lines once again, we're not good to go racing just yet, but we'll be in just a moment. Yeah, Watson versus Balasitis will be a good one to behold. Saunders, Wilkes and Chapman right at front end of stuff as well. As we can see, drivers doing their utmost to try and get some tyres in these temperatures. No,
in these tyres.
Yeah, that's what I was after. In order to try and get their best foot forward for that turn 1 run. It might be in ever so slightly in vain, but it's worth a punt anyway, isn't it?
So we'll keep you up to date with the scores as they go through in this one. We're going to have one more loop around it's not really an oval, it's almost like a bit of a potato shape when you look at it from above.
Yeah.
Around turn 1, turn 2, and then the little cut through, and then around the trees. The old layout, of course, of Buckmore Park, before the extension was put in down the bottom. The layouts that you'll have seen on many of those videos from the 90s of some of the great and the good racing around this great place. Are we good for a go this time around? I think we are then.
Indeed.
So 11 minutes on the clock then. Zach Watson takes us from pole position. Away we go then for the Pre-A final in junior lightweight. Are they all going to make it through the first couple of corners? Leszensky and Chapman going wheel to wheel. I think Jamie Tully-Gooden's just going to take this kind of calm through the first lap. Good start for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes as well there in the number 15. He's up to second place in the black suit and the white helmet, but it's Watson out front, leading in the early stages of this one. Good start for Max Sheldon Hayward as well, up to P3.
Absolutely, yeah, really great start for Watson. In fact, everyone kept the nose clean. Very nice start from our front runners here in this race. Run down the sign sweep. Now we're on board with the number 40 of Balasitis, who had a brief glance there just to see who is challenging him as we start the next lap of this race. Watson then leading our charge. Saunders, Wilson, P2. Sheldon Hayward with a nice few positions gained. Archie Bullard up into 8th position from 16th on lap 1. That is a nice effort, sir. Congratulations for that one. Hopefully we'll see a bit more of that as we go further into this race. We head through that second hairpin though, and we're now watching the number 124 and number 7 of Thomas Hughes and Robert Crawford having a bit of a scrap heading down into the Simon sweep in just a moment. Well, here we go. It's Zach Watson under pressure from Saunders Wilkes at the top end of the pack. Balasitis in 4th, trying to keep pace with Jake Chapman at the moment, as through goes Saunders Wilkes into Garda, takes the charge of this race. But that was a great run through the final corner for Zach Watson, who heads up onto the start-finish straight now and closes up on the new race leader. Might have to go into that first corner, thinks better of it though, and it is going to be Zach Watson keeping back in second for the time being.
Zach Watson hasn't won a race this year in this championship. He's had a few thirds in places. He's been a regular in the top 10. But how he would love to get a best score of the season so far. At the moment, this would be a best score of the season so far in second place. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes had a very good round last time out, of course, at Lid. Took both A-tier races. Unfortunately, his earlier part of the season, he was in the A-tier races, but kind of like 15th, 16th. That's why he's not part of the title picture. But Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, of course, top 5 in this one. You can say this one in Reeve.
Ooh,
but,
what
top
happens?
They go to Genk for the Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Unless they've already got qualified, of course. There are some drivers, particularly tomorrow as well, who've already got their tickets to Belgium sorted.
They have indeed. So, yeah, top 5 in the championship. It's all to play for, even if it's not for those big trophies. It's still a remarkable feat, and you will still be rewarded with an entry at least in to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, and there is a sliding scale of support and funding based on how we do the championship. The top position is going to be a fully paid entry into the series, and then, as they say, the sliding scale of support after that down into P5. So just goes to show it is no point giving up just yet. You must be unrelenting until the very end, even if it's not quite looked your way at the top end of this season. But we have Max Sheldon Hayward now in third position in this race. Archie Bullard is still on a remarkable charge. He's now up into 6th from a 16th and is posting purple laps as the time flies by. 46.6 is the current fastest lap of this race so far. We run on down through the Simon Sweep yet again here, and there we see Saunders Wilkes controlling the pack. Zach Watson and Hayward just behind. Chapman and Lezensky in the mix here, being split by the number 150. Sorry, that is Chapman splitting the P3 and P5 carts there. On to the start-finish straight we go once more. A couple of contact warnings coming in, but otherwise, in fact, no, that's a cone warning, a contact warning, and a penalty for Archie Bullard, all on the time system at the same time. So those laps are quick, but they just need to be tidied up a little bit in order to ensure that we don't have too many positions lost. It's currently 1 for a cone penalty. We don't want to see any more than that, ideally. Well, here we go. It's Chapman currently running in 4th. Has Hayward for company just behind as we run down through the Simon Sweep yet again. And Saunders, Wilkes and Watson are looking pretty comfortable there as we see the number 37, the Bullard, having a look down the inside at the Simon Sweep on Lezensky. That's not a typical overtaking spot. Lezensky echoes that sentiment as we head down through Garda, and towards the next lap we go yet again. We're on board there with Lezensky as Chapman, as we saw, does get ahead of Hayward on that previous lap. And here goes Lezensky, here goes Bullard as well. Doesn't go for a move just yet into the first hairpin. The second hairpin does open up another opportunity though. Just behind is Balasaitis, who of course started second in this race, has a little bit of a recovery to try and pull off here in order to get the most points physically possible in this race. And it's just a little ways behind Bullard here. Bullard not quite side by side with Chapman and Lezensky as he was on the last lap ahead through Garda once more. Our top 3 actually looking very close now. Chapman has been able to close up that gap as we head on to the next lap of the race. We do have a penalty coming in for Bullard twice over as well. That is not ideal for Archie Bullard, who will not finish in the position that they finish on the road. But here goes Lezensky down the inside, the nice move. And that is a big penalty just coming in. You might not have seen it on your screens yet, but we can see it on the timing system at results.alphatiming.co.uk/CLUB100. Is that there is a bump and pass penalty for Jamie Tiley Gooden in this race. JTG is currently in 15th on the road in this race, rep-charged up, of course, after that electric Pre-B final, and not going to be able to progress quite as much as perhaps he would have wanted to in this race after that penalty.
Yeah, indeed, at the moment that would end up as a dropped score for Jamie Tiley Gooden. For Dom Balasaitis, I think this would be a dropped score as well at the moment, with 7th place on the road. Is side by side between Bullard and Lezensky. Fighting back is Lezensky. This is all over 4th place. So right now, I think Jake Chapman's taking the live points lead here. This 3rd place by our, and I'm going to stress this, folks, I know I always do, but really I am with this one today. These are provisional scores. Very provisional. But right now, by our calculations in the box, Chapman would move to 1,525. So he'd put 3 more points on from the results that Chapman had earlier on in the year. Balasaitis, as discussed, right now is scoring, well, in this race 7th, and it would be a drop. So he would stay on 15.23. This is why we like to consider here in the box the scenarios of a drop is not a drop until it's completely gone, because it could come back into play if you don't have a good final day of the season, or a bit of an iffy final day of the season, like Jamie Tiley Gooden has had. Jamie Tiley Gooden, of course, is having a drop at the moment, but the bigger problem is that he's going to be starting a long way down the grid for the Trophy A final as well. That was a nice move. That was Crawford, Rob Crawford, going through and up into 5th place. So 3 minutes of this one to go. What we should say, though, is, of course, the championship will go to the last race of the season. Like it did in the North Championship for this category, it's going to go to the final lap of the season.
And it could be still a very, very close one with two of your front runners high up the order in this one. Don Balasaitis, you can see he's quite... I don't know whether that was a thanks or a sarcastic, oh yeah, cheers mate, as he went through there. Back up another couple of positions, back up ahead of Sheldon Haywood. So 2.5 minutes of this race to go then. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes could be on here for 3 top scores in a row. Hadn't had one before the round at Lyd earlier in the autumn. Had some good scores and had some seconds, had some thirds, but hadn't won a race. And right now he's looking at 3 in a row. That was a bit of an error though from the number 58 from Sheldon Haywood. Loses out there, just falling back a bit now as Bullard and Lockhart's looking to get involved. So Don Balasaitis now up to P6, which again is still a drop. This is sometimes the problem that you have when you've had a very balanced season, a strong season, not necessarily race wins. But lots of top 5s, lots of top 6s. That just means you need to further improve on that just to improve the score at the end of the year, and that can be quite hard on the last day of the season when everyone's brought their A game. 90 seconds to go. Saunders-Wilkes still leads from Watson and Chapman. How much do you think Chapman risks in this race, Reeve? Do you think he goes for it in second place, or do you think he takes the points and the position for now? Because of course these race final positions set the grid for the big one later on.
Yeah, I think at this phase of the day, you're just going for it at this point. You're just trying to go as quickly as possible, get the car out in front at this point if you're Chapman, especially when you can sense Watson and Saunders are there for the taking, really. Chapman's had some really good pace over the past few laps. Chapman started from 4th, no less, and is now potentially on for a top 2 finish.
Remember, the points different. Whilst it's pre-finals and trophy finals, the difference, you get a pot. The points are still the same. 130 for a win, 128 for second, 127 for third. We're on to the 14th lap of this race. Still no penalties since that one for Jamie Tyler-Gooden, who, by the way, is now up to 12th place. Right now, Tyler-Gooden is just trying to get himself a little bit further up the grid for the Trophy A final. On my calcs, right now he'd be starting P16. This has been a mighty good drive from Saunders-Wilkes as Watson now tries to defend. Chapman, if he can get through, that's an extra championship point, which could be crucial. He does have the live points lead by our calculations, but only by 2 points. Last lap board is out here, Reeve. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes looking good for this 3rd victory in a row in this championship, because Watson is now on the defensive.
Absolutely, yeah. Watson very much preoccupied with what Chapman has done, and maybe this is Chapman's plan. It's just to build that pressure on Watson, let Watson force a mistake, and then through goes Chapman potentially. We've only got a few corners to make that happen, though, as we now run down through the Syme sweep. Saunders-Wilkes, as we say, looking pretty happy down through the Syme sweep. There is Leszczynski as well. Crawford just behind, and Balasaitis, but here's our race leader. Saunders-Wilkes heads through Garda, is actually very close to Watson, but I don't think that's going to phase him all that much. We head up the hill once more. Saunders-Wilkes leads us and takes race victory. Zach Watson and Jake Chapman complete your top 3 in that race in the end. It's no further than P3 for Chapman, but he still has, as we say, a provisional points lead. Leszczynski and Crawford, your top 5. Balasaitis, Bullard, Haywood, Lockhart and Parkhouse completing your top 10 in this race. Tyler-Gooden wasn't able to progress any higher than 12th in the end on the road. I mean, it's still 12 positions up from 24th, but does have a bump and pass penalty to add into that mix as well. That brings an end to our pre-finals then this afternoon. We're going to head right back into the action, though, with our Cadet C Trophy final.
So, C final for the Cadet lightweights. Another 2 positions available for going through to the B final. I've done a lot of the grids so far. Do you want to take this one, mate?
Absolutely, more than happy to. So then we'll wait for us to get the graphics up, but just a reminder as to the likes of the drives we're going to be seeing in this session so far. We're still waiting for that grid to come in for us on the electronic side, but you're going to see the likes of Ryan Malik, Ethan Windsor, Dylan Williams in this running. They are still forming up out on track at the moment. Looking at the third row of the grid then, it's going to be Phoenix Clements and Adam Asgar completing your top 3. Then we're going to have Lucas Homewood, Cora Moore, Charlie Ledoux, Benjamin Beresford, Jack Horton, Jaden Baker, James Kahn, Freddie Donald, Louis Davers, Lucas Bailey, Robert Schimann and Freya Frith completing your 18 karts grid for this Cadet C final. We might see that pop up on the screen later on, but you've heard it here first, folks. In fact, we're under racing conditions. There we go. Right, we're racing with our Cadet C finalists. Here we go. Nice quiet start to this race, as we can see. Williams and Malik looking side by side with each other as we head down the Symes sweep. It is going to be Williams who takes charge in this race as things kick off underway here. You've actually got a very good look at the circuit timing tower there as they run down towards the Symes sweep. But here we go. It is going to be Williams having a look down the inside into Garda. Might be compromised here. Might. Ryan Malik against Phoenix Clements. Phoenix Clements running down through and into Garda is up into P3 now.
Early penalties come in. Charlie Ledoux, ABC takeout penalty. So unfortunately for Charlie, that is the end of any hopes of going through to the Trophy B final. The season will end here in the C. Dylan Williams trying to hold on here ahead of Phoenix Clements for this race lead. That's going to encourage other drivers to get involved. Oh, is that Cora Moore down the inside for 4th place? Just going wheel to wheel with Ethan Windsor. Side by side, Ryan Malik back into 2nd place. Ryan very quick in the first race, of course. Reeve had that problem right at the start, which relegated Ryan down the order. So again, in terms of the speed that we saw earlier, should be a good bet here for 2nd place. Oh, as there's a spin in the second half of the field. We'll catch up with who that was in a moment. Might have been Lucas Homewood, who came through the 2nd sector late. I think Jack Horton was also involved. It's also slow through the 2nd sector. But Williams leads Clements. Windsor now up into 3rd place.
Yep, really strong start to this race for Clements. Benjamin Beresford up 4 positions as well. And in fact, Robert Schimann, 17th up into 10th. Great start to the race for Schimann. Bailey, 16th to 8th, sorry. We see 9 minutes on the clock still to go in this race. Williams leads us down through the Symes sweep. Clements and Windsor follow through very quickly indeed. As we have a little bit of a squabble going on here. Windsor has to go wide around the cone coming towards Garda. Is able to get back on track, but might have lost a little bit of time as a result of that little visit to the Buckmore scenery, shall we call it. Ryan Malik up into P3 though, is ahead of Ethan Windsor after that and is on a bit of a charge now. Fastest lap of the race so far goes back to Ryan Malik, who of course started at the top end of things and is wanting to claw that back.
Oh, what a move there by Dylan Williams. Sorry to cut across you, Reeve. That was
absolutely
fantastic.
Yeah,
from Dylan Williams on the cutback through the first hairpin. Malik there now in 2nd place. Now, if these two can work together, I think they've got a chance of breaking away. Someone pulling into the pits there. Maybe Jaden Baker. Yeah, Jaden Baker's had a mechanical flag. So very rare that you see those in Club 100. Wide there was Ethan Windsor again. Needs to be careful. We've seen that one called so far today. Cora Moore fighting through the order as well. A good chance of going through here to a B final. Cora has had a good run of B finals in recent rounds of this championship. Needs to find some more positions at the moment. Fighting for 4th place, whilst 3rd, 2nd and 1st are breaking away. Phoenix Clements not dropping off the back of this duo and keeping them honest. Williams finding the need to just defend a little bit there into hairpin number 2. Beresford, Ledoux, Windsor all still involved. Of course, remember, points are handed out for these finishing positions if drivers aren't quite able to get through to the Trophy B final. Oh, unfortunately. Oh, now these are going to be big ones. Forcing driver wide penalty. Karts number 74. Ryan Malik is not going to be able to make it through now because that's more than 2. Well, it's at least 2 positions of a penalty. So even if Malik was to win this one on the road, would drop to, at best, 3rd. Now, whether Williams and Clements are fully aware of that remains to be seen, but tactically right now, they should work together because even with Malik as part of that group, they're going to guarantee their spots through to the next race. Moore as well has had a penalty. Sakura's had a penalty. An ABC bump and pass. Oh dear. I think that could be our first curse of the commentator. Just mentioned that Cora has had a really good run of making it through to the B final, at least so far this season. That's not going to happen here.
It won't indeed, which is a shame for Malik. Has been flying along in this race so far, as has Cora Moore. Some really strong pace as well, made up a good few positions. But we are around about the halfway marker in this race. Just under 6 minutes to go in this race. And Williams controlling things quite nicely, although Malik having a look down the inside into that first hairpin, gets the move done, but there's going to be a switch back here from Dylan Williams, who says, thank you very much, I want the position back, and it's Dylan Williams back up into the race lead. Do you think I could have read that, given we've got a small IMAX screen in front of us? So apologies for that one, Dylan, but it's Dylan Williams who takes back your race lead.
It is indeed. Light strive. Can we get to 75 by the time we get to end of the B finals?
I don't know what we can offer them as sometimes, because we did it at the North round where we said I'll do it in a shirt and shorts if we get to 200 likes.
I think I might just antagonise them and say that the interactions and button clickings of the Northerners was better than the Southerners.
Just friendlier.
Anyway, 5 minutes to go in this race. Dylan Williams still leads this one. Ryan Malik second place on the road. Frustrating race at the moment for Benjamin Beresford. Benjamin's in 5th place right now. He's got 2 drivers ahead of him who've got penalties, and they're kind of just in the way at the moment, because where he needs to get to where Phoenix Clements is right now. That 3rd place on the road will convert through to a P2 once Malik's penalty has been applied. Remember, the penalties are applied effectively, let me get this right, from the front first. So what I mean by that is Malik's penalties will be applied first. We'll shuffle him down the order a bit. Then Cora is the next driver who's got a penalty in this race. That penalty will be applied and shuffle through. So, yeah, it's right now. Oh, and in fact, Beresford's gone back now down to 6th place. Ethan Winter, that was a good lap from Ethan at 50.535. Fastest lap of the race of anyone in this one so far. 4 minutes to go. Williams checking over the shoulder. I just don't think quite needs to defend at that point as Cora Moore tries to get down the inside. This is for 3rd place on the road. Phoenix Clements probably won't know that this doesn't change things in terms of who's going through, and actually defends that one very, very well indeed from the driver of the number 21. But that could give more chances to the likes of Windsor and Beresford. Oh, as Dylan Williams runs wide again, he needs to be careful with that. He got track limits penalties in the first race for doing that. Cora Moore has got 3rd place on the road now. Here comes the number 47 of Ethan Windsor. This is for a potential spot in the B final. Over the line, 3 minutes to go. Moore now up to 3rd. Clements still holding on right now.
Yep, just about holding on, but Windsor flying along, as you say. Watch out for Adam Asgar as well, who is currently up, well, recovering at least from that race start, back up into 10th.
I'm just going to correct that. I always get myself confused on this. No, the penalties are applied from the back first. As down the inside, Malik on Williams. Williams out wide there, trying to gain control. It's understandably not too happy about that. Sorry, I correct myself. It's from the back first, because imagine a 25 driver race where 24 drivers get penalties from 1st to 24th. The driver in 25th would win the race. Because 24th would move down, then 23rd would move down, and they'd just step up. That's how the rules work in Club 100. To win one of these races, I quite like it in that way. To win one of these races, you have to be penalty-less.
Yes.
So apologies. That was another end of season blunder from Mather. It's been a long year. But of course, the penalties are applied from the back first. So right now, you are still looking at Williams and Windsor to go through.
You are indeed, and there's going to be plenty of enders. I mean, you could just blame them all on Matthew, who's apparently here in the comms box.
Who's Matthew?
He's in the comms box with me today, apparently. Either way, 2 minutes left to go on the clock here. Malik controls things, but does have that penalty, remember that. So at the moment, it's Dylan Williams will be your driver taking the victory as it stands at the moment with a few laps to go.
I think this is where I need to... we've been talking about kits for next year live on the air today, haven't we, mate?
Yes.
Name tags on the kit for next year. The name's not Matthew. It is definitely not Anthony Jordan. They've had that as well.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Ryan Malik still, as I say, leading this race, but a forcing driver wide penalty from earlier in the race is going to fortunately stop the driver with number 74 from proceeding on in this one.
And it looks like we've got a waved yellow currently in Sector 3. I'm going to take one small guess as to what cone they are trying to reposition through there. So the driver's acknowledging that with a raise of the hands, and we'll resume racing the next time they see a bit of green flag action.
Some say whenever JV looks at his staff and goes, right, who needs to get 15,000 steps in today? Oh, you're going to get 15,000 steps in today because you're going to be in charge of the run up to Garda cone. And anyone who's not needing 15,000 steps, you put them on the outside of Garda hairpin. Thank you, JV. That's my normal spot when I'm observing here. Anyway, 13 seconds of this race to go. Actually quite a calm one, this one. So at the moment, Ethan Winter's still doing a really good job of holding on. As long as he can hold on to this 4th place on the road, I think Ethan's going to be okay. Meanwhile, there's a scrap going on behind Clements down the inside of Ledoux. Ryan Malik's going to take this one on the road, but all looking clean on our board for Dylan Williams. Means Dylan Williams will go through to the B final. Cora Moore, unfortunately, SA with that penalty as well, will not go through. So Ethan Windsor will take the second and final spots of repercharging through to the B final from this C final. Good finishes for Charlie Ledoux. I went Italian for a second there with my CHs. Phoenix Clements 6th, Benjamin Beresford 7th, Jack Horton, Adam Asgar, Charlie Gelb, all in the top 10 ahead of Lucas Bailey, Lucas Homewood, Louis Davis, Freddie Donald, Robin Shimon, James Carn, Freya 5th, and Jaden Baker. Well done to all of those drivers for their 2025 seasons. We hope to see them again next year. We've got to move on though. Junior Lightweight C final is next.
And we can hear the sounds of our junior drivers heading out on track already. So let's see how their grid is forming up then. On the front row of the grid, it'll be Max Daniel and David Farkas. Row 2, Reece Kelsall and Gabriel Wires. Making up row 3, it's Finley Bennett and Oliver Coe. Moving on to the 4th row of the grid, it will be Ben Cosgrove and Jamie Tucker. And Aaron James and Spencer Wiles making up row 5. Tyler Masters and Maxim Muskis are on row 6. Moving on to the 7th row of the grid, Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra and Frederick Burden. Then we have Sam Doyle, Bradley Brown, Henry Gorner and Cian Haynes making up row 7, 8 and 9. Row 10, it's Leo Stavro and Caleb Caulfield. Then we have Taylor Webb and Rowan Horder on row 11. And then it's Ben Rigfist. And then we have Chili Edwards on row 13, completing our 25 kart grid for our first bit of junior trophy final action this afternoon. We actually have a false start there. I didn't need to read them out quite so quickly as it turns out.
It's always the way when we do a super duper fast grid. We're waiting for someone. I think it's Reece Kelsall just trying to get back into correct track position. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting. Hello to Tina. Hello, Tina Telford, who's wishing good luck to everybody out there. Theo as well, cheering on Ollie. He's not specified which Ollie, though, so it could be any of them.
Cheering on the Ollies, the Ollie class.
All Ollie class here at Buckmore Park. 11 minutes again in this one. Looks like we're good for a start this time. Who's going through to our B final? Green lights on the screen. Away we go then. Max Daniel will lead into the first couple of corners. David Shushfarkas going round the outside. Lovely stuff there from the driver of the 149 into hairpin 1. Whoops, Spencer Wiles has gone round there. Very easily done through that part of the course. Cian Haynes, first penalty. Braking formation off the start. Will not go through because that's at least 2 places in terms of a penalty weight. All drivers sorting themselves out in the second half of the field. Other braking formation penalties coming in it's right under race control's nose here at Buckmore Park. You're not getting away with it. 181 Caleb Caulfield and the 84 of Rowan Horder all getting braking formation penalties.
They are indeed. They usually do come in
They're
pairs
right
at
there.
least. Yeah, you can effectively their own marshal post just for the start of the race. 10 minutes to go in this race then. It's just Farkas controlling things nicely at the moment with a nice gap there, already about 1 second clear of the rest of the pack. We're looking a little bit further back into the action. Finley Bennett just ahead of Ben Cosgrove under pressure from Aaron James here as we run down into the second sector.
Hello to Ethan Brass, cheering on, and Jack T as well, cheering on Jenny and Jackson in the Cadet B final. That'll be the race up after this. Other scraps going on there through Garda. Garda becoming an absolute hot zone now for overtaking. Penalties coming up on board there, not affecting the race leaders. This is a nice position to be now if you're Sush Farkas. 1.6 seconds to the nearest 10th, out front from Rhys Kelsall. Just looking further down the order, who's potentially on the charge? We talked about our drivers who were excluded from qualifying. Does my memory serve me correctly, mate, that it was Tyler Masters and Ben Cosgrove? Tyler's still holding in 11th place. Ben Cosgrove up 3 places in this one in the 107. Oh, I thought he was about to make that 4 places, but just held behind Max Daniel there for 3rd place on the road. Was I right?
Tyler Masters and Ben Cosgrove.
Oh, brain's still working to some degree at this stage of the season. So actually Ben Cosgrove could be one to watch in this second half of the race, because from the pace that we've seen through TQ and all the rest of it, Cosgrove probably should be at least in a B-tier race. Gets down the inside of Daniel there. That's a lot of white helmets with black suits to talk about as we go through hairpin number 2. But no, good move there from Ben Cosgrove up to P3.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we say, Such Farkas just controlling things so well at the front end. This is remarkably one of the biggest gaps we've seen to the race lead all afternoon, which is a real testament there. As I was about to say, it's a real testament to our drivers. Let's go. Either way, commentator's curse. Not quite coming into effect.
Now,
there.
was that a double cone hit, or was the cone already out there before Max Daniel touched on the far side? That all happened a little bit too quick.
It did.
In the box. That's why at that point of the course, it is quite hard to call, because things do arrive at the observers very, very quickly.
That's a nice run down the inside here for Max Daniel, who's actually going to lose out the position to Ben Cosgrove. They're enjoying a bit of a squabble though, and through the inside as well goes Aaron James, potentially Oliver Coe as well.
Yeah, Frederick Burden also in the mix in that group. Frederick Burden up 9 places so far in this race. So he's got through that pack. Top 4 starting to string out a bit here. Doesn't necessarily mean the race is over. So we've still got 7 minutes to play in this one. Bold move down the inside. Oliver Cohen, Aaron James getting into it through Garda. We'll count them through at the end of lap number 5. Sush Farkas, Kelsall, Cosgrove. Cosgrove just sets the fastest lap of the race, and it was an absolute flyer. 47.042. He's got 9/10 a lap versus Kelsall. He's got half a second almost on Sush Farkas. So we said keep an eye out for Ben Cosgrove. He was excluded after qualifying, but has clearly got more pace than a normal C-tier driver. But has to get through, of course, into the top 2 if he's going to continue this charge. Here he goes down the inside. Oh, Kelsall round. Oh dear. Now there was clear contact between the 2 of them there. Cosgrove will argue, I was there, he turned in on me. Kelsall will argue the other way, of course, because that's what racing drivers do. But either way, Ben Cosgrove through into second place at this moment. Will keep an eye on the race control notifications.
Absolutely. At the moment, these drivers are just going to continue on and do their best in this race. It's all they can hope to do, but this is just playing.
Penalty for Reeve.
No, by all means.
Ben Cosgrove, ABC takeout penalty. That's plus 6 positions. That's not really going to end well for anybody at all. 3 wide into the S's doesn't work, guys. As wide goes the 108. So, Sush Farkas now effectively has a 5-second lead, because Cosgrove will drop 6 places. This has been a disaster of a day for Ben Cosgrove.
Hello to Jammies in the comments, who it was perfectly timed. A game over emoji there.
Yeah.
Either way, we continue on. Sush Farkas, 3.5 seconds. This is just played into his hands so well. That's as good as you can hope for it to go, pretty much.
And Frederick Burden will be going through right now. has had 3 previous appearances in the championship this year. Was actually 3rd in both B-tier races last time out at Lid, so it's going to be getting back into those races, but not if Fred keeps tickling the cones. That's a cone warning, not a cone penalty, but that's almost like your yellow card for the track furniture. One more offence, and that will be a place deduction. This could be another one where we get the abacus out late on in the day. 4.5 minutes to go then. Should note for anyone, I wouldn't say huddling for warmth in their cars because it's still quite a mild day. But remember as well, and same for drivers tomorrow, we do race into the dark here. The floodlights will be on. The lights are on. Well, when they are on, no tinted visors.
Yes.
You'll see the clear visors already out of a good number of drivers, but if you've forgotten that and you've got a tinted visor on your lid right now,
get it
quick,
off.
Get it off, replace it, or borrow a helmet from CLUB100.
Yep.
Or Buckmore Park.
Yep, less than ideal to be running around in these conditions because, I mean, I've never put a tinted visor on personally myself, but I imagine all you pretty much see is nothing and then light.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's not a good idea.
Less than ideal, especially with how much we got to fight for in these races. Don't want to be decided by some small little things.
I tell you what, Fred Burden's giving this a really good go. May or may not know that at the moment the 118 is going through on the basis of penalties as a cone warning comes in for Tyler Masters. But his fastest driver on the circuit right now, 46.866 last time around. And it just needs to make, that is the cone that has been displaced, what I'm trying to say. Fred Burden at the moment, really try and get this move done on the road. 3 minutes of this one remaining, over the top of the hill. Once again, you can still see it's quite damp on the inside, so there's not really an opportunity to overtake through turn 1. Maybe into turn 2. Oh, that's a bit wide from Cosgrove. And through goes Burden. That's a nice move from Frederick Burden. Forced Ben Cosgrove into the mistake there, Reeve. And pounced on corner exit. Nice driving.
Yeah, very nice run indeed. Started 14th in this race, has had some really strong pace as we mentioned, and eventually got that move. We did get very close to that cone once more. Managed to avoid it there. Had to make contact with Cosgrove in order to stay clear of that cone. But both still pointing in the right direction and both not making any types of enemies with any cones on that lap in particular.
Karts number 55, penalty for Bradley Brown. ABC bump and pass. That'll be +4 positions at the end of this race. Burden's made the exact same mistake that Cosgrove did 1 lap ago. So they swap positions back on the road, but still Burden going through because Cosgrove has a +6 penalty to be applied at the end of this race. Other moves further down the field. Good to note that Ben Ridquist is up 10 places in this race. He's just lost a position, so it was 11, but he's running in 13th place right now in a battle with Max Daniel and Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra. But what a drive by David Farkas at the moment in this race. Another PB that time around. That's a little bit of a risky one down the inside from Cosgrove. Oh, bit of a bump, side to side, pod to pod. Drifted up into Cosgrove there. This is what can happen sometimes in a race like this. There'll be a very simple reason here. Burden will not know that Cosgrove's got a penalty. That's why he's fighting so hard. He thinks he needs this second place on the road to go through, and that can sometimes bring in a bit more risk-taking that is actually necessary.
Absolutely it can do, and this is what we are seeing. I've got one eye on that timing system to just see if anything does come in for Burden at this point. It's looking good for the moment as we get ready to start the next lap. Burden takes charge once more. Are we going to see a repeat of the past couple of laps? Cosgrove knows his rival well here, as does Burden. And we head into that first corner. Nice slide through in that first hairpin. That might slow him down, though. And through goes Cosgrove. It's happened again. It's Cosgrove back into P2. And I imagine we're going to see something very similar as we head round in a few moments' time. Only thing is, this is now the last lap of this race.
Harrison Chapman's very busy with those cars today. Yes. Down towards Garda, Sushvarkas has got this race won. Cosgrove is going to take second on the road. But it will still be Burden going through, although I think they're going to be side by side up the hill. Sushvarkas, brilliant drive from David Sushvarkas to take that one. Oh dear. Oh,
what has happened to Cosgrove?
Where is Ben Cosgrove? There is Ben Cosgrove. Now we saw Fred Burden and Ben Cosgrove go into the last corner side by side, and only one of them came out.
Hello there.
Oh dear. Right. We didn't see it, so we couldn't possibly call on what happened there. But Aaron James, stick about. There might be an opportunity still for third place to go through here.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened. Right, well, that's the end of the C final. Sushvarkas will definitely go through. Great drive. Wins this one by 3.689 seconds. From Fred Burden, Aaron James, Oliver Coe, Reece Kelsall, Ben Cosgrove, Finley Bennett, Bradley Brown, Tyler Masters and Gabriel Wyatt. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra P11 ahead of Max Daniel, Kin Haynes, Max Muskis, Ben Rydquist, Henry Gorner, Chili Edwards, Spencer Wiles, Sam Doyle and others finished in the top 20. The screen is reset in front of me because we've got to move on. B final up next. B final time then for the cadets. Once again, 2 places up for grabs to go through to our A final, Reeve. We've seen some spectacular B tier races so far today with championship permutations. This one should be a bit calmer. All of our championship protagonists have already got through to our A tier races. But who have we got on the grid for this one?
Well, we'll start with our front row of the grid. It will be Luke Collins, Felix Sheldon Haywood, then it's Matthew Leder, Charlie France completing row 2, Theo Wright and Jake Matthews complete the first 3 rows, and move on to Daniel Rudjak and William Hossack, Vinnie Cunningham, Joshua Robinson, Athena Cooper and Jackson Burge, row 4, 5 and 6. Caesar Chen, Aaron Rana, Oliver Sanderson, Ethan Hulbert, Rafa Malcolm, Zach Sharif, row 7, 8 and 9. Then we move on to row 10 with Andrei Vashchikov, Isha Rashid, then it's Dylan Williams and Ethan Windsor on rows 10 and 11 for our Cadet B final.
Williams and Windsor, of course, qualifying through from the Trophy C final. It will be 11 minutes once again. Hello to Sal Newman. He says the A finals are going to be mints. Absolutely spot on there, young Mr. Newman. Oh, hello.
Hello.
The cameras are always watching. Luke Collins, Felix Sheldon Haywood, on paper, should be strong favourites to go through here. Charlie France, I think, could be a bit of a charger in this one. Vinnie Cunningham had some good pace early on as well.
Ooh,
now what's happening there? That's going to be waved green. I don't think second place was ready to go there. He's not happy at all with how that race has started, and false start.
That
is the correct call from race control. I think what was happening there is 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, etc., were probably just on the gas a little bit too early there. Felix did the right thing to go, whoa, 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 whoa. Pole sitter.
We don't want to jump start.
We don't want to jump start, exactly. And Felix was just trying to control the pace relative to what Luke Collins on the inside was doing. Luke was doing nothing wrong, just a nice steady pace up to the line, as has been requested by the race officials. A minute gets knocked off the timer, so it'll be a 10-minute race now, but no problem for Felix Sheldon Haywood. Did the right thing there, in a way, and we'll get another go.
Will indeed. We wait to get formed up once more. We saw after that Sheldon Haywood was actually tumbled completely to the back of the order, so needs to work his way.
Well, all pretty much got turned around, didn't he?
Yeah, pretty much. Has worked his way up on through now. So we should be able to get formed up. Everyone's looking like they are in right position. It was only one car that needed to readjust itself. And we'll head round for the next couple of corners and get ready to go racing again.
Lights drive up to 61. There's 173 people watching. So there's 108 people out there. Come on, press the button. Get us up to 75 before the end of these B finals, before we go into our championship deciders. Here we go then. This is looking like a much better start. 10 minutes for us in this one. Luke Collins will get the best possible start through the first corner. Get a little bit slidey through the first couple of turns, but transition well to driver's left to hold the lead into hairpin one. How have they
Wow.
all just about managed to get round hairpin one there? That was many karts wide.
That's the technical term for that one there. The kart number 25, Daniel Maruchiak up into P2 or P3, at least when they headed into that second hairpin. Is still P2, in fact. Not a great start for Sheldon Haywood. We saw Sheldon Haywood getting forced a little bit wide potentially, or either way, for whatever reason, running wide as that cone once again. That poor track furniture. Think of the track furniture, folks. It hurts. Sheldon Haywood had to run off wide, and by the time he rejoined, the whole pack had gone on through. An unfortunate start for Felix there.
At least it's not bolted down, it's not being ripped out of the ground, it just gets put back.
Yeah.
Some other track furniture that I've seen in tracks recently that needs
Oh.
some TLC at the end of 2025. Oh, that was a spin for Matthew Lederer. Matthew Lederer, oh dear, stuck in the
Full
wall.
course yellow.
And the driver of the number 37 has had a problem there. I think that was a second driver heading in. That was Jake Matthews, who was out wide and has, made their way out of the kart. So that is obviously why we've gone under full course yellow here. And so the race is neutralised. Timer will tick on by and red flag. So we go red flag whilst we have this moment in the circuit where the medical team will be on standby to head out to the driver who has, I think, come out of the kart there.
And this is now just an opportunity for the officials to just neutralise the race, bring things to a brief close while we make sure that everything is good. We're all good to go racing once more, and we will get on the way when we can. Obviously, we've got all of the right crews, the right people here to check over all of our drives, make sure everyone's safe and ready to have a good day's worth of racing. I can confirm that the driver looks to be, in fact, is completely conscious, so there's no worries there with that sort of thing, but we will bring this race to a kind of a neutralised point with the red flag, because it's the best option, and it's the most fair option as well for our competitors to be heading back out on track in just a little short while, so that we can go racing once more. That's our Cadet B final. We'll have 8 minutes. It was truncated, and we will pick up from where we left off when we can.
So I say, we'll just pause here at the circuit. There is a scene on the, whether we call it the pit straight or not the pit straight.
I call it, yeah.
Because it's the pit straight if it's a corporate race, but it's not the pits that we use. The home straight.
It shouldn't really be the straight, should it, anyway?
I'm sure it's got an actual proper name that we'll take the time in this little pause to remind myself what the actual straight name is called. I'm sure if Clinton Bell is listening, he will be dashing to the comms. Angry.
See a knock on the door at any moment.
But no, just to run through the order then. Obviously, things will count back to the end of lap number 1. So at the moment on our screens, it's showing us Collins, Marutiak, Cunningham, Wright, Lederer, who was the first kart in to span out and went backwards into the wall on driver's left. Burge, Robinson, Cooper, Chen, France, Sheldon, Haywood, Rana, and then I think it's the number 37 of Jake Matthews. It's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Was out wide on that same part of driver's left where Matthews Lederer had run wide and had nowhere to go, basically. So that's what's happened there. Hossack 14th, Sanderson 15th, Hulbert, Windsor, Sharif, Malcolm, Rashid, Williams, and Vasikov is the rest of the order. It'll still be 2 places to go through, of course, to the A final later on today. As well, we're getting ready for 2026. No, we will not rewind it. We will not be replaying the incident because we don't currently know the state of the driver. But we are getting ready, we should say, for 2026. Entries are open for next year. Expanded North Championships. The South Championships 8 rounds again as we had this year. So it's going to be another busy one for Club 100. As there's, I'd say, the number of things that we've seen today that don't normally happen. nice mild conditions in the middle of November, and a clear motorway outside the circuit.
That is very true. I mean, I came down here from Liverpool. I used the M62, the M6, and the M40 at rush hour on a Friday, and got
You got to me for 7:30.
Yeah, I got to Oxford in 3 hours.
And you didn't even do any, liberal 77 miles an hour.
No, I'm a very safe and sensible driver.
Safe and sensible drivers in the commentary box.
Till I'm in Germany.
And it's legal.
Yeah,
It's fine. But no, do head across to the website, particularly if you want to get involved. Now is the time for the cadets and juniors once again in 2026. It will start off with Academy Days to get people, particularly if they are new, to get them their race licenses. Because we run under a Motorsport UK licence here, which is a lot about the safety and maintaining that things are run to a correct standard. On those Academy Days, if a driver is new, they go through an assessment. We do the same in the BUKC, of course, as well. That's been going on the last few weeks for drivers through their test sessions ahead of the BUKC qualifiers next week, to then get you racing or ready for racing when we get to March, April 2026. Just to note as well, because there have been a couple of questions into DDM Towers on this, the BUKC qualifiers is not being broadcast. Someone's been spreading the fake news.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't
I promise.
you. It wasn't me. We'd like to, but not this year for BUKC qualifiers. We should say as well, for broadcast plans for all Club 100 things next year, the plans are afoot. Certain social media manager needs to write the graphics to then announce formally which events we're doing next year. He's been a busy boy the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Is that Matthew?
That is Matthew. Matthew, the social media manager.
There we go.
Needs to do some work next week. We remain under red flag conditions for us here in this Cadet South Lightweight B final.
I'd just like to say, I'm loving these drivers. Still sat here. They're checking their tyre temps. They're checking. They're making sure.
Chilly, I think, is going to be the assessment there of what the tyres are going to be like. They'll have a little chat as well, as the drivers do. It's not quite got to the stage of in fact, these drivers are going to be very, very thankful that shorts are on display here today.
I know.
That's
I
how
wouldn't have looked
mild
silly.
it is.
I say
multiple shorts. I mean, Sam Taylor's Welsh, so that's understandable that he's always in shorts.
If I did my
this is
forfeit,
like Barbados for him.
I wouldn't have looked silly. I say that I wouldn't have looked silly. I would have still been in Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, I was just going to say there was. I want to say it was a round of the Karts Championship. I will get in so much trouble if I'm wrong on this. With my good friend David Sullivan, I think was on comms at Wilton Mill, and it was like a race in January, and it was cold. It was really cold, and they went under red flag, and the drivers resorted to merry dancing to keep themselves warm. That is not needed today. That's the scene down in Parc Fermé. So it'll be the Junior B finalists getting ready they will be ready because in fact, Reeve, driver's perspective, talk us through the bits that we don't see. So a race is out there, it's going on. You're in the next race. What are you doing at this stage of things to get ready for it?
I wish I knew.
You just get shepherd's crooked into the cart when you race for Liverpool in the BUK. So get in the cart, boy. Don't crash.
Not far off. You're probably trying to just get into a more level-headed kind of state of mind.
Yeah.
If there's been any worries beforehand, you're just trying to let those all dissipate from your head now and just focus on what's in front of you. You can't think about, how's the race weekend looked so far? How's the season looked so far? You can't think, this is my favourite track. At this point, you've just got to make the best of what's in front of you.
Yeah.
So you've just got to get into that cool, calm, collected mindset. It's going to be my much more formal answer to I don't know.
Very good. Very, very well recovered. Lap times. Lap times at the moment have obviously come down since the start of the day. We're not at full pace, of course, because offline is still quite greasy for the drivers. But typical lap times that we've been seeing so far today for the juniors, we've been into the 46ers in the last 3 races for the full-size Club 100 karts, and then into the 50s, 50.4. Last time I've actually a 49.6 from Ethan Guest in the pre-A final. Keep your questions coming in. Toby McAllister Brown asked, I don't think the straight is. I think it has. I think it's the Sisley straight, of course, after the Sisleys. But I might be wrong. I know there's a map through that door that has it on. You're going to go and have a look at the map.
Track correspondent Reeve's got a job.
Yeah, go out and have a look at that and put my blushes out. Yes, keep the questions coming in, and if you're enjoying the stream as well, do give it a like. Really does help us get the word of Club 100 to more and more people. And as I say, as Club 100 starts to go global with Rotax Racing Club competitions springing up around the world. Reeve Taylor rejoins us in the John Button suite. I should mention as well, whilst we're under pause, he won't be watching because he's busy. But given that we always do these commentaries from the John Button suite, I like commentating in here, not just because it's a great place to commentate from and you get a good view, but seeing John and Jensen, who spent many times here in Jensen's younger career, and sadly, of course, John no longer with us. But for those who've been concentrating on their karting, it's Jensen's last professional motor race today at the 8 Hours of Bahrain. So it feels apt from our little Club 100 world to say hat tip and props to Jensen Button for a fantastic racing career.
Absolutely.
It makes me feel quite old because I remember when he was in British Formula Ford and British F3 and then obviously all the way into his Formula 1 career. So I just wanted to say that before...
well, my career as track correspondent does come to a brief end because that map doesn't have any names on it.
Doesn't have any names on it.
That was a fruitful endeavour.
Yeah, I know I've got it on a piece of paper somewhere. That's another project for the off-season. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of Club 100 Cadet and Junior South Championship, round 8, last round of the championship, last day of the season for the lightweights. We're under red flag at the moment, red flag conditions for an incident at turn 2 on lap 3 of the Cadet lightweight South B final. 2 drivers involved. One of them was able to drive away from the incident. Another just receiving some medical attention from the medics. That is why we are under a pause for the moment here at Buckmore Park. And there you can see at the front of the field, Luke Collins, once we get going again, will be your race leader. If you want all of the results, head to results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100. If you want the live version, then add /live to the end of that. And you'll be able to check out all of our race winners from today. And, of course, the championship standings at the end of the day. By our calculations, one is already done. This Cadet Lightweight Championship we have called in the box as having headed the way of Jude Puddifoot. So Puddifoot, very successful year, can now add a Club 100 national title to the Saudi World Series title that he won earlier on in the summer. And I think that's a name that we're going to be seeing and hearing about for many karts races to come over the next few years. As I say, I've been told that this is Jude's last Club 100 race because I think he's going to go into owners, which is obviously part of the pathway here for within the Motorsport UK karting pathway. It's sad to see Jude move on, but it's also great because Club 100 again has provided a talented driver, with the platform to develop their skills to then go into, well, let's be honest, is a harsh and cutthroat world at times of owner racing, knowing that the lad can pedal before you get into that world.
Absolutely. And from the point of view from commentators like yourself, for example, Andrew, who has been there when you've seen careers progress, it must be bittersweet, because it's sweet because you see those names that you did get the opportunity to commentate on.
It just makes me feel old.
But then it's bittersweet because then also it might make you feel...
Yeah. It's. I've been doing this long enough now that I'll be honest, folks. There's going to be a driver, very likely, on the Formula One grid next year, who I commentated on when they were towards the end of their national karting career. They then went on to have some years at international karting before I was doing that level, and then of course they've gone through the F4, the F3, blah, 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 all the way up. But yeah, in fact, answers in the chat as to reckon who that might be.
Ooh,
there is one driver on the current F1 grid who I have commentated on. But it was in fact here, but I don't really count that because it was, I just don't count it.
I mean, I've technically beaten said driver on a sim race once, so there we go. There we go. I've never lived it down.
Yes.
Never lived it down.
Should remind folks as well, no F1 spoilers in the chat. I will find you if you do. Even though I know what the result is, I will still find you, because there'll be other people in the chat who have not seen the F1 result from the sprint today and will perhaps be wanting to watch it later on. Similarly, no 8 hours of Bahrain spoilers in the chat. That I will find you for, because that is something that I want to have a watch of later on. Probably not this evening, but I'll be busy doing graphics. In the days to come. So the shot that we saw a few moments ago, Reeve, I think I'm right in saying that turn 2 is now clear. Yes, it is. So what will likely be going on right now is the medics will still be occupied.
Yes.
As now engines fire. So that's hopefully an indicator that we are ready to go racing, that the medics have done their job. The medics have been relieved. They are always on standby for race conditions.
Yes.
We cannot go racing without the medics ready for something else.
Yeah.
We obviously hope that nothing else happens, but they are now ready to go. So I think this will be a single file restart, or we might go to yellow. We'll wait and see what happens here. But the pace car will lead us around. That's a thumbs up. So yeah, I think we're going to go back to green here. Luke Collins will have the lead of the race, and we will continue for the remaining 6 minutes and 46 seconds to see who's going to go through to the A final. Away we go then. And that's not Dylan Williams at the very front of the field if you're watching on timing and scoring. Luke Collins will take us back to green, but immediately lose the lead to Felix Sheldon Hayward. Felix down the inside is going to take that position. Matthew Lederer rejuvenated back into this race, so had the spin, but of course we've gone back to the last complete lap where Matthew was still high up the order, so he's had a bit of a reprieve now in third place. But down the hill, Reeve, good restart there from Felix Sheldon Hayward in the number 31.
It was indeed. Have a look at Luke Collins having a look around the outside as we ran through the Symes sweep. The cone is unfortunately made contact with, yellow waved as you run down towards Garda, but we continue on to the next lap. Over the shoulder looks Sheldon Hayward running along in P2. It is going to be the number 24 of Luke Collins. We go 2 wide between these two drivers. Very briefly, hot on the heels as well is Matthew Lederer on our top 3 mate. It's going to be Sheldon Hayward losing out, running through that first corner, goes wide. Lederer says thank you very much and actually takes the lead of this race into that first hairpin. Remarkable stuff from Matthew Lederer, who now leads the charge in this race. What a fantastic restart for Lederer.
Yeah, really good stuff this from Matthew Lederer, who, has gone from facing backwards before that red flag to now be looking at going through to the A final later on today. Moves coming in from the number 22. Is that Oliver Sanderson moving up the order? Oh, as one driver spins out there, gets caught onto the grass, just about able to get going again. I think Ethan Windsor has had a problem as well. That was all down at Paddock Corner. So 4.25 minutes remaining in this race. ABC bump and pass penalty for Amon Rana in the number 64. So it's Collins from Lederer. They're going through at the moment. Theo Wright up in third, ahead of Charlie France, Daniel Marutiak, Joshua Robinson, who's up 4 places so far in this race. Jackson Burge also on the move in the 103 up to P8.
Yep, fantastic run for Collins, and Lederer absolutely flying along. Look out for Dylan Williams, currently in P15, flying along at the moment. Fast lap of this race. He's made up a couple of positions already, might be looking to make a few more as well.
Indeed, so a bit of a defensive shape there from Luke Collins, which might leave him a bit vulnerable up the hill, because Matthew Lederer is right there. Now, if these two can actually work together, they should pull away from Theo Wright, because Theo Wright's not got much help in them at the moment directly behind. Collins has recovered that really, really well, using that bit of dry track just around the outside. But Lederer has a route down the inside. That's great driving from Matthew Lederer through into the lead of this race, in towards hairpin number 2 now. Track limit warning for Dylan Williams in the number 55. Theo Wright, top rookie at the moment in this race. Now, here's a good one. Theo Wright has not made it through to an A final so far this year and is 1 place away from doing so. Collins has retaken the lead of this race. Lederer now on the defensive. Wright just needed to commit to that. Just needed to commit to get down the inside of Matthew Lederer. 2.5 minutes to go.
That's a fantastic switchback move from Collins there. That was done actually on the side sweep to take back the lead of this race. Looking over the shoulders, number 67. Great squabble though between Marutiak and Cunningham here as we head on through the first corner. Through comes, is that the number 67? No, sorry, It's the 49 of Joshua Robinson in the mix as well.
Yeah, another one of the rookies coming up through the field then. Coming towards the end of their rookie seasons, of course. 2 minutes remaining in this race. Contact warning for Zach Sharif, who I think Zach's also had an ABC takeout penalty from earlier on in this race. 2 minutes, as we say, on the clock. Atty Cooper going really well at the moment. Atty is the fastest driver out on circuit on a 50.549. Unfortunately, she's just a little bit further down the order. P12 at the moment. There is Luke Collins breaking away.
Cheers indeed. We're seeing, I was just looking back at Atty's personal best and fastest lap there. It's been traded all throughout that midfield. Vinnie Cunningham briefly had a few purple sectors. Rana now has purple sector 3 here. I don't think we've had, with a truncated running, we haven't had an opportunity for a bit more of a rhythm for these drivers to get into. Instead, it's just an out-and-out squabble. We're seeing the number 25 and number 11, Marutiak and France, going side by side. Through goes Theo Wright once again. This is all to play for P3 here. At the moment, France holds onto it. Side by side are Marutiak and Wright. And Wright just has to scythe on back there as Cunningham now fancies his chances down the inside, up into 5th position, but goes too deep into the corner.
Yeah, I think it got a little bit of a nudge on the rear right corner on that crucial point just as the weight transfers through Garda. Last lap board is out then. Luke Collins looks pretty good to be going through to this A final. Down the inside, Marutiak tries to take it to France. There's a little bit of a touch as they run through Henry's Bend. Down towards hairpin number 1. They're both leaning on each other a bit there. Marutiak is going to get through. Look at the train behind, though, at the moment here in this B final for the cadets. France don't think he's going to be able to repeat the results of round number 1 here today for the season closer. Collins and Lederer have gone. Reeve, they've both driven fantastically in this race.
They have indeed, have not cracked under the pressure there as we see the poor cone once again becoming victim to a fleet of karts. But Collins heads onto the start-finish straight with no major challenge at all and takes your race victory. Congratulations, Collins. Matthew Lederer brings it home in P2, and then after that fantastic battle, Marutiak brings it home in P3 to round out your podium. Then it's Vinnie Cunningham, Joshua Robertson, Charlie France, Theo Wright, Jackson Burge, Cesar Chen and Armin Rana completing your top 10 on the road at least.
Indeed, so it's another good result for Luke Collins as he looks to secure at least a top 6 position in the final championship standings. And Matthew Ledder, that's a bit of a different story, isn't it, for from red flag spin to going through. We've got to move on though. Normal lightweights, junior lightweight B final is next. So 11 minutes on the clock then for the juniors. They've been very patient after that red flag pause for our B final today. Again, 2 places on offer to go through. Reeve Taylor, take us through the grids.
Here we go then, front row of the grid. It's Jonathan Fuxton, Owen Price. Then we have Kira Boylan, Charlie Wainwright, Daniel Varlan, Kwam Kamaldeen completing rows 1, 2 and 3. Moving on to row 4, it is going to be Christian Jordanov, Andrei Stoyan. Then we have Jack Adcock, Dylan Fiddler on row 5. Oliver Wild, Marcus Allen completing rows 5 and 6. Moving on to row 7 then, it is going to be Aidan Marsh, Finley Dunleavy, Reese Tyler, Omar Matthew, Harry Jones and Charlie Graham completing row 7, 8 and 9. Row 10, Dev Singhal. Then we have Edward Gordon. We've got to go racing instead. Here we go. It is going to be Fuxel on the inside here. Get a good getaway, but through come. That looks to be Kira Boylan, Charlie Wainwright flying past as well into turn 1.
Scrapping down towards the first hairpin then. Looking like they're just all about getting through here. So no championship contenders in this one. They've all got through to the Trophy A final already. It could be one of those races where a driver from this B final, as the sun has dropped now, as Kira Boylan really aggressively trying to get through past Owen Price. Daniel Varlan holding on to 3rd place at the moment. The sun's dipped, so the air temperature is going to be dropping now, Reeve. You just get a subtle little change as that's not going to work. 3 wide into Cafe Corner. Are they all going to emerge from it? Just about. Time on track running through into the A final could be important. Not going to be a good one though for Jordanov. Jordanov round, that was kind of inevitable. That one was coming from about 4 corners back, Reeve.
It was, unfortunately. So Jordanov all the pieces to pick up because the rest of the pack at this very early phase of the race still close together as he waits to rejoin and get back under racing action here. Now, number 71, Jonathan Fuxel, pretty much broken away from the pack at this point. 1 second margin. Owen Price a little bit further ahead, but not quite as close as Kira Boylan and Daniel Varlan were just a moment ago. We now see it's going to be Boylan versus Varlan as we head on through into that final part of the lap once more. And fastest lap there for Fuxel, obviously first truly representative lap that we are likely to see in this race. We wait for the rest of the pack to head on through as well.
So 9 minutes of this race to go. Some big movers in the early stages of this one, as that's an alternative spectator viewpoint of this B final taking off from Rochester Airport. Tyler up 10 spots, Matthew up 10 spots as well. Daniel Archibald's had a decent start to this race as well, up 8 spots. Should note Daniel Varlan track limits advantage penalty. So that's what we mean by a driver going off the circuit, probably down at the bottom of the circuit, running wide and either retaining a position, retaining lasting advantage by using that excess track, or gaining a position through using that excess part of the circuit. So Varlan now cannot go through, even if we see the 111 at the front of the field at the end of the race.
Indeed, he cannot, and we were just looking at Reece Tyler trying to put pressure on Kira Boylan at the moment, as Kira Boylan just took that slightly wider line through turn 1, which has been advantageous so far today. Looking a little bit further up the pack, though, there is the aforementioned Varlan heading through into Garda in just a moment, and Owen Price is now very much under pressure. This is great news if you are the number 71 kart out in front, who has a 2-second clear lead, and all the work to do is going to be for P2 at this phase of the race.
Indeed. So onto another one, onto lap number 5. Pace has dropped a little bit, which is understandable as the sun's gone down now and the floodlights are on here at Buckmore Park. Harry Power, just to mention, up to 15th place. Really good drive for Harry Power, who was in the C-tier races earlier on. As here's the scrap for second place. Varland trying to go around the outside. Price may not know that Varland can't make it through because of penalties. Whoa! Price shuts the door there as they both run down through Syme's sweep. Bold defence as Kira Boylan and Reece Tyler joining the party. Kira, another one of the younger drivers who was racing as part of the Club 100 iRacing Championship from Club 100 Sim Racing Championships earlier on this week.
It's probably not used to seeing a track not covered in gravel.
Yes. Knock Hill does have a rallycross layout.
At least it does in the eyes of...
some of our drivers then invented a second rallycross layout with how much gravel was dragged onto the circuit. That one's gone in the notes for if we host an event at Knock Hill again. This is a big scrap. This is all around, I think, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th places. Kind of Oliver Wilde downwards into the likes of Dylan Vanilla, Daniel Archibald. They're all in there. Out wide there was Aidan Marsh in the 175. But a very quick plug. We officially now have 2 places left. If you join the grid for Club 100 iRacing for round 4 onwards and do every single race, you can still get a full championship score. Obviously, your first 3 rounds will be all your drops, but we've got 2 places left. There are also 2. Oh dear. As round there. Now, was that Finlay Dunleavy? I thought that was a kart with a number 9 at the end of it. Oh, it might have been Marcus Allen, actually. Yeah, I think it was Marcus Allen with 39 has gone round there. So out of 13th place. If you want details for that, head across the Double Dash Motorsport Media social medias. It's all on there and on the sim grid as well. Club 100 Racing. Right. 5 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. What a job Jonathan Puschel's doing at the moment at the front of the field. Is that a change for second on the road, was it not? Or was that Daniel Varland having trouble? Yeah. Again, the inside of turn 1 is just a no-go zone at the moment, Reeve.
Yeah, and I imagine if it was becoming more and more possible to have a run down that inside, that has disappeared now because the temperature's completely gone from the circuit.
And again, this is what happens at Buckmore at this time of the year, because the sun never gets high enough in the sky to directly warm the top end of the circuit.
It doesn't get over the trees.
It doesn't get over the trees. It's always in shadow. So even though it's been quite mild today, it's just not enough thermal energy to dry that part of the track out. And again, there's been no wind today.
Yeah.
No wind whipping up that part of the circuit, because that's the other way that this track, if it does dry out, normally does dry out. And as I say, now the sun's gone down, there's no hope of the inside of turn 1 getting dry between now and the end of the day. Just over 4 minutes on the clock then. Penalties come in for Yusuf Yakub, ABC takeout penalty, so no A final today for Yusuf, and now a cone warning. Yakub at the moment is 14th. What a drive from David Sush-Farkas again, through from the Trophy C final, fastest driver out there, P15, and that's what I mean, Reeve, by it could be quite important being out on track now, as the track is subtly changing again, to if you, from a context of if you are going through to the A final, you're going to have some very, very important track knowledge against perhaps some of the drivers in the second half of the A final grid.
You will indeed. You have that extra little bit of experience out there compared to some of your rivals, and will also kind of get a feeling as to where those overtaking opportunities might present themselves. You have that a bit of extra racecraft as well.
Indeed. So it's looking good now for Fuchel to be through in this one. Contact warning for Aaron James. This is the squabble for 4th place on the road. Reece Tyler in the blue suit and Oliver Wilde in the number 17 in the white suit with the blue and red details.
It's on a bit of a charge at the moment, is Wilde.
Yeah.
Fastest lap, 46.8. Keeping his cards close to his chest at the moment now, and just size on through down the inside there. Went for the wide entry and it worked very well indeed. Carried that momentum up on through and able to get the position at least as far as we saw. There we go though, number 17, Ollie Wilde, still maintaining the lead as we run through the second hairpin there.
And you never know for Reece and Oliver, because we know Daniel Varlan has a penalty from earlier on in this race for track limits advantage, and now that's going to be interesting to see if that gets anything. Now, they were both leaning on one another. I think Owen Price will argue, well, I had nowhere to go there. But I was about to say, all it takes is for another one of these to have a problem, and all of a sudden that battle for fourth place on the road is going to be for a repechage spot. Varlan gets back down the inside, retakes second place on the road. I tell you what, might not need penalties either, because Tyler, Wild, Stoyan are all closing in now on these top two, and there's still a fair amount of time in this race to change things.
There is indeed still a few laps to go here. Varlan has the spot on the road, but as we know, has that penalty already, and Owen Price just looks like he wants that position back, although might be under threat here from Reece Tyler, who is absolutely flying along as we head back onto that start-finish straight. Well, not so straight. Either way, we head back onto it, into turn one in just a moment. Varlan controls things for the time being. There is Tyler, there is Ollie Wild as well. Tyler with the new fastest lap of this race last time around, the 46.767. Goes side by side there. Oh, looks like it's going to be a little bit of scrap here as we come out of the second hairpin. Tyler versus Price. Price has the upper hand. That should keep him safe into the Syme sweep before we drop down into sector 3 once more when the next overtaking opportunity presents itself.
Indeed, 50 seconds remaining on the clock then. This scrap for the last spot in the A final. Nobody wants to finish their season with a third place in a B final. We want to carry on to what could be a very, very exciting Junior Lightweights Trophy A final to bring this season to a close. Oh, that was a mistake by Owen Price. Now, what I wonder think happened there, if you position your car, it's brilliantly got back down the inside here on Tyler. They're going to go to, that's a little bit rude from Owen Price going from left to right there. Experience time. If you position your kart a little bit too wide, 2 drivers left, there's a little curb bump, there's a little drop of the curb, and it's almost like you ground the bottom of the kart out and you lose your steering for a little moment there. I think that's what happened with Owen Price, but either way, it's going to break down with Jonathan Fuchsel through comfortably. Daniel Varlan will take second on the road, but has penalties, so it will go the way of Reece Tyler. Reece Tyler goes through. I'll just correct myself if there were any problems. No, there weren't. So Reece Tyler will go through. I think deserves that. Up 12 places in that race, Reeve.
Yeah, fantastic drive for Reece Tyler there. Not much more to say, really. Was just able to side his way through the pack. Brilliant pace and took control of things quite nicely. So it's Stoyan, Wild, Price, Boylan, Adcock, Matthew and Camel Dean completing your top 10 for our Junior B finals. We're going to move on to our final bit of cadet running of the day.
So, time for our last cadet race of the day, the A final. We know where the championship is going, but there's still the question of second and third and fourth and where all of those positions are going to shake out. Let's take you through the grid for this one first of all, though. On pole position, winning the pre-A final earlier on today, Ethan Guest. Mason Turner alongside on the front row, Tigran Gregorian and Theo Thomas. On row 2, Oscar Lang and Zane Perry go from row number 3.
Moving on to row 4, then it'll be Urson Lima, Evans, Kai Jackson, Oliver Renshaw, Tate Hart, Henry Greenwood, Max Wainwright. Then we have Oliver Catchball, Cody Crutchington, Layla Fitzgerald, Harry Towler, Jude Putterfoot, and then some other drivers as well.
Yeah, because we are ready to go then. That was a very quick formation for the cadet lightweights. Away we go then, under the floodlights here at Buckmore Park. Good starts for Ethan Guest. Good start for Theo Thomas as well in that orange and blue suit there. It's going to be very easy to spot in these conditions. Ayrton Limmer Evans a little bit on the outside there. Good scrapping there from Tigran Gregorian as well from fourth place on the grid. Through the S's for the first time. And Ethan Guest is off. Charging out. Looking so much more relaxed now. Did brilliantly to win that North Championship a couple of weeks ago under such pressure at Warden Law, and I just wonder now for Ethan Guest as a driver, he's done a lot of racing this year, he just relaxes now, and sometimes that can make a driver even faster than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, he must be heading into this race feeling pretty relaxed, given that obviously the morning didn't start the way that he would have wanted, qualifying didn't go the way he would have wanted, but he's had a remarkable performance after that, and that will give him that extra boost of confidence heading into this, the final time out.
And could still take second place in the championship, actually. So, you know, again, it could be Ethan Guest knowing got to win both races to get a championship position. He's done it once this last few weeks already. Could he do it again here? Theo Thomas there in second place. Looking pretty good at the moment. Who's had a good start? Henry Greenwood's had a good start, up 4 places. Bing bong, there we go. The cone gets smacked out of the way there. That was the number 99 of Oscar Lang, trying to hold it round the outside. Jude Putterfoot is in this race. He's in 18th at the moment. Started this one 19th because there were some penalties that promoted him up the order a bit, so gave him even more points than before. A couple of contact warnings for Matthew Lederer in the number 75.
Liam Evans on a bit of a flyer at the moment, a 50.6. We will see that time come down as we get further into this race, of course, but a couple of purple sectors already. We see side by side we go into the Symes sweep there. Ethan Guest leading the charge. Zane Perry up into third and fancying his chances at taking away second position in this race. There is Theo Thomas in the aforementioned very vibrant suit, but through goes Zane Perry. Nice and easy in to Garda. Textbook move there from Zane Perry. Now takes second in this race.
Does indeed. So could we have another Guest versus Perry battle at the front of the field? We had a classic one 2 weeks ago at Warden Law for the Northern Championships. So I thought Perry was going to have a bit of a problem there, but that's actually starting to find a little bit of grip. Maybe not on the inside of turn number 1, but going onto the inside of turn number 2 now. 50.159 last time around. Ethan Guest checks over his shoulder, sees his well-known adversary, Zane Perry. He's got good speed out of the S's as well. Now, will these two work together, or will they go wheel to wheel once again? They've had a lot of racing against one another so far this year. Guest is out wide. Perry down the inside, into Garda. Through goes Perry. Indeed, into the race lead from the pre-B final. Perry now at the front of Cadet Lightweight.
Yeah, remarkable pace in this race so far. Understandable to see why he's now in this position, but look at this. Theo Thomas is on the scene as well as we head into that first corner. Tries to hang it round the outside. It nearly works for Theo Thomas. Could we see a switch back into this first hairpin? No, he's going to have to filter in behind for the time being. Ethan Guest carries on through into the second hairpin we go, and Theo Thomas just remaining behind for the time being. Now we need to stay pretty much single file as you head down the Symes sweep. Yellow flags. Oh, no, sorry, not yellow flags. That was just the yellow LEDs on the pace cart. Confusing me there. But we head on through Symes sweep and into Sector 3 in just a moment. Ayrton Lima Evans up into P5 is putting pressure on Oscar Lang at the moment as well. And we're back into Garda once more. Down the inside actually goes Ayrton Lima Evans. That's a great little move there. Saw a gap and went for it. Ayrton Lima Evans up into 4th from 7th on the road.
Yeah, really good work there by Ayrton Lima Evans to just try and get some more points on the board, trying to secure second place in the championship. We're trying to do the maths as frantically as we can in the box here to keep up with what's going on out there. There's Layla Fitzgerald in the number 23, currently fighting with Kai Jackson. This is all around 7th place. Henry Greenwood has slipped back a little bit in this group right now. Perry stretching things once again at the front of the order. Would move up to, you could still potentially be in 3rd place in the championship at the moment. At the moment, I've got Lima Evans and Perry both on, finishing on 1.512. That's going to be close. Greenwood now P7, as it was 3 wide. Running up through the top, change of lead. Ethan Guest back through, then ahead of Zane Perry. Zane Perry going to try and get back down the inside. I don't think Zane's going to help here in this one. Oh, it's round there. Is that Jackson? Kai Jackson, who was in 7th place, facing in the wrong direction there in the number 73, losing all that hard work.
Yes, indeed, what a shame. You could tell the frustration from inside the cart there, as well as we see Zane Perry still leads, but not by much, less than 1/10, much less than that. In fact, they're near enough making contact as we head into the final part of the lap. Here we go then. It is going to be Guest versus Zane. On to the next lap we go. Theo Thomas is not too far behind at all when all is said and done. And just heading into the background there, Ayrton Lever Evans as well. Now, turn 1 is an overtaking opportunity that is yet to show its merits to some people there as the back end kicks out. That is Zane Perry trying to take a bit of curb there by the looks of things. The back end kicks out. He does well to keep it pointing in the right direction, does well to keep the kart in the lead of this race, but now it's just that little bit more under threat from Guest and Thomas as well as we run through the 2 hairpins and back into the middle sector.
Indeed, Theo Thomas doing a great job at the moment. Was on the podium last time at Lyd. He's trying to make it back-to-back here at Buckmore Park. 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. Cody Crudgington's had a great day as well. Up 8 places in this one. He's now fastest driver out of the circuit there in 6th. Into the second half of time on this one. Pudderfoot update. Up to P12. He's actually extending his championship lead with this. So this would be a counted score right now. It's Theo Thomas trying to get around the outside of Ethan Guest. So be careful there to not be... You're allowed to straddle that line on driver's left-hand side. You're not allowed to go over it and then use it to your advantage. Same with hairpin number 2. Guest is retaining second place right now. Zane Perry continuing to break away. Hasn't had an A final win in this championship since, guess what? Rissington. Last time it was just 2 in the box for one of these South broadcasts.
We're just a lucky charm, clearly.
Yeah. No one's brought us cake today. I know. Super lightweights. Do better. Don't get cursed. Bring us cake tomorrow. Just make sure it's got no nuts in it. So we don't have an incident like we had last week. Anyway, 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go in this one. Theo Thomas really hustling here. Is down the inside and takes second place.
Not for long potentially though, as Ethan Guest has a bit of a switchback opportunity as we head through the 2 hairpins. He went side by side out the exit of the first hairpin. He was going to try and do something similar at the exit of the second, but can't quite pull it off. Theo Thomas then securing that second position for the time being. This little squabble is fantastic news if you are Zane Perry. Zane Perry is able to build up a nice few kart length gap now and just control that race a little bit more. They're still going side by side, our Guest and Thomas, as we run into Garda, but it's Thomas who has control of things for the time being.
It does indeed, and I've got to say, I think this is handing this race to Zane Perry.
Yep.
Zane Perry is looking good now, and unfortunately for Ayrton Limmer Evans, I think Zane would take this. Think being the key word there, ladies and gentlemen. But I think Perry will take count back for third place in the championship. Right now, Guest is taking second. Unless I say that, if he drops any further back, he's going to be starting to get into a bit of bother. But Perry would get a tiebreaker on the basis of 4 wins to 2 in terms of maximum scores, counting pre-finals and finals the same. 4 wins for Perry, 2 for Limmer Evans. As Guest back down the inside, retakes second place. Really nice move there on Theo Thomas through Garda.
Yep, just about saw a kart width available to him and sees that opportunity will be one of the last few opportunities. Only a couple more laps to go in this race as we see Limmer Evans and Cody Crudgington side by side. Crudgington on the outside, Limmer Evans goes down the inside, maintains P4 for the time being, but there's certainly plenty of pressure building for the top of the mid-pack drivers as they make their way through the hairpins as well. Just behind as well, Layla Fitzgerald on a bit of a charge at the moment. Fastest lap of this race she maintains with a 49.599.
Cody Crudgington, I think he's on for 3 top 5s in a row.
Nice.
In A finals. Really good end to the season for Cody, which could well push him up into the top 10 in the final championship scores. The likes of no Felix Sheldon Hayward qualifying through to this A final today. No Vinnie Cunningham as well. There's a few drivers who might just drop down a couple of positions right at the end of the season. 2 more laps to go then. Here are your race leaders. Looking pretty settled at the front. You could argue this probably hasn't been a classic for these for the cadet lightweights. That can often happen when championship is decided. It's not done yet there between Henry Greenwood and Mason Turner. That was a move for 12th place. Greenwood trying to hold on to a position in the top 5 in the points. How's Luke Collins got on in this one? It's up a few places to P16. As Ayrton Limmer Evans again trying to look down the inside. Layla Fitzgerald right there. Could Layla Fitzgerald get a top 5 here? She's had a positive season as race leader goes on to the last lap.
They do indeed. On to the last lap of the race go Perry, Guest and Thomas in very quick succession. But in the end, after that great little squabble, Guest wins out against Thomas and has been somewhat released. Might be closing in on Zane Perry here, but would have to do an immense amount of effort to try and get anything to change at this point. As we've got a penalty coming in for Zane Perry here.
This was from earlier in the race. Oh, Zane Perry's had an ABC bump and pass, so will not be able to win this race. Oh, that is such a shame for Zane Perry. That was from earlier on in the race. I think it's just popped up or just been refreshed on our screen. So Ethan Guest is going to win a final again at the demise of Zane Perry. Out of the final corner. Zane Perry takes it on the road, but it's Ethan Guest who takes the victory. They both think they've won it.
He doesn't know,
Theo Thomas, P3. Cody Crutchton, P4. Layla Fitzgerald. I think that's the first top 5 of the season for Layla Fitzgerald. Best result since the very first round of the championship. But drama again here. As I say, apology, it was a few minutes ago. It's popped up on our screen. Kart number 16, Zane Perry, ABC bump and pass. That was from well earlier in the race, but Ethan Guest once again under the lights takes it.
Absolutely great run there, and it just goes to show why even if you're not at the top end, you just got to keep the nose clean, got to push on, because he has been rewarded, has Ethan Guest, Theo Thomas as well. A great finish for Theo there. What a shame though for Zane Perry. I don't think he knew, which is just the way of racing sometimes.
And that probably will mean, well, actually no, it don't, because Ayrton lost a couple of positions. I think they're still going to be tied on 15-10 between Perry and Ayrton Limmer Evans. All of these scores, by the way, are before any accumulation of track positions, penalties in races have been taken away, we should note. For the final results, do head across to results.alphatime.co.uk/CLUB100. The final time championship tables will be up in the not too distant future. Later this evening. We've got to move on though. One more race to go here today. A few warm-up laps before we get into it. It is the Junior Lightweight South A final. So there should be a few practice laps before this one, so we shouldn't need to race through the grid for this one, but we still will do anyway, just to get that out of the way. 26 drivers ready to go racing here for a title decider in junior lightweight. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Zach Watson on the front row. Jake Chapman, Daniel Lizensky on row 2. Rob Crawford and Dominic Balasaitis on row 3. Next up, Matt Sheldon Hayward and Zachary Parkhouse, row 4. Ollie White, James Lockhart, row 5. Archie Bullard and Dan Treadwell, row 6. Row 7, Thomas Hughes and Zane El Topshi. On row 8, Henry Wilkes and Jamie Tiley Gooden. Jamie needs a small miracle here to make it a double junior lightweight championship win in 2025. Leo Angles and Jonas Klimas go from row number 9. Next up, Ben Richardson and Tom Sands complete the top 20. Jack Whitehouse and Anthony Roberts form up row 11. It's then Morgan Humphreys and William Sparrow on row 12. And then our two drivers from the Trophy B final, Jonathan Puxell and Reese Tyler.
So that's how the grid looks then, as we say, some practice laps for these drivers to participate in, and this is just to make sure that there's one last chance to make sure that the drivers are happy with the kart that they're in. We anticipate that our junior drivers, a bit more experience under their belt, they might be able to discern the difference a little bit better to make sure. Thumbs up of approval there from an audience member there, thank you. Yeah, so just to make sure that a junior driver probably has a little bit more experience knowing how the car should handle, should function. So therefore, they're given these few practice laps right before the A finals to make sure that their kart is all up to scratch and ready to go racing on a level playing field. Most of them are. It's Club 100. They maintain to a very high standard indeed. But it just gives those drivers anyway the opportunity to have one last glance at the track, get a feel for how the conditions are shaping up, get a feel for what the rivals might be having a look to do through certain corners before we get formed up and go racing for 11 last minutes in lightweight running this year. All very exciting. More thumbs up again. Great. It's all so... everyone's having a fantastic time, isn't it? Brilliant. Either way, we head on through to one of the last few warm-up laps here at Buckmore.
So, just checking back through the scores. So, the finishing positions for the big three. For Chapman, for Balasitis, for Tyler Gooden did not change. So right now in the box we have Jake Chapman on 1.525. Balasitis 1.523. Jamie Tyler Gooden 1.512. All of them have a mathematical path to win the title, and all of them don't necessarily need to win this race. Absolutely anything could happen in the next 11 minutes. Do not go anywhere. I've just heard in my ear they better make this one race of the week. I mean, absolutely. Stuart Rice, we are ready to go here.
They're going to struggle against the Pre-B final.
That Pre-B final was pretty good. But this is where the championship will be decided. Jamie Tyler Gooden was able to take the title in the North at Warden Law 2 weeks ago. Can he do so from 16th on the grid here? Can Jake Chapman continue this great form through the second half of the season? Or will Dom Balasitis take the title? We are not quite ready to go yet. So I think there's maybe a couple of drivers who have gone for a kart change yet. The 110 just trying to get themselves back into correct position. This is Sunday. I said that Cadet Lightweight A final was pretty calm by Club 100 standards. This is going to be all-out war here at Buckmore Park. And of course, you've got the likes of Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, Zach Watson. They want a race victory. They want a round win here today. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes took a clean sweep last time out at Lyd. Can he do so again here at Buckmore Park? Now I think we're ready to go. 11 minutes to decide who's going to be 2025 Junior Lightweight South champion. We're racing here at Buckmore Park, down towards the first corner. Big push coming from the midfield in the early part of this race. Saunders-Wilkes has got through the first couple of corners unscathed. Chapman's on the attack in the early stages, down the inside into P2. And Jamie Tyler Gooden has been shuffled down to the back of the field. That could be it. That could be chances over for JTG, who bravely made his way through the B final. That's all getting a little bit rough in the second half of the field. You've got to go at least 2 by 2 guys through that part of the course. But early exchanges in this one. Tom Balasitis hasn't really moved, Reeve, although now he's down the inside of a 3 wide with Sheldon Hayward and Lezensky that could get him up the order a bit. But the big winner championship-wise on that first lap has got to be Jake Chapman, has gained 1 position, and crucially, the top 3 have broken away from the pack here, Reeve. That could be a decisive moment.
Absolutely. We saw the midfield in a 4-kart wide squabble heading into that first hairpin. Really costed JTG in that previous lap. Jake Chapman is looking pretty good, as you say here as well. Running in at P2 at the moment. A great run, but does pick up a cone warning. It's only a warning for now. We've got waved yellows through the middle sector. Drivers can't be flying along too quickly and can't be going for overtakes as well. But this just neutralises that little sector of the race and could change the dynamic. But look, it's Chapman closing down on Saunders-Wilkes. Your race leader just behind is Watson as well. As you say, Andrew, your top 3 splitting the rest of the pack. And here we go. It's going to be an out-and-out fight for the race lead here. This is what we want to see. It all comes down to who comes home first. Sheldon Hayward picks up a forcing driver wide penalty in P5. Will not finish on paper, at least, where they finish on the road.
Yeah, at the moment that would be a drop of, I think, 4 positions and down to P9. Chapman checks over his shoulder. To be clear right now, through our calculations in the box, Chapman has a 5-point advantage over Dom Balasitis. Jamie Tyler Gooden right now is double drop scoring today, is not moving on from the guaranteed 1-5-1-2 that he had at the start of proceedings here at Buckmore Park. Right now, Jake Chapman's just got to keep things measured, under control. The gap is fine. He doesn't need to win this race as things stand. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is in such great form. But Zach Watson, we often talk about it, and if Howard Mitchell's watching at home, I'm sure he's going to know exactly what word I'm about to use to describe Zach Watson. Here it goes off your Club 100 commentary bingo cards. Disruptor. Zach Watson has nothing to lose. He hasn't won one of these A finals at all this year. He has one last opportunity to do so. He doesn't care one jot about championship scenarios, championship leaders, titles, and posh dues in January for the Club 100 Awards. He just wants to win a race. But first of all, he's got to get through past Jake Chapman to tackle the race leader. End of another lap, 4 down. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, Jake Chapman, Zach Watson have got a good lead. It's 1.2 seconds clear of a brilliant drive from Robert Crawford at the moment, up from 5th place. Dom Balasitis holding in 5th place, which right now would be a score, but only and this is the thing, you're racing against your former results. Right now, Balasitis, to increase his score, has got to finish at least 5th. He's putting one more point on his counting tally right now, but he needs more. Oh, as Jake Chapman ran wide there, and I think hit that cone. Now, did he retain second place there? Had a bit too much speed down the far end of the circuit. This could get interesting now. There's been a cone warning as well for Jamie Tyler Gooden. Where is Jamie Tyler Gooden? 19th. Not good enough to extend his points tally. He needs another 10 places just to start putting points on. And right now is 17 points off the tally at the moment for Jake Chapman. It's nervy again out there, Reeve, but right now this is still in Jake Chapman's hands.
Absolutely is. We'll wait to see if anything does show up, but well held by Chapman to run wide and still be in P2. Somehow, just how close they are now forming up to be. Zach Watson was the driver having quite a few purple sectors a few moments ago. Now that goes to Archie Bullard, who's closing up on these top 3. This top 3 that was breaking apart is now finding themselves falling back into the jaws of the mid-pack here as well.
Penalty for Zayn El Tobshi. ABC takeout. That's further down the order. Down to 6th place. Well, it was down to 7th. Is now back up to 6th for Dom Balasitis, which, as I say, he's effectively dropped territory right now. He's not improving on the scores that are his drops right now. So it's 6 points now, the advantage before any post-race penalties. Just to remind you, if drivers go beyond a certain threshold of accumulated place losses over the course of the whole season, they can receive points deductions in increments of 5. So right now, Jake Chapman's even okay over that scenario as well. It's difficult to call what Chapman does here because Ethan Saunders-Wilkes isn't blocking, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes isn't over-defending. But in this scenario, he's driving a really nice race. I think sitting there in second place is probably the way to do it, because now you're starting to see Watson just drop off the back. Watson, I think, here is going to drop into the hands of Crawford and Bullard, and then a fight will begin. That should allow him to just disappear off the front and take this second place. But the temptation is there, isn't it, Reeve, to go for the race lead just to give yourself a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, there is that, and then there's just the pride of bringing it home in the very last race as well, to say that you're on the top step of the podium in the A final. It's what every driver wants out there. So as we head into that first hairpin,
has only done it once in this championship campaign, which again, back at Rissington.
What can we say?
In round number 3 of this championship, Watson's digging deep. Watson's fighting back here. 4 1/4 minutes remaining in this race. As a cone warning comes in for the number 7 of Thomas Hughes. All in the balance right now. Remember, we do this all over again tomorrow for the super lightweights.
As my phone has just reminded me.
Yeah, the phone has just reminded you that one will be starting our broadcast just before noon again. Do come down, do support the drivers. Free to enter and watch from one of the best circuits in the country to watch karting. What a job Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is doing here right now, Reeve. Continue to lead this race. Pace is good. Getting quicker as the race goes on as well. That was a 46.5 last time around. Could it be a double win through the last 2 rounds of the season? 4 races on the trot to finish off this campaign for Ethan Saunders-Wilkes.
We don't have long to find out as we head down into Garda once more. Chapman putting on the pressure here. The number 37 of Archie Bullard having a great look down the inside on Robert Crawford, taking P4 as we headed into Garda. That was nicely executed there from the driver who currently holds the fastest lap in this race. Runs on up through turn 1 as we see side by side briefly with Chapman and Saunders-Wilkes. Chapman had a brief glance down the inside, running through into the first hairpin. Wasn't able to do anything from that far back, of course, maintains P2 for the time being. Just behind as well is Zach Watson. Zach Watson laying in, waiting. I wonder if Zach is just sat there like we've seen on a couple of occasions today. He's waiting for the lead battle to sort itself out and maybe present an opportunity for Zach Watson to just fly on past pretty much, as we only have 2.5 minutes left on the clock in this race. As I already mentioned, Saunders-Wilkes, my hat's off to you, sir, because what a remarkable drive. Has not relented under any form of pressure. You could almost be forgiven for thinking that, oh, Zach Watson loses time here onto the start-finish straight. Bullard's up and into third now. Zach Watson, who's had a great drive from Chapman. Chapman's down the inside into the first hairpin. Chapman has been waiting for 10 minutes there or thereabouts to get this move done, and now takes the race lead on the road. Nicely executed.
And if there's a way to win a championship, winning the final race of the season is the way to do it. Big thanks to a very reliable source. We have now got in the box penalty tallies up for the full season. We do not need to worry about any kind of -5 deductions for any of our key runners. Not only have they been quick, not only have they been talented, but they've been clean throughout the season. The other key thing for me now, Reeve, not only has Chapman taken the lead of this race, but look at that gap to third.
Yeah.
Look at that gap now to Archie Bullard and Rob Crawford, who are fighting over that last spot on the podium. It doesn't look like Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has got enough pace at this stage to respond and get through past Chapman, who is now, you can just see it, the body language, the shoulders are calmly down. There's a yellow flag out through Marshall Post 5. That's going to be for the bottom of the hill through this part of the course. As long as he drives this one clean, Jake Chapman is getting closer and closer to that title.
I think that seeing Zach Watson drop back has completely changed the dynamic of the race for Jake Chapman. All of a sudden, the pressure from behind was off. He knew he had the opportunity to maybe lose a bit of time in going for an overtake, and he went for it. Worked beautifully for Jake Chapman, who now leads this race. Tyler Gooden up into 9th all of a sudden, from 16th and of course down to 20th at one point. Fastest lap of the race. What a recovery.
The trouble for Jamie Tyler Gooden though is he's still 11 points. He is now adding to his tally, but he's still 11 points off what Jake Chapman's got at the moment. Basically, he would need to get up to 2nd place behind Chapman to stand a chance. And really, that's looking like a bit of a long shot. Jamie Tyler Gooden is a very talented driver. Jamie Tyler Gooden is a champion already in Club 100 in 2025. But I don't think today's going to be his day, because Jake Chapman now is on the final lap of the series. Final lap of the season.
Oh!
Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has gone down the inside. Chapman, very nice. That was brilliant.
Wow.
That was brilliant from Jake. He didn't panic. Now Bullard goes in. That little clever piece of driving is going to be what gives Jake Chapman this championship. He didn't panic. He kept the steering open. He knew there'd be a cutback, that Saunders-Wilkes would be compromised, and then he could drive away. He's just got to get through Garda now. He's got through Garda now. He can put his foot to the floor and know that he has won this race and he's won this championship. Jake Chapman wins at Buckmore Park and wins the Junior Lightweight South title in 2025. Archie Bullard is second on the podium here today. What a drive there. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes continues his great drive at the end of the season. I think that's the first podium. It is. It's the first podium of the year in an A-tier race for Archie Bullard. Saunders-Wilkes third, Rob Crawford fourth, Zach Watson fifth, sixth for Dom Balasaitis. I think gives him second place, yet it does in the championship. Lizensky, Jamie Tyler Gooden, eighth in the end. The last 4 laps of this day were brilliant for Jamie Tyler Gooden. It was the qualifying, it was the pre-B final where he probably lost it out. In the end, provisionally, the scores look like this. Jake Chapman, 1,531 points with that race victory. He takes it by 8 from Dom Balasaitis, 1,523. And then a further 3 points back, Jamie Tyler Gooden. What a championship. And just for the argument's sake as well, I know it's not how these championship points are tallied up, but if you took drop scores completely out of the equation, Jake Chapman would have still won this championship. He is outscored in all races this year. Balasaitis by 10, Jamie Tyler Gooden a further 50, 60 points or so back. So you got to say that this second half of the season, it's been brilliant for Jake Chapman. He leaves, in terms of his counting scores, I think no score worse than a 6th. His worst score of any kind was a 14th last time out at Lid. He's been to every single A-tier race this season. That has been something not said for every one of our front runners, but particularly, I'd say, you go back to Rissington, that double win that he had on that day in the Cotswolds, round 3. He has marched on from there. Both him and Max and the dad, they've worked incredibly hard. Thoroughly deserving champion.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be that driver that takes away the funded position to the Rotax Racing Club International.
He's doing what I did in 2025. He's doing an Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who's got about 47 million tickets to Bahrain this year. Jake's now got 2.
Right, I see. But
that's a fully funded one, so I think that will take the precedence.
Yes, of course.
And to an extent, he might have a choice of whether he races in the juniors or the seniors. Either way, he's going to Belgium. He's on the journey to Genk at the end of May 2026. Dom Balasaitis will be going as well. Jamie Tyler Gooden was already going because of his win in the North category. So there could be quite a few drivers actually in this one, as I say, as the tickets cascade down.
That actually end up
going to represent the United Kingdom in the inaugural Rotax Racing Club International finals. Wow, what a way to finish things. Thank you guys. A lot of support for Jake in the chat. And as I say, big thanks to Don'ts, who I managed to find his spreadsheet of power. In fact, I did a very, very quick search, Control and F for Chapman, to see is Jake near any kind of penalty. He doesn't even feature on the penalties list. That's impressive. That's very, very impressive for a junior championship run. Reeve, before we wrap up today, 1 day down, 1 day to go. What did you think of it?
Brilliant day's worth of racing, some really strong battle. I mean, it's Buckmore Park. It's what you expect, isn't it, when you come here? You're going to get some fantastic, close, nail-biting action. We certainly have, especially with the championship being as close as it was. I thought everyone, in general, behaved themselves pretty well. I liked seeing Archie Bullard, that as he came across the line, immediately applauded his rivals. Yeah. That was brilliant to see. So shout out for that one. And yeah, we get to do it all again tomorrow. Fantastic. We get to do it all again tomorrow indeed. So we'll be on the air just before noon for the start of those qualifying sessions. It's the same routine tomorrow. Everybody does a practice, a qualifying, and at least two races. Cadet Super Lightweight is already done, but it's very, very close for like 2nd, 3rd place. And it, again, is arguably the jewel in all of the different situations that tomorrow we get to see Logan McAllister versus Benji Hamilton for the other junior title. That, ladies and gentlemen,
is going to be spectacular.
Yes.
The only place where you can watch it is here on Alpha Live. Make sure that you have subscribed and click the notification bell so you get all of the updates. But as I say, we will be live back here on YouTube just before noon tomorrow in the UK. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us from wherever you're watching around the world. This has been an Alpha Live production with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. If you've enjoyed the comms, at Double Dash MM, at Andrew Mather Commentary, at RT Media on your social medias. We will be back tomorrow for the final day of the season in Club 100 Cadets and Juniors. Bye-bye.